Check, 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 check. Okay, we got mic now? Mic? Is it too loud? It looks like it's too loud. 1 second. Wait. Mic issue. Mic. Check, check, check. Why is this still loud? Is it really loud for you guys? Like, compared to normal? Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. There was like a Windows update, and of course it broke my mic again. Oh no, is it too loud right now? Because it looks like it's going into red like every time. Let me try and unplug. Oh no, that would do the same thing though. Let me try one more time. I don't know, how's the audio right now? It looks really loud. Alright. Alright, oh, I think we fixed it. Oh, hold up. Nope, maybe not. Oh no, that's weird. Why is it so much louder? What did the update do today? Wait, what did it do? Oh no, I guess I could just make it lower. Like, does this sound fine, or does it still sound weird? Because now it's still just the same, but louder, but it probably has, like, a weirdness to it? I'm not sure. I hate when this happens. Literally one Windows update and everything stops working. Again, for like the billionth time. Oh no, how is it right now? Is this my webcam mic? No, this is the normal mic we always use. Maybe if I try completely unplugging it? I don't know, maybe it needs a second restart? Because this is what the webcam mic sounds like. This is the webcam mic right now. Not sure what it sounds like, but this is the webcam. And this is our normal mic I'm switching to right now. Oh yeah, that's the normal mic, just turned down a little bit in volume. Yeah, it's weird. Hey, let me try one more time and just see. Alright, is it working now? Oh! No, it's still bad. Why? Why is it like this? Oh no, how bad is it right now? Alright, let me lower it a little. Yeah, that's so weird. I don't know, how does this sound at this exact moment in time right now? Because this is the normal mic, but adjusted downwards. Anyways. It's loud? Ah. How about now? Does it sound normal now, or does it still sound weird? Because the volume level should be fine, it's just the way that's recording probably is a bit weird. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing this. But anyways, hopefully it's fine now. It shouldn't be too loud now. Okay. Well, we're just gonna leave it like this. Can you actually hear what I'm saying then? Let me see. Let's see, how does this sound? Okay. That sounds kind of okay. Alright, we're just gonna roll with this. Let me know if it's too quiet, too loud, or whatever it is right now, but, yeah, it's my normal mic just turned down by like 50%. So hopefully it's at least recording correctly, if nothing else. But I'll need to go fix that more specifically later. But anyways, so big news today. Of course, we did not get an update today, unfortunately. No new quests yet. However, we got something big coming. We plan on hiring 4 new developers and 2 artists from next week. I think it means for next week? Or from next week onwards, I guess. That sentence technically doesn't make sense. But anyways, we plan on hiring 4 new developers and 2 new artists starting next week. So nearly doubling the team. So expect content to pump. So, yeah, they're going to basically be doubling their team. 4 new developers is a lot, given that there is, what, 2 people currently helping with code? Maybe 3? Because I know it's Andrew Gower, I believe the other Gower is helping, not Paul, but the other one, Ian, I think his name is. And maybe one other person. So they're basically more than doubling there. Artists, I guess, isn't quite doubling. I forget how many people they had it on, like, art direction and everything. But this one is slightly less than doubling, but I think this one is slightly more than doubling. Which, of course, means more coders. which means more stuff getting done, which means more content soon. But yeah, they're pretty much doubling their team starting on Monday, which is yeah, just several days away. Hopefully we still get that new quest coming around the corner. So today, since I wasn't able to talk earlier when we were kind of muted from the mic issue, however, we have 2 goals today, and I want to go get both of them because I kind of slacked yesterday with how much we were able to get done. You may notice I do not have 226 Fisher. So we have 2 goals today. The first goal of which is to go and get 226 Fisher. However, after completing that goal, we have a second goal. That second goal is to go get 262 Miner. The 2 reasons for these 2 goals is getting 226 Fisher allows us to stop doing Fisher forever, and getting 262 Miner allows us to start doing Miner forever. So that's pretty much our game plan, or at least till 380 if nothing else. But that's pretty much our game plan then. We're gonna go do a lot of fishing and a lot of mining, so we can stop doing fishing and start doing mining. And that will basically set everything in motion going forward. So that's our main game plan for today, and we're going to keep going until we get both of them done. That is the game plan, which means we're also going to be getting the venture done, which also means I got to delay my ventures for a couple hours because they're going to be ready soon, and I will not have that until like 3-4 hours from now. So, I don't know. Should I go do the venture again? Oh, no. I guess we can always set it up tomorrow. How about that? So, yeah, actually, we'll go reset those ventures then. We'll set it up for tomorrow when we hopefully get the new quest, right? But I'll have to wait and see. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm doing something with something. Oh yeah, I was just going to buy a bunch of supplies and go check the board and go get a bounty, maybe even 2, because I think I have one that says like 10. I was going to turn this in because I was like, oh, it's so close and it's a dish I need to go craft anyways. But then it's also like, gosh, I got to go make 10. Oh no, it's kind of worth it. But it would definitely be a scrap right here if there are good other options. And oh, look at what we have. Good other options. So let me get rid of the quartermaster ones. Okay. Worry about these later. Not going to do them right now. Probably should be, to be honest. But, nah, they're fine. I don't know. If we were to do it, I would want to do a run that does everything except for all of the corner stuff. So I guess I could do that real quick. That's actually not that much. I just need 1 lobster. Actually, what is it? It's 4 of the other thing. All right, let me go do one thing at a time. Instead of trying to figure out what it all is at once, let me just go do 1 at a time. And then by the time we finish 1 of each of them, we will know exactly what we need. Okay, then I need 1 of you. Because they're not the same item, so we don't need to worry about like how many of an item we need. We just simply need to know how much of each we need. Boom, boom, and the only other thing then is thief, which is the lemon from what we've been getting. And the oysters that we could do soon, which is good because I only have 78 left. And I'm running really low on them. Alright, there we go. That should be fine. Alright, let's go do all this real quick. Turn in those 3 because it's kind of near where we need to go fishing. And then, yeah, let's go on the fishing grind. I was not able to finish it yesterday, unfortunately. I got a bit busier than expected off stream. And, yeah, we'll just finish it today. Go do mining. We're basically doing the grind we meant to finish tomorrow, and the grind we were going to do today is basically the game plan, which is 226 Fisher for oysters, finally, and the 262 miner so we can get back into mining. Technically, we only need to get 3 levels because the venture itself will give us a level. And I will go do 1 more set of ventures tonight of these 2. Just so that tomorrow's stream we can finally start doing Oyster then. Because I don't want to set up a 24-hour stream at the middle of the night, because that would be a very bad time to have it. I'd rather have it during the day rather than during the night. So we will delay it slightly longer even once we do get it. As I would technically be able to go set it tonight, but I want to wait until tomorrow's stream for when we go do it. Just so it's not in the middle of the night every single time we got to go do a 24-hour reset. As that's going to be really annoying. And eventually would get shifted to the daytime anyways. But anyways, hello Isabel, hello Reptile, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, hopefully the mic audio is fine now. I'm still having issues with it. Honestly, I might need to restart my computer later. Because that Windows update completely messed with it again. I hate when it does that. I'm not sure why. Every single time. The mic always gets ruined every time I do it. I'm not sure what's up with it. Honestly, I do still kind of want to get a new mic at some point in the future. Well, this one is pretty decent. It has its issues from time to time. And this mic's almost like a decade old at this point. I think this is like a 8-9-year-old mic. Could definitely use a little bit of a refresh on it at some point. Only problem is I would need to get one that fits my current mic stand. And if it doesn't, I need to go get a new mic stand, which is just a whole headache in itself. What are we doing? Big Sheen, then the Robber Place, then the Vincible. Alright. Let's go do those 3, pot up for all of them, and let's get back to fishing so we can go get our levels already. Based on how far we are away, it should take about 3.5 hours, 3 hours, somewhere around there, probably 3.5. We will be dumping knowledge into it the entire time. Alright, what are we doing? What do you even need? I think it was the sandwich. Yes. You need these things. The leek pie, which technically isn't a sandwich, but whatever you want to call it. And then we go do the oyster, and then we go do the other thing. Alright, good to go. And then we'll be somewhat close to where we need to be. You know what? Let me introduce the other way around. Let me go to Invincible first. And then we'll end at Thieves, just so we're closer to the pufferfish for when we end. Since that's where we need to go next anyways. And then we got a really good scrap merchant sentinel run for later down the line. Whenever we want to go do that later. But that's the game plan for today. A lot of fishing. Get to our objective of oyster so we never need to do it again. A lot of mining so that we can start to going into tomorrow doing mining, assuming we don't have the quest yet. Because, yeah, how do we still not have that quest? They said like a week or two ago it's already done. They were just waiting for the combat rework. It's been a week. Give it to us. But, yeah, they'll do it soon. I guess they might be a little bit busy trying to get everyone new coming in, since they're going to be coming in by Monday. So they might be prepping for that a little bit, which is taking some extra time. I don't know, if it's already done, how hard could that possibly be? Like, yeah, you might have to do some bug fixes to it the day following, but, I don't know, if it's already fully completed, because they mentioned that, unless they were lying. But they mentioned earlier that, the quest that we're going to be getting next is 100% completed. It's the quest that's coming after that that's not fully completed yet. But the very next quest that will be added to the game, the very first one ever, or, you know, very first new one, it's already done. It's been done for like 2 or 3 weeks, supposedly. They're just waiting on the combat rework, which happened a week ago as of today. Alright, time to go fishing. I do have to say, doing puffer only is so much more inefficient with how AFK I was doing it yesterday. I was probably getting like a 1/4 of a level per hour or something. I was like mega AFK in these yesterday, which is why we don't have the fishing level done. I was like mega AFK. A little bit too much. Like if we were actively playing, we would have gotten it done in like 1/3 the time. But hey, some EXP is better than no EXP. But of course, we'll be doing puffer eel. We're not just going to be camping this one room. We also make quite a bit of money from this. A lot of the initial money will be going in towards our net. I believe we're currently at level 22, and we need to get to 25 before we get to 226 Fisher, which will easily happen. We'll even have a few gold to spare, which is nice. What are we spending that few gold on? I have no clue. But I guess it's backup money in case we need it in a pinch. Technically, we'll need to start investing it into sickle for gather at some point. But I'm not sure when we're getting to the rest of the gather grind. I don't need to like 246 gather, I don't think. So it's still got a while, because I believe we're going all in on the mining pivot starting tomorrow. As we'll have everything set up that we need. We'll have the ventures good to go for a while, even if they add more venture slots. We'll have mining level, finding out a level where we could do ore again and not some useless rock. And we already have the smithing level ready to go. We've had it for a while now. Actually, we had it for so long, we've actually gained 3 levels since then. Because I think we only need 267 or 268, and we have 270 right now. So we're kind of overshot a little. Just because of how long I've been putting off the mining grind. I've been actually putting it off for like 2.5 months at this point. Because I've just been getting the XP off the venture, the mining venture, which we've got to do in 22 minutes. But we've been getting most of our XP simply just from doing that. And because of that, yeah, we haven't been doing actual mining. I've been trying to skip the current rock that we're at, doing almost entirely that. And honestly, we did pretty good at it. We're still going to have to do it for 3 levels today. But beyond that, yeah, we pretty much skipped almost all of andesite. I think I only have 2,500 in the bank. And we're probably going to have to do about another 2,500 today, or however many it is, I have no clue. But that should bring us to the point where we're done with it. Which 5,000 sounds like a lot, but you have to keep in mind the alternative is like 20, 30,000 of them or something. Like at least 20,000, if not more. So having to only do 5,000 to get through that level range, honestly, not that bad. It sounds like a big number, but every number post 200 sounds like a big number when you break it down. Like how many Flantiums we need to go do? I think it's like 30 to 50,000 of them or something. It's a lot of Flantium. But my plan for all the Flantiums is we're going to process them while doing Xenoblade Chronicles X, which comes out, I believe, in about 2 weeks from now. I keep forgetting the exact date. Because I have come to the verdict that we will be streaming it. Actually, I might be doing it with Miles ESM as well. Not sure how much we'll group up for stuff or what co-op options even are in that game. But since there's no co-op in this game, we were going to do it some for Xenoblade Chronicles X. Not sure how much we'll be able to, but we'll be able to do it to some degree. Hey, it's Vorpal. Oh, he's hiding his name. Ah, Vorpal's hiding now. What is he doing? Oh, wait, no, that can't be him. Wait. 4,007. Wait, what? That is Vorpal. Wait, he's hiding his name, but he's not hidden on leaderboard. That's confusing. You can do that? Wait. Like, I know that's Vorpal based on his armor and based on his exact level being that, you know. The only one in the game. I don't think there's anyone else exactly there, no. That's weird. I didn't realize you could do that. You can hide your name, but not hide your leaderboard. So, that's interesting. I guess so chat in game doesn't distract them. Or that people in game don't try chatting with them. But yeah, this is 100% Vorpal. There's no way that's not. I never realized you could do that. Hide your name and probably hide your chat, but not hide your leaderboard status. No, I forgot. I got too used to yesterday, where I had the no-click thing on. Because you could disable your walk. Also, I found something really funny that you could do with Steam Deck too. I was setting up all the hotkeys, and I was actually making the map the exact screen of everything. And there's this hotkeying for it and click and escape. It seems kind of bad to do in the main game, for obvious reasons. However, on Steam Deck, it is actually really good for movement due to how much smaller the screen is. And the fact that you can hotkey both of them. I don't think it would work as good on mobile, because you don't have hotkeys in a similar sense. But on Steam Deck, it's actually really, really good doing it that way. Where you basically make the entire mini-map, the entire screen. And then simply just hotkey the mini-map with M. Because you could just click double M or M and escape to open and close it. You don't actually have to click on the icon. But it's actually really nice. I started using it some the other day. And it's really good for when you have walk disabled. For when you're doing something like fishing. Because normally you want to disable it so you don't misclick. It's already hard enough to misclick when you're doing mouse. It is exceedingly so when you're on such a smaller screen. Even on a bigger screen we're misclicking it because there's such a small hitbox. Plus they're moving as well, which doesn't help. A small moving hitbox. Yeah, that's our game plan. Get 3 more fishing levels, get 3 more mining levels. 3 and 3. The double 3 combo. First half of the stream will be fishing, second half of the stream will be mining. And then I think we're mine locked account for a while. As I think it's finally tomorrow, our true Mines of Matubin pivot. It took a while, but I think we're finally back. Let's see, what rank are we finishing on by the time we come back? I think we're like 28th. I think we're going to make it a goal within like a week or two to try to hit 20th or something. By like the end of the month. I think it's doable. Let me check. Where are we? How many levels is that? We are 29th, which means there are more people grinding. Though in all fairness, they passed us by like a few XP. But yeah, we're at 29th right now, technically. And what do we need to get to? Oh, that's easy. Obviously, they're going to keep moving. 60 levels? That is so free. If we're just power mining, well, obviously bank and everything. Oh, but that is so free to go get. Like, obviously, they're going to keep still moving up. But 60 levels is nothing. Even if we have to do like 80 or 100 levels, that's actually not that bad. Because mining's actually quick compared to the other 3. There's one way that you can really bias your score for Mines of Matubin in the current state of the game. Before it was to get Mine Fighter up, but doesn't do anything anymore. The real way that you bias your Mines of Matubin level is get 500 mining. Because not only does that set you up really nice for doing smithing and stonemacing, assuming you banked it all, but it also is the quickest of the 4 to get up by quite a margin, just because of how much you can upgrade your pickaxe. You do have to account for all the time lost from banking, but even with that, with how much pickaxe upgrade you get, it is still quicker than all 3 of the other skills in the chapter. So 500 mining really biases your Mines of Matubin rank. Because anyone who has that done will generally be on like top 20 or something. Not just for mining, but you know, for Mines of Matubin as well. As generally speaking, if you're getting 500 mining, you're also, you know, getting some amount of production. If you got 500 mining, you're probably getting 500 smithing or 500 stonemason at bare minimum. And if you get 200 in the other ones, boom, you get yourself 1,400. Which I'm actually surprised. Barely almost anyone has. The hypothetical I just mentioned, only 7 people have potentially done. Technically slightly less because I don't think all of these people have gotten 500 mining. I'm not sure if any of them have, oddly enough. No, some of them had 12. I think Natick did. He's one of the earlier ones. Hello, Alexander. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, where am I going? I think I need to sell. I can't see my inventory right now, but it is definitely sellable. I can sense the sell. And we do get 31.8 gold or silver, I mean, every single time we do a cycle. Which is not a lot, but adds up. It's almost like a gold an hour. We did the math on it earlier. It's like just under a gold an hour. It's about 900 silver an hour. Or 0.9 gold an hour. It's not that bad. Like, compared to getting 0 per hour from dropping them on the ground, it's actually pretty solid. Like, it's not anything insane, but it's pretty good. So hello, the big wee woo. Welcome, welcome. You've seen Red Bean and 2-Tap running around the mines. Yeah, I've seen Red Bean a lot. I haven't seen too many of the other really high ones, though. Like, I feel like I've never seen Rockstar ever in Mines of Batubin. But I see Red Bean, like, literally every time I'm ever there. 2-Tap I've seen occasionally. I've seen Lazy Sloth, honestly, more than I've seen, like, everyone other than Red Bean there. Red Bean I've definitely seen the most. Hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, out of anyone in this top 20, I've seen Red Bean there the most, and Lazy Sloth there the second most. I guess Lazy Sloth was just always doing whatever grind I was doing while I was in Mines of Batubin. Yeah, it could just be a time zone thing. Could also just be that we're training a different skill at different time thing. Like, I could have been there mining while they were smithing. Or they were doing stonemason, or they were doing bone right or something. It could have just been that we're doing different grinds at different times. Because the grinds in that chapter are pretty separated from each other. It's not like something like this chapter, where if I was doing Puffer Eel, I would see, like, literally every single... Oh, no, actually, that's not true. I wouldn't see anyone doing Alchemy or Chef. Unless I was doing the dailies. Alright, so I guess every chapter kind of does have a little bit thing like that. Where some of them are kind of like off-slotted in their own area. Because if you were doing carpentry all day in Hope Forest, you wouldn't see someone doing woodcutting only. Or gather only. And similarly, if you were doing like mining only, you generally don't see anyone. Unless you're doing Adathril. Then you'll see some of the smithing people. Yeah, a lot of the grinds in the game, even though they're all kind of interconnected, some of them you just never see other people. If you're just doing it over and over again. Like, imagine if you were doing stonemason with your eels already good to go. You literally just keep cycling the same 2 rooms over and over again and never leave. But the only exception, I guess, being to sell out all your junk. Because you would eventually run out of inventory even in the new system. Also, I'm still not a big fan of the new crafting system, by the way. I feel like they really nerfed down the profit. I haven't done extremely long testing to know for sure. They did this fix shields the other day, though, which is nice. But it seems like you actually make less money now instead of more. Or instead of the same. Like, they tried to make it so much the same that they actually made it worse than it was before. From what I could tell. But I haven't done math on it long enough to know for sure. Pretty sure some people who've been there for a while could probably say. Oh, so I should go ask Red Bean the next time I see him or something. What his thoughts are on it. I almost did when I was on my bird account. Because it was doing AFK Stonemason. And I was just resetting it and giving its knowledge point and everything. And he was there also doing stonemason. I should have asked him what his thoughts are on the new crafting changes. Because he's definitely done it way more than we have since the change, obviously. He, like, never leaves that place. Like, I've done it some, but not more than, like, a few hours. Whereas he's probably done it for, like, 50 hours since the update or something. But from what I could tell, it's a very small nerf to what it was before. Not from a getting weapon perspective, that's actually buffed. But from a profit perspective, it seems to be slightly nerfed. Like a profit per hour. But no, it's better if you're trying to craft an item now. Like for combat. The system now is better than it was before. But if your goal is to make profit from crafting, or to minimize how much you lose currency-wise, it seems to be slightly nerfed from what I could tell. I could be wrong. Hello, Violetta! Thank you! Yeah, this is the tier 5 armor. It's the second highest Cryonite armor currently in the game. It's 2 different variants. This is one of them. So technically, I guess there's 4 of the higher tier armors. It looks pretty nice with the cape and everything. We're wearing the Christmas hat that they had. Also, they said that they're doing an Easter event as well, so we'll be getting that in the next month or so, next few weeks. They also doubled their dev team as of Monday. So hopefully we'll start getting content a lot more often too. There should also be 2 new quests coming really soon. One of which should be really, really soon, like literally any day now. I've been thinking for the last few days it could be like any day. But it's more so a matter of when they push it out. It's already finished, so just gotta wait till they actually push it out. Is 1k max armor? Yes. To my understanding, at 1000 you hit max armor in the current state of game. I don't believe they made any visuals beyond that. The main reason is because they basically consider 200 all to be max. And 1000 is basically 200 all, because they assume Stonewall Hill is in the game already. Even though obviously it isn't quite yet, though it will be in the next few months. But they basically consider 200 all max, so Perfect comes out at 1000. Because that's 200 all in the 5 chapters that are there. They could change that in the future and add more visuals, we don't currently know. But as it currently stands, visuals cap out at 1000 for armor right now, and weapons. Which of course I can't wield at the moment. I'm not sure at what point I get access to the armor I'm wearing now. I want to say 800 or 850. I don't know for sure because I was above the threshold the entire time, so I have no way of really knowing. But somewhere's around there, either 750, 800, or 850. I would assume 800 due to how the curve works is probably the number. But I don't know for sure because I've always been above the number. From where you can get it, basically, armor keeps improving as you have a higher level. So, to be able to get what we're wearing right now, as a Cryo Knight, you would need to be around at level 800, 850 combat or so. As you just keep finding increasingly better armor as you go up. And then you would be able to make it either from the armor making skill in Chapter 5, or buying it from the shop in Chapter 4. Because there's a shop where you can just buy it. It's actually where I got every single one of these pieces, oddly enough. Just so, because I had bad RNG. Or you can get it, of course, from killing creatures. But it's mostly level capped. Like, this is around, like, level 800, 850, somewhere around there, this armor. And then it gets slightly more elaborate at 1000. Though, honestly, I'm kind of getting used to this aesthetic for it. I'm not sure what we'll do once we reach 1000. Might just keep the old ones on. I don't know, we'll see. It does look pretty cool, though. The plate armor in particular, I feel like, looks really, really good at max. And the reason I'm not wearing it now is, oh, for one, we don't have it max. But also, I just wasn't getting drops of the other kind. So we're just rocking the chainmail one. Oh, sorry, what was your comment? Let's see. In the question, Gnome Forge, what was the question about? You'll ask him. Oh, well, are you buy red bean right now? Well, I was mostly wondering, does it feel like he's making less profit from making items now compared to before? Like, does he feel like he's making less profit, more profit, or about the same when crafting items? In the current state of the game. Like, you know, when you craft an item and then sell an item. To me, it feels like I'm making less. And they were trying to make it about the same. But during some of the betas, they actually made it better. So I'm not sure what the final verdict is on it right now. If it's about the same, better, or worse. I don't think it's any better, though. It's probably either about the same or worse. Because they were trying really hard to not buff it. Unfortunately. Even though it really needs a buff. Will they adjust combat curve to 1000 from Stonewall Hill? We don't currently know. There's a lot of things about combat we don't currently know at the moment. We also don't know if they're going to keep adding a 500 every single time. There's a lot of weird things that we don't really know until Chapter 6 comes out. Like, are you just going to keep curving it up? Or are you just going to complete it, you know, have 2500 be max and start replacing it with a different system? But, Chapter 6 is, like, the definitive chapter on what on earth are they doing for the next, like, forever years. Because it's the turning point where every mechanic basically has to change to function any further than where they do now. Like, are we getting a second alchemy skill, or are we just expanding alchemy? Are they keeping combat at 2500, or are they just going to keep adding a 200 and 500 to it every single time? There's a lot of things we just don't know at the moment. That should be all clarified by the time Chapter 6 releases. Even though Chapter 5 is going to be like the next big chapter and, you know, the first one since launch, Chapter 6 is the real big chapter, where we basically defines the rest of the game forever. Like, Chapter 5 will be nice when it comes out, but it's actually Chapter 6 that's the really, really big one. Chapter 5 just seems big because it's never happened before. But Chapter 6 is when everything happens, because every core mechanic needs to basically be defined by that point, because it kind of has to be for the rest of the future of the game. So whatever they do by Chapter 6 is likely what they're going to do up to Chapter 10 and 20 and 30 and 50 and 1,000. Like, whatever they do by that point is basically what they're doing for the rest of the game. So it's going to be a pretty big one in defining what on earth is happening for the next forever. There's a lot of details about it we just do not know at the moment. It's hard to gauge, but it feels like more? Really? Huh. I don't know. I would say the same thing. It's hard to gauge, but it feels like less. Interesting. Someone said definitely making more? Interesting. Okay. Huh. Alright, well, I guess maybe we will craft some product then. The only reason I'm hesitant to, there's two reasons why I'm hesitant to create product out of my stuff. One is we're going to need 1 billion tier 5 and tier 6 supplies for the infinite supply of weapons we're going to be needing down the line, particularly tier 6, but even tier 5 because it covers so much level range. But beyond that, Armor Maker. We don't currently know everything that Armor Maker will need, and I'm just concerned that the bars from smithing and the stones from stonemason you might end up needing from it. We already know that bones are not going to be needed, because there's some kind of new Delver mechanic where you're going to get it from that. From the Delver skill, from Worm Wrangler. The little hand-touching worm skill. But, the other two, we don't quite know what the secondary material you're going to need, you know, beyond leather. Because the only ones that we know of that could be used for is smithed bars and etched stones. Whereas Bonerite is already going to be covered with Delver. But we don't know how they're going to do it with the other two. Will leatherworking help Chapter 5? Yes. One of the best things you can do if you want to prep for Chapter 5 is just get as high as a merchant and leatherworker level as you can, while banking as much leather as you can. Obviously, you still want to sell some of it so you don't go in the red, and also just to make some profit. But, yeah, it's the best way to prep for Chapter 5, or at least particularly for Armor Maker in Chapter 5. Is get a really high merchant level, get a really high leatherworker level, and bank as much leather as you can. You will need more than just leather to craft stuff, though. Leather is just one of the 2 ingredients you'll need. It's going to be kind of like Bonerite in that regard, in the sense that there will be 2 components you always need, the Carpenter component and the other component. And Armor Maker, or sorry, Leatherworker only covers the, you know, basically like the Carpenter component equivalents. You're still going to need the other component. We just don't know what the other component is for every classist thing yet. The only one that we can kind of see in game right now is that Bonerite requires Delver to go get secondary component. But it is currently not really known what it is for the other 2. Maybe it's Delver as well, who knows. But we don't know how you get the secondary ingredient for Cryonite or Hammer Mage Armor. Who knows? Maybe they don't even need a secondary ingredient. I would just assume they would, though. Because obviously all Cryonite armor is very metal heavy. And all Hammer Mage armor has a ton of stone on it. Similar to how all Bonerite armor has a bunch of bone on it. I mean, a bunch of Guardian armor has a bunch of bone on it. Duct tape bones. Oh, we're about to get our first 10% thingy. Ooh, then again, you know what? I'm going to put in the Stonemason. Ooh, wait. We got to put that in Stonemason. Alright, let me go grab our potions then. Alright, let me go sell these so we're not in a weird inventory state. We'll grab like one more eel just so we can get it as well. Normally not worth coming over here, but I just need one real quick for a knowledge point. So we can go dump all this in the Stonemason with a 7% pot. Come on. Oh, come on. One more. Alright, come on. Alright, let's go get our potions we need. Save that for Stonemason. For when we go do the dailies real quick. Alright, this will be the second to last time we'll ever do these two then. I'll do it one more time tonight, and then tomorrow we can finally go do the fishing venture. Even though we'll have it unlocked today. I still wanted to have to reset like at the middle of midnight. Because that would be a bad time. Alright, oh, let's see. I'll go get the potions we need. Go head over there. Let's see. Grab that. Grab that. Anything else? Head to Chronopolis. You have gradually more as you move to higher tier materials. Does it mean he's collecting more, or does it feel like he's making more profit? Because that wording makes it seem like, you know, you would get more of the resource, which of course makes sense. Like, we already know that, of course. But, I'm not sure if that means more profit. Because, yeah, each one does start making more. The way that they changed it, basically, is at a lower level range, you make more, but at a higher level range, you make less compared to before. So if you're crafting something right when you have it unlocked, which is probably what they're doing pretty often, you're getting a lot more profit for it. But if you're crafting something really deep into something, you're getting a lot less profit for it. So that might be what he's referring to by that, potentially. Because that is one thing that they nerfed pretty hard. Before you can make a higher level version of something, it would actually give you a lot more profit. That is not the case anymore. You do still get slightly more profit, but it's nerfed into the ground how much more profit it gives you. By like a lot. But if you're mostly crafting just what's at your level, you'd be getting a lot better ratio. Because if you start crafting something as soon as you can, it's making a lot more profit now compared to before. Whereas if you're crafting something near the end of its life cycle, you're getting a lot, oh, I wouldn't say a lot less profit, but definitely less profit than before. At least that's what it feels like. Alright, put that in the stonemason. Put that in the stonemason. I never actually did all the math in the new system. Mostly because it would take tens of hours to really get some good math on it. Because an hour or two is not really enough to tell. There we go. Got our mining level. Second to last time we get to that venture. Look at it. There it is. Flantium. Yeah, 267 smithing. So I got 3 levels too many. And 262 mining, which is our goal for today. Well, one of our 2 goals for today. I gotta finish fishing first. Hey, that reminds me. I gotta do a different AFK activity today because I can't do stonemason anymore. We can either do alchemy or bone right. I might just do bone right. Since we're going into our all-in Mines of Bitumen pivot. Might as well really go all in. The only problem with that is I can't do alchemy again until I do that one AFK activity. Pretty much to its conclusion. Which means I'm basically locked out of alchemy until I get to 248 off of just the AFK activity. So we're kind of locked out of it for a little while. Again. For the billing of time, it feels like. But we were once again locked out of alchemy. But yeah, at this time, in 12 hours from now, later tonight, I'll go reset these. And then tomorrow's stream, we'll start running the 24-hour Oyster then. That will unlock in 3 fishing levels. So at this point, we gotta get 3 fishing levels and 3 mining levels is the goal today. Starting with the fishing, of course. Yep, sure. Central Stone is chef grind. Oh no! No! They're too good to not do though. No! I gotta do it. Alright, anyways. Anything else worth taking here? James New Tap? I can do that real quick. It's kind of in my area. Alright, let me go do that one real quick. Alright, I need 4 oyster and 4 of the other thing. Gotta use them before we get the venture rolling. Is that it? Looks like it. Alright, let's go. But yeah, that's a big century run. Can I do that all in one go? No. Ah, that's bad. I would have to double dip it. I would probably scrap the scrap merchant one. 12, 16, 17, 21. Yeah. I would have to scrap the 6, or not scrap it, but, you know, the first run that we do, we'd have to not do the 9 Tiger Ray thing to be able to bring everything else on our next run. We'll do it later. But yeah, I would do everything but the scrap merchant one, the 9 one. But I could do the smaller scrap merchant to all of Sentinel, or Sentry, I mean. So where was this going? Oh yeah, new tab. Alright, back to fishing. Probably got about 3 more hours of fishing to go. And we gotta do however many hours of mining that's gonna be. Which honestly, it could take a while. I think I'm underestimating how quick mining is. Like, yeah, our tool is upgraded more than any tool we've ever had. But it only helps so much. Like, right now, our current spear is getting, what percent? We're getting 30%. Which, you know, that sounds like a lot. It is a lot. However, despite how much more upgraded our pickaxe is, I think it's like 32% right now. If we go check comparatively. Yeah, it's at 32%. So we're only getting 2% more for having it 10 levels higher. Like, that's helpful, but it's not that much. 2% difference. Like, it basically saves 1 hour every 50 hours. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but all the way to 500, that's actually a lot of time saved. We're talking like a low double-digit number of time saved. Actually, it might be a little bit lower than that. But it's at least 8 hours saved. Assuming you're not dumping knowledge into mining. It also doesn't account for mining venture. Also doesn't account for any activity that doesn't use the pickaxe upgrade. Which there are 2 that we still have to do. Minecart at 317 until we get to Flint. And Deathstone at 348. And I guess technically also at 490. As both of those do not give, or technically all 3 of those, do not give any extra XP based on your pickaxe. They'd be done mostly for profit though. But the minecart is mostly because I think it's slightly better XP and just kind of chill. Honestly, I might just do more Edither, we'll see. There's an argument to be made that due to the amount of smithing XP we get, that it's not worth doing the minecart. It's something I actually haven't done the math on yet. Mostly because it's so far away. But since we're kind of mentioning it now, I'm kind of curious. What does the math come out to on minecart versus just do Edither into smithing? Oh. This isn't boosted yet, though. It's this plus 30%, which is what? That brings us to like 2.4k, roughly. Yeah, it's hard to tell. But oh no, you get all the smithing XP along the way, though, is the huge thing. It's definitely worse mining XP per hour, that's for sure. But is it worth it for all the smithing XP you get along the way? As well as all the tier 5 bars for later. The tier 5 bars don't immediately give you profit, but gosh, how much smithing XP that is so high. Yeah, I might skip minecart. I might do it a little bit. It's 1 gold an hour. But I'm pretty sure the product you can create from them is more than 1 gold an hour. Like, it definitely is. Like, the product you can make from those bars is more than 1 gold an hour. We're all processing them. That doesn't count the smithing time, though. I don't know, we'll have to do a lot of math once we get there. But I believe the argument could be made that it is actually better to not do minecart there. Minecart's good if you care more about stonemason XP. But if you care mostly about smithing XP, I think you do go for just doing Edither the whole time. I don't know, we'll have to do some math later for it. But it does look like you would go the Edither angle. Because we're going to be sacrificing about, what, like 20, 30, 40%, probably like 30% mining XP per hour. But the amount of smithing XP we're getting in return is so high. Also, the overall profit per hour will be slightly lower. However, once we actually do cash in, the amount of money that we're making per hour while cashing in is higher. Even though the average is lower per hour. Because if you count every step, we're probably only making like 0.8 gold per hour. Whereas the carts make 1 gold an hour the entire time. But while you're actually cashing out, you're probably making like 1.5, 6, 7, maybe even 2 gold an hour. During the duration that you're cashing out on them. Even though its average comes out to be less because of all the steps. But during the actual cash out period, it's way higher. So you get more of a dopamine hit. You get better dopamine hit from doing mining smithing than you do from minecart only. Like minecart only is just gonna be every time we turn in. It's like, yep, here's a little bit of money, here's a little bit of money, here's a little bit of money. But the other thing will be like nothing, 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 nothing. And then everything, 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 everything. Where you'll make nothing for tens of hours, but then when you actually go and process it all, it's like, oh, we're printing money. This is like better than leather worker right now. But when you average out the full process, it comes out to way less than that. Because the thing with that too is we're not really in a rush to get to flint. Perfect flint, despite it being the perfect rock for mining, I would say we care pretty little about. Oh no, we both care about it a lot and don't care about it at all simultaneously. The upsides of flint is that it can be used to make material that only costs 3 flint that makes us 4-star weapons for the rest of time, as well as 4-star shields for the rest of the time if they're ever relevant. The downside, though, is we don't need anything from it. Beyond that. Like, it's literally just a... Whenever we finally have, like, 2,000 plus combat, it's like, oh yeah, we can make 4-star weapons now. You know how far that is away? If we were doing it earlier, you have to keep in mind, everything post 800 here is, like, post 200. So if we were to even get to level 1,100, that's nearly equivalent of trying to get one of these skills... or any one of these skills, to 500 is about how long it would take in the current state of game. Obviously, when special attacks and stuff come out, that could be a little bit more skewed. Like, it could be more like merchant rate. But at least as it currently stands, just getting to 1,100 is like if we got, like, any random skill on this list to 500. And that's not even 2,000 yet, let alone 2,500. That is so far away. Like, realistically, even if we did only combat, like, let's say hypothetically we had 500 all crafting already, completely done, which no one even has in the entire game, but let's say we hypothetically already had that done. We would have to do combat for roughly, I want to say over 1,000 hours. No, more than that, because I would have to get to about 2,100, 2,200-ish, like around that level range, before we can end up, sorry, not that number. What did I just say? I meant to say, I think I was trying to say number of hours, or how many more levels we need to get. But I mean, we need to get to like level 2,000-ish. Like 2,000, 200, 100. Like somewhere around there to be able to go use tier 6 crafting material. That is over 1,000 hours. Probably closer to 1,500 hours of combat before we could start using our tier 6 material. That is a lot of combat. Actually, I can show you right now. You know how many people can currently use tier 6 material? I believe the answer is 3. Yes, these 3 people. These 2 for sure. This is in the question if you can or not. I don't think you can yet. There are 2 people in the entire game who literally made it their entire goal to only do combat who can currently use tier 6. Out of anyone in the game with the current scaling of how tier 6 works. But yeah, 2 total people. That's how long of a grind is. 2 people basically been doing combat non-stop, or the only 2 that could be able to wield it. Yeah, for us to get there, it's like a 1,500 hour grind, give or take a little. That's a while. Like, let's say hypothetically we did 10 hours a day, which we'd probably do less than that. Well, no, maybe more. Depends, because it's actually somewhat AFK to do combat, even when special attacks come out, probably. But anyways, let's say we did. How long would that take? That would take, like, what, 5 months? If you weren't using ventures or anything, though, I mean, not ventures, if you weren't using, like, the AFK activities or anything. It would take about 5 months. And that's for 2,000, not even 2,500. But I don't know, one thing that's really bad about doing AFK activity for combat is it makes a lot of money. But due to how many levels you need, it's actually really bad value. Until you're at, like, the mega high level range. You definitely don't want to do it until level 800. Anything prior to that is just a waste. And maybe that might move to eventually 1,000. We don't know. But you definitely want to be getting the post 200 rates, which currently is at 800. So that's like the earliest you could do it. So technically we're at that level range now if we really want to. The problem with that, though, is the amount of time you would have to do that. You could max out, like, nearly every skill in the game. Like, if you break down how many we would need to do, let's say we were to go and AFK 1,000 these levels. Like, using the venture. Or not venture, I keep saying venture, I mean passive activity. If we were to use the passive activity to get 1,000 levels, which would take over a year of doing the passive. But don't think about the time, just think about the levels. So we would get 1,000 levels. You know how many levels we could be getting in other skills? Like 230 for smithing, boom, we have 500. So we only dipped into like a fourth of it. Do that again for bone right, boom. Like 293. And now we're at like the halfway mark. And we'll do like another into stonemason, boom. We just hit 500 there, and we still have some left over. Like, basically, in the time it would take to passive combat up, we could have passived an entire chapter to 500. Like, you could 500 all an entire chapter in the time it takes to passive combat. Yeah, alchemy passive's really good. Generally, the best passives in the game right now, not counting combat for money, but from an EXP perspective, the best passives to do are alchemy, particularly when you could do it for free or have access to a really good potion. And by free, I mean when you're doing Ebsworth work. Carpenter, when you could do it for free, aka the when you make tools, or not tools, whatever you call it, whenever you make furniture. But making furniture for carpenter, making furniture for leatherworker, doing alchemy for Ebsworth, or honestly any good potion that you're up to, but you might lose money on some of them. You have to double check on some of them. Anything in Mines of Matubin, literally anything, because the pickaxe upgrades mining quite a bit, so literally anything in Mines of Matubin. And I believe that's it. Those are like the only passes worth doing. Alchemy when it's worthwhile, aka all Ebsworth, and if it's a good potion. Carpenter when you can make furniture. Literally anything in Mines of Matubin, just pick one, or all of them. And Leatherworker when you can make furniture, similar to Carpenter. Those are all the best skills to be doing for AFK activities. Everything else you could pretty much just ignore unless you just really want to get them up in a pinch. If you have like a goal that you want to do in X amount of time and you need to use the AFK activities to get there in that time. But otherwise, those are the only ones really ever worth doing. Hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome. There are exceptions though, depending on what your current goals are. But assuming you're farming like everything wide, those are like the only ones you generally go for. Because they have the best value at the moment for saving money. Mostly because they're really slow skills to train. Yeah, thank you, Sir Valiant. Hope everything's been well. But when it comes to all passive activities, you should only really be doing them after level 200. It's something I actually still need to go do on my alt accounts because they don't have a level 200 passive yet, and I really need to go get them for it. It's something that they've been needing for a while, and I still haven't gotten. But a level 200 passive is so good. Because you're basically getting 4 times the amount of benefit for the same amount of time. And my 2 alt accounts, like 5 months into the game, still do not have a level 200 passive. They're working on it, though. They both have level 100 something, low 100 something in their production. Like, I think one's at like 102, the other one's at like 105-ish or something. It's just the amount of time it would take to power level them is just too high. If I was to get both of them right now to a 200, it would take like 50 hours across the 2 accounts. Not per account, but, you know, like 50-ish hours total. Which is a solid, like, 4 days of grinding on them. Which is a solid 4 days. We're basically not touching the main account. I just realized I'm going to run out of 5% pots. I just now realized that. At some point, I'm going to need to take a break just to go get some pots over there. Luckily, it's pretty close. But we're actually going to run out. We will indeed reach 0. I'm still really surprised they haven't released that quest yet. I was really expecting it would be yesterday or today. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. Because I'm really curious what's going to be. They said it's the best reward ever. Yeah, new office, new employees. Yeah, they did mention that. They are moving to a new office and they are like doubling their staff, so it could just be a lot of things with that. So are the new quests this week or next week? We have no clue. Given the whole team expansion thing, it could be next week at this point. Because they might want to hit the ground running. Or just keep doing content. Well, the thing that I've mentioned that for is the quest is already done. Like, aside from some bug fixes that they're going to have to do for it, if they need to do any at all. Like, it's already done. Assuming they were saying the truth about it. Like, the quest has been done for like 2 or 3 weeks. The only reason they didn't launch it was because of the combat rework. But the combat rework's been out for a week now. So their main reason for not hitting the launch quest button... Obviously, it's not literally a launch quest button, but you know what I mean. But the only reason they didn't launch the quest was they were waiting on combat rework that's been out for a week now. It's been done for weeks. Other than whatever bug fixes they might have to do after launch. For the inevitable bugs that will be in the update. So I guess they just didn't want to have to worry about that yet. You're going on a cruise all next week? Nice. Hope it goes over well. You're hoping to do them before you left? Oh no. Yeah, hopefully they will get it out soon. But at this point, it might not be until next week. We don't have an official date. Gosh, I haven't been on a cruise in a very long time. Actually, I don't think I've been on one since I've been a kid. I feel like I would get motion sickness on a cruise, though. Because they definitely do on smaller boats. Because even planes I've been getting motion sick on lately. Like 2 times ago, I got like absurdly sick. For when I was on a plane. Actually, there was one time before the pandemic too where I just got really sick, not necessarily from motion sickness, but from everyone else being sick on the plane. So after that flight, I'm like, oh, I'm always going to wear a mask now whenever I go on a flight, which is rather ironic because it happened like right before the pandemic. But yeah, it was a couple months before the pandemic, like in like 2019. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to always wear a mask whenever I go on a plane. And then it became normal to wear a mask on a plane, and it's like, okay, well, that works. Which was kind of convenient. But next time I'll need a flight is probably when I go see my family again. See my dad, grandma, a few others down the area. He's way too far to drive or anything. Yeah, that's something I haven't done in a very long time, though. Like, fly with other people. Like, every time I've ever flied in the last decade, it was always alone. I've never actually flied anywhere with someone before in such a long while. Hello, Tyrion! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Izzy? I don't think Izzy's been here today. Oh, no, she was. She was all the way at the beginning. Helping with the mic and everything. So she is around. She's lurking. Hey, by the way, how's the mic right now? I've been having a lot of issues with it earlier. Ever since the Windows update. Ooh, nice, Tyrion. Yeah, that's something we need to try to finish next week's Monday. Or maybe even this weekend, since we'll probably do one stream for the Vault event weekend. Oh yeah, today's what? Thursday? Oh yeah, so it starts tomorrow. Gotta remember to keep grinding for that on the side. Mike sounds fine. Squishy noise is cringe as ever. Oh, you don't like the little squishy noise? There is a squishy noise off button in the game. I normally keep it on though. Oh, I see what you mean now. Oh yeah, I did the calculation for the other stream. I think it's in like 3 Mondays from now. At least for me. By the time we would have enough. Yeah, and you just mentioned in chat right there, yeah. Yeah, we did the math last Monday. I know, we're not going to have it done before Xenoblade Chronicles comes out. Vegetarian, did you ever try the Xenoblade Chronicles series, or you do mostly just do Pokemon for Nintendo? There's a couple people have gotten me addicted to that series in the last several years. I still haven't played every game in it yet. Ironically, I haven't played 1 or 2, or 1.5, whatever you'd want to call it. The one that we're going to be doing next we haven't played, which is basically 1.5. And the original OG one I haven't played. I'm almost playing them in exact, like, reverse chronological order. Though the one that we're going to be playing, its storyline doesn't actually connect with the other ones. It's actually a completely independent game, despite its naming. I guess themes from the other games, but it doesn't have any lore necessarily from the other games. Like, it does and it doesn't. I guess, like, lore dependent, even though it's kind of the same world. Also, did any of you guys try Monster Hunter? I still haven't bothered. I feel like every year a Monster Hunter game comes out, it's like, this will be the year we finally try it. And then it comes out, and it's like, ah, you know what? We're busy with other things. Because literally the day it came out was the day we maxed in Brighter Shores. Like the day we got 200 all. I'm pretty sure those are the two biggest games that would interest me at all that have come out during Brighter Shores. Is Path of Exile 2 and, of course, Monster Hunter Wilds, I believe it was. I've never played any game in either series, but there are technically series that would kind of appeal to me. I just never bothered getting into them. I do feel like Xenoblade Chronicles X is somewhat Monster Hunter adjacent, though. It's definitely a drastically different game, but it does have some similarities. At least in the sense that Xenoblade Chronicles X is closer to Monster Hunter Wilds than Brighter Shores is to Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, they're more so kind of the same genre, more closely, even though they're all RPGs. Yeah, I can't wait till we're finally done with fishing today. Today's actually the last day we do fishing for probably half a year to a year. Unless they buff, like, Fisher Chef all of a sudden. This should be the last time we need to do it for a very long time. Mostly because the next time we have to do it is around level 300-ish. To go get the venture to level whatever it is. The 331. Which is kind of like the grind we did now, where we went from 200 to about 226. We're going to have to do the same thing at 300. Going from, excuse me, about 300 to 331. But that is so far away. Like, if I do the double venture every day, I'm pretty sure we're like 3 months away from that. And that's assuming we do it every single day. And not do other ventures instead. If they had more venture slots, that'd be kind of easy to do, though. But if they don't, then there might be some other ventures we'll have to replace them out for over time. Like when we get to like the 380 mining venture. If we're really going that hard into mining. But it would take roughly 3 months at the earliest that we'd have to do fishing again after today. Unless they really throw a mega buff to fishing out of nowhere. Though the buff would likely be to Chef, which would apply to fishing. Rather than fishing itself being buffed. It'd just be some of the byproducts from the fish that would be buffed. Is he waiting around for eel spawn? It's like he's doing eel only right now. Oh no, he's not going for his free forager XP. Or even 6 eel 3 puffer. Because of course you could do it the other way around as well. Even though 6 puffer 3 eel is stronger at some level ranges, there are some level ranges where you have to do it the other way around. Do 6 eel 3 puffer. It's not as good because your puffer's way behind at that point. Anytime you ever have to do that. But it's better than getting no XP. Also, because I played so little, the 2 people above us are so far ahead right now. They're passing us like crazy. In all fairness, one of them is doing Merchant, which does help a lot for them to pass us. It's also because I've been slacking on getting levels. I'm still kind of surprised we're 15th, though. I definitely expected that to have gone down. But I think it's mostly because some people have been burning out. Because one person who would have taken it earlier was Rat Splat, but he kind of stopped playing for the most part other than dailies. Unbi has been slowing down a lot. He's been doing a little bit more than just dailies lately, but it's still slower than the rate he was going before. And most notably, Patisio, I think, just outright quit the game. Like, rank 1 literally quit the game. I believe it's this one right here. It's one of these two. It's currently 10 for 9th. I'm not even sure if he's running Ventures anymore. Or if he is, he's like just running the dailies and nothing else. But he's one of these two, I'm not sure which. If he's been running dailies, he's this one. If he hasn't been, he's this one. We're still... What's kind of insane is he quit like a month ago. And we still won't pass him until about a month from now. There's like a 2-month gap. Where he's basically not going to play for a month. And we're still a month away from passing him. So like a 2-month difference between the two. No wonder why he burned out. He did like a whole extra 2 months of grinding in the first 3 months. What has our average been lately? So I've been doing some pretty AFK training methods, so this number's a little bit off. But we're currently at, what, 173.8? Calculator, go. I don't have calculator open. Calculator, go. 173.8 divided by 14. That's times. 173.8 divided by 14. Yeah, we're playing for 12.4 hours a day. So we're still doing 12 hours a day. A lot of those 12 hours have been a lot more AFK-like. Where we might only be getting like 20 minutes worth of XP in an hour. Which probably means we're closer effectively to like 8 or 10 hours a day right now. Even though we're technically on for 12 hours a day. It's just half of those 12 hours are normally a lot more inefficient than they have been in the past. Like, not right now, obviously. Or for this entire stream. Like, whenever we're streaming, we generally go as quick as we can. But, you know, off-stream, it's been slacking a bit. It's one problem with Steam Deck, too. It's just clunkier to do some things, and I also do them in a way that's way more AFK so I can multitask other things. Basically playing it like a second or third monitor game. Instead of our primary one like we're doing now. Instead, our second monitor game right now is Old School RuneScape. We've still been back at it. There they are, waiting patiently for their Castle War tickets to come in. I'm only like halfway there, by the way. I think I need another like 1,300 tickets, and you get about 6 per hour. So we got to keep doing that for like 200 something more hours. They're getting there. At current rate, they should be done in about a month. Luckily, it's 20-minute AFK, which is so nice. I wish Brighter Shores had something like that. Imagine clicking a few times and then having 20-minute AFK for whatever you're doing. Gotta get those 15-minute aggro potions. Those things would sell for like 100 silver each. Even if it only costs like 40 to make them. Which actually is something I haven't tried in Old School RuneScape. They actually added aggro potions not too long ago. I think they called it potions of goading or something. But it's basically just an aggro potion. Basically, how raid dens work in Brighter Shores, where everything in the room is just always aggressive towards you. They basically do that, but to everything in the entire game, even if they're not normally aggressive. So you basically just stand still for 9 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and do nothing. Then pick up all your loot, and then drink another potion, and then repeat. And just do that indefinitely. As long as you have potions. I'm not sure if they're ever going to add that mechanic, but it basically turns every enemy into a raid den, effectively. As far as the Brighter Shores equivalents. You just don't get Detective XP, it would just be Combat XP only. But it makes everything as AFK as a raid den. For the entire duration of the potion. We don't know if they're going to be adding them in Chapter 6 or not. But I sure hope they do. With whatever Alchemy Part 2 is, or whatever they end up doing for it. Because we don't currently know any of the new potions that would come in if they do a new alchemy at Chapter 6. Or if they expand alchemy by then. Because they got to do something to alchemy. They either got to expand alchemy that already exists, or make a new one. Because the current alchemy is capped at Chapter 5. The way it's currently scaled. And it's very likely that they just make a new one rather than completely trying to put every single chapter in there. Otherwise, by the time we hit Chapter 20, that skill will have a new potion every level. Pretty much. So what will this be? I think this is our second level this stream. As far as fishing. So we're halfway there. And then we'll do the whole mining grind. But yeah, that checks out. At our current level range, we're getting about a level every hour if we dump all XP into fishing. We did the math on it the other stream. Of course, the amount of XP we need every level is going up ever so slightly. It's a rather trivial amount since our knowledge points also scale. So it's not too big of an increase every time. Yeah, we're getting about 1 level an hour then. What about mining will be like? Mining, our tool is 2% better, but the XP rate for what we're doing is probably way worse. Given that we're banking it. Actually, we can kind of figure it out based on, oh, you know what, though? Yeah, the other thing will be slower. You know why? Because right now we're doing pufferfish eel. But when we're doing mining only, I can only do mining only. Which is a bit of a problem. Because I can only do 1 resource, not 2 resources, like we can right now. The other factor is banking is a lot quicker for this. AKA selling them to a shop really quick. Because we gotta walk quite a mile to go do it for mining. I just want to leave them on the ground, but they're way too valuable to scrap like that. It's not that far to get to a bank. Like, it's far enough to hurt our XP rates, but not far enough to not do it. Oh yeah, by the way, we never did get the 209 Forager from all the fishing. I was hoping it would get us a little bit closer to like 207 or 208. Nope. I'm not sure what I'm doing about that. Because grabbing like 5 blood nettle every time we do a century contract for cooking is not gonna cut it. We might actually have to go out of our way at some point to go do like 2-3 hours of foraging. No time soon, but whenever we start running low on 10% pots for this chapter, I'm gonna have to do like 3 hours of foraging at some point. Also, I keep forgetting, so many people on top rank are hidden. It's actually insane how many it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it was as high as 8 at one point. Oh, also, to the other thing we mentioned earlier, in old school RuneScape news, we might actually be starting our membership back soonish. Because there's talks of them adding stackable clue scrolls. And if they do that, I gotta start AFK grinding clue scrolls forever for the rest of the time. Because that actually makes it realistic to go actually start doing them. Because when we were doing the woodcutting grind for 4 months, we lost probably about 1,000 clue scrolls because they're not stackable. So if they eventually end up doing that, that's huge if so. They better be infinitely stackable though. I hope they don't put some kind of weird thing on it or something. Because that'd basically be the equivalence of them not being stackable. But it's probably my favorite mechanic that's ever existed in that game, and I hope he adds it as a natural skill in Brighter Shores eventually. Like a clue hunter skill. And since there aren't any plugins allowed for the game, you know, you wouldn't be able to cheese them. The way I was describing it earlier, if Brighter Shores was to get it, is you would still have to use, like, the telescope, the sextant, everything else to go and figure out where to go. But it'd be like a random tile generator kind of thing. Where it could be, like, literally any tile in the entire game. So you would actually have to interact with all the tools to figure out where on earth it is. You won't just be able to look up a wiki and be like, oh yeah, there it is. Or have a plugin that, like, auto tells you where it is. You're actually going to have to engage with, like, all the clue mechanics. And hopefully they would add some fun puzzles and everything for it. Because that's definitely my favorite mechanic, probably, in all of RuneScape. Is clue scrolls. So it'd be interesting if he ever brings them back to this game. But make it an actual profession rather than just a side activity you do. Because I assure you, we will 500 that skill. If that skill could go to 2,000, we would have 2,500. Honestly, they might even make it a global skill. Oh, could you imagine? A global treasure trail skill? They could make that have a 10,000 cap and I would still get it. It'd be higher than my combat level. I didn't even think about that. They could make that a global skill. Oh, that would be so good. I highly doubt they're doing that anytime soon, if ever. I'm trying to think, how long did it take for clue scrolls to eventually come to the other game first time around? I think it was 3 or 4 years before the first wave of clue scrolls ever hit the game. Oh, but that would be such a good new global skill, though. The treasure hunter skill. Or basically almost any activity you do in the game, you have a small chance of getting like a clue thingy. And then you go do the clue thingy, you get a bunch of loot at the end. Hey, what up, Scully Dirge? What is he early this morning? Oh yeah, isn't the new one out now? Last minute effort, nice, nice. Hey, if you guys want to do the other one earlier, let me know. Because I never know what time you guys are free, but normally I am. The only problem is I don't always keep Discord open. Oh, it happens later tonight? Oh, okay. But yeah, I normally do them like in a public lobby, just mash clicking, just in case we never get around to doing it as a group. I've been doing that lately. But if you guys do it tonight, just poke me and I'll help you guys. I'm not sure if I have something already pre-made for it, though. Because it's a water fighting type. I'm not sure what I have made that would be not horrible against that. Yeah, they last for 1 week instead of 1 weekend, yeah. Yeah, that's something random I'll need to do later as well, if I really want to, for min-maxi purposes in Pokemon games. Is every single one of them that has a Mighty Mark, I should go get all of them a win in PvP. The only problem with that is I would have to go relearn whatever on earth the current state of PvP is. Which I haven't done in like 2 or 3 years now. Honestly, I do not like the terraform mechanic, or whatever it's called, compared to Gigantamaxing. I do not enjoy it as much. Like, it both simultaneously makes less and more of an impact every single fight. I would say out of any gimmick they've added in recent years, is probably my least favorite one. Which is why I didn't do it longer than like a couple months. I was able to get about a few hundred of them with the mark, though. Because every time you win one in max rank PvP, you get a ribbon for it. It's generally considered one of the hardest ribbons to get in modern Pokemon games. Mostly because you have to know what to do for PvP. Because you need to get to basically the highest rank in public lobbies, and then win with it on your team. And some people struggle to even get into max rank. Though a lot of times we were doing it with a 100% win rate. Like the last time we streamed it, we did 100% win rate to max rank, which wasn't too bad. But these days I forget almost how to play. We'd have to like relearn it for like a week. But I think we went like 18-0 or 20-0 or whatever it was last time we went. Oh, yeah, terrestrializing. That was what the mechanic was called. They called it like terraforming. Yeah, terrestrializing was what it was called. No one mentioned it in chat. My brain just eventually got to it. Like, it's probably my least favorite gimmick they've added in a very long time to Pokemon. At least competitively. Casual was kind of fun, but they didn't really utilize it that much in the storyline. As much as they could have. Yep, 10% potion time. Gotta spike up that fishing level. Hey, almost at 9 gold as well. I mean 6. The opposite of 9. Reverse 9. Alright, what do we have? Put that into fishing. Come on, there we go. Put that into fishing as well. Come on, fishing, you're almost there. Just 1 3/4 level to go. Oh, so speaking of PvP Pokemon, I'm still really curious to see what PvP is going to be like for Brighter Shores. I feel like the best class for it is either going to be Hammer Mage or Cryonite. Cryonite because it has a lot of weapon options that are really good with Shield compared to the other classes. Like being the only class with a range primary color weapon that is one-handed instead of two. So if Shield really matters a lot for PvP, Cryonite is best poised to utilize it compared to the other two classes. But it really comes down to what special attacks ultimately end up doing per class, like the differences between them. Because generally burst damage is going to be best for PvP. And I don't see any world where Hammer Mage doesn't get the best burst damage specs. At least relative to the other two classes. Not that the other two classes wouldn't have an option for it, it's just the better ones are probably going to be on Hammer Mage. Kind of like how the better freeze is probably be on Cryonite. Because I do plan on engaging in PvP when it comes out. I just don't plan on farming it. Unless they give you a really absurdly good reason to go farm PvP, I will barely be touching it when it comes out. I'll touch it enough to try it. But we're definitely not like grinding leaderboard or anything like that. Unless they give some really decent unlocks from doing it, either cosmetic or otherwise. Probably would barely touch it until they add more content to it down the line. Generally, when it comes to PvP in any game, I will generally do it to some degree, but I generally don't grind based on PvP. It's something I will always engage in every game, but generally not something I would only play just for that. Like even Pokemon, we play mostly for shiny hunting. I just find it really fun to shiny hunt and then make min-max shinies to go do PvP with. These also helps you do ribbon farming, which is another completionist thing. Because I'm basically a completionist, basically. I like completionist content. I'm not someone who just grinds for the sake of grinding normally. I grind towards completion. So any game that has a lot of completionist content, I like to do. It's one of the reasons why I like Clue Scroll so much in old school RuneScape. Because it's a piece of completionist content that literally 0 people have ever finished in the history of the game. The closest people are years away. Grinding 10 hours per day, they're still years away. Like it's something like impossible to complete, but is like a benchmark of how much you have completed of it. Because realistically, no one's ever going to have 100%. Someone will. It's similar to like 500 all in Brighter Shores, where realistically no one is really supposed to ever try to get it. But you know, some people will. Oh, Shore Central's actually fishing for once. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I've seen him do literally everything but fish. I guess I technically never seen him do combat either, but that's because he's like stuck at level 50. Whatever his fishing level is. He's really trying to push that leaderboard, apparently. Let's see. Where is he? He is fishing level 251. Why is he doing these then? He should have a better option by now. Well, I guess not. I don't think he gets a better option until 269 now that I think about it. Yeah, sorry, 261. He needs 10 more levels before he gets a better option. This is a better option if you need it for cooking, relative to banking and getting the rack space beyond the level that he needs at. So yeah, he doesn't get an upgrade till 261. Which would explain why he's here. He's still never finished Forge or Alchemy yet, though. Oh, maybe he's doing it for the money. Ah, I think I see what he's doing. He's fishing because he needs money for Alchemy. And he's getting tired of doing Chef. Because I think he's at Bacon Hill or whatever they call it. Where you have to do, like, literally just bacon sandwich. Because there's a pretty notorious place in Chef if you skip all fishing. Where literally the only thing you do is do... Yeah, right here. You basically have to bacon sandwich from 3:45 to 4:38. And he's right at the dead zone where bacon sandwich basically falls off. Where you'd want to start moving to, like, puffer eel. I mean, puffer sushimi. Or I think he would switch to that. I'm not sure. So maybe he's trying to grind fishing till he gets to puffer sashimi. Which he has a ways to go. He needs, like, 150 more fishing levels. Because the fish in question is, he's at like 250 right now, and the fish in question is at 384. But that might be what he's doing right now. Just to make chef not take as long. Otherwise you gotta do bacon sandwich for like a billion years. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your question, Big Wee Woo. For the fishing equipment, what should you enchant to level 25 first? Your fishing level is 26. Definitely the rod. When it comes to fishing equipment, there is basically only one piece you ever need, assuming you're doing active fishing, and that is your spear. Sorry, not rod. Whatever you call this. The fishing spear is the only thing you really ever need to upgrade for fishing. There are a few exceptions to this. The biggest two... Well, there's a couple. Basically, you should never upgrade your fishing rod, as the passives for fishing are really, really, really bad, and then the passives for cooking are really, really, really bad. So in the current state of the game, you should never get this above level 0. But the spear is your main tool that you're using, including the one we're using now. You use this for pretty much every active fish in the entire game. There is one other active fish where it does not apply, and that is the net ones, all the co-op fish. You generally only do this for cooking XP. You can upgrade it some, but it's not really worth going too heavy on it. But then there's two that post 200 you start using, which initially is the oyster net and the lobster pot. You only really need these once you get to level 226 for oyster, and I think 331 for lobster is when you start needing them. But these are basically the equivalents of the fishing rod, but better, because they affect your venture. They are the only two ventures in the entire game that can be boosted XP rate rise in the current state of the game, which makes them really, really good because of how time limited they are. So be able to boost them for a lot of extra XP is very, very, very strong, especially when combining that with a 10% potion, because they do stack with each other. But basically, those are the three main tools you would need to upgrade. Spear, pretty much the entire time. Maybe get like 10 levels on your cast net just to have more than none, because it's so cheap, it's like 2 gold or whatever it is. And then at 226, you would eventually need oyster net, and at 331, you would eventually need lobster pot. 225 each. A long story short, get a level 25 spear. That's pretty much the only thing you need. As it's used for all forms of active fishing, other than the co-op fishing, which is like 90% of the profession. Yep, no problem. Though, unlike woodcutting and mining, there are 0 AFK activities that use your spirit percent. But it doesn't really matter because this is a purely active thing. It's one of the reasons why pickaxe is so good to upgrade, as it covers the most amount of things of any skill in the entire game, covering nearly every active and every passive activity. There's one slight downside to spear, though it's one you just have to deal with because it's so good to upgrade, is there are 0 passive activities that the spear works on. Whereas for something like woodcutting, your hatchet level actually does affect one of the AFK activities. It affects the passive that has the axe next to it. So anytime you ever see a passive with an axe next to it, these are all affected by your hatchet's percent. And when it comes to mining, literally all of them are. Other than gold panning. Like every single passive here that you see, minus gold, all get boosted by pickaxe. Every single one of them. It's actually insane. I think it covers like 80% of the entire skill, both active and passive. It's absurdly high compared to an average tool. If you compare it to spear, it only covers like less than 50%. And it only covers active. And when it comes to woodcutting, I think it's closer to like 50-something%. But no, actually worse than that. I think it was like 40% when we did the math earlier. Because even though you get some passives added, there's a lot of actives it doesn't do. Because you need the handsaw or the 2-hand saw or whatever else. Is it worth it to do level 35 and 73 oysters? Generally when it comes to pre-200 ventures, they are worth doing if and only if you don't have a post-200 venture. It's similar to passive activities, where after level 200, they become way, way, way better. For example, once you have a level 200, you should never do a passive activity that is below level 200, ever. And ventures are basically the same way, where they're perfectly fine to do pre-200, but the second you can get 2 of them or more, once we get more slots, that are above 200, you should only ever be doing the ones above 200. But no, if every single one of yours is below 200, yeah, it's perfectly fine to go to the fishing ventures at a lower level. I'll likely be doing that with my 2 alt accounts. I'm slowly getting them to level 39 fishing, so they can start eventually doing double lobster venture, which is only level 39. But because they don't have a post 200 one, it's actually worth doing. But yeah, generally, if you are doing fishing, you should be doing whatever your highest one is, though. So if you have access to both, you know, 39 lobsters and 73 oyster, you should be running 73 oyster. There are a few exceptions to that, like merchant, where sometimes you do it based on the resource, but generally speaking, you should always be doing the highest venture you have access to in a skill, as it gives much better XP. For Forager and Hopeport, should you do the trowel or the pond net first to 25? Use the trowel the most. So out of any of the tools, trowel is definitely the best one to go to. I believe even right now I have a 25-10-10 split. Even though the secateurs would be the next best one to go for, and then after that, the pond net. Also depends on your level range and what you really plan to focus on, but generally trowel is used the most on most routes. Particularly if your only goal is to get to 200, which initially ours was, because we're only going to 209. But if your main goal is just to get to around 200, trowel is definitely the best. There are a lot of areas post 200 where you would use the other 2 tools, though. As well as across your journey, just getting there. But pre-200, you can get away with only trowel upgraded. If your main goal is 200-ish. Or eventually working towards that number. And the main reason for that is potato is pretty much on every route. And there's a lot of sections where you have to do the shell that's on the beach. Pre-200. Post-200 becomes pretty bad, but pre-200 you do it a ton. Because it finally caps out at like level 185. And with the trowel upgrades, it's really good to do. Because it's so close to a bank compared to most of the other foraging supplies. It's actually the closest foraging supply to a bank that can be boosted. Which is really good value overall if you plan on banking them. They make 8% pots as well. They have about 1,000 of them banked, just haven't been using them. I'm planning to use them mostly on alchemy. But I can't do alchemy until we get our passive done to level, what was it, 248. But then we can start doing alchemy again. At which point I'll probably be starting to use the 8% for the first time that we ended up making earlier. Actually, I think I still have another 200 I need to go make. Still never finished my stack yet. From when we did the 200 forager grind. We're like 90% done with the stack. The only thing I haven't been able to touch yet is like the blood nettle. Oh, so hello, bee! Yep, squish squish. But hey, today's the last day we gotta do fishing for about 3 months, if not longer. We basically have completed the fishing skill after today. At least for any immediate grind we would need to do. As even if we run this venture every single day for 3 months, is about when we would need to do fishing again. And then we would need to do like the 300 to 331 grind or something. But even then, I probably wouldn't do it immediately. Like, we could, but I'm not sure if I would. We would have the option to, but it doesn't mean we would immediately go do it. Depends where our chef level is by then. Because there is a point where our chef level actually lags behind our fishing level. For the longest time, it's been the other way around. Where our chef level was too high compared to our fishing level. But if we do the venture long enough while barely touching chef, it'll actually be the other way around. Where my chef level will actually lag behind my fishing level. In which case I wouldn't even need to train the fishing. Other than the actual supplies we need. But beyond that, I wouldn't need to touch it. Which is something I do plan to do occasionally in between the fishing. Even though I said we don't technically have to do fishing for the next 3 months. I'm probably still going to poke it a little bit. Like bank some amount of cod so we have more than 0 in the bank. Bank some amount of Gennard so we have like about 1,000 in case we ever need it for a dish, stuff like that. Or I'm not gonna like farm it, but we do it for like a few hours just to get a good chunk bank so we don't have to pay for them. Because every single fish in question that I just mentioned is over like 10 silver each to go buy. They're pretty pricey. And even though they're far from a bank, you have to walk far to be able to buy them anyway, so it's actually not that far from a bank. When you put into account how far this shop is from a bank. It's actually not that bad. Like, both are far from a bank, but because you have to do that walk anyways if you want the supplies, it's not as bad as it seems. Yep, I meant to have 226 by today, but we're just going to be doing it today. I meant to have it already done, but I kind of was slacking yesterday. Not that I wasn't grinding it, but I was doing it like really AFK-like. Because originally I was trying to have 226 so that we could run the venture today and go straight into mining. We're still going to be doing both. It's just I got to do the fishing grind now, finish what we didn't have done. So right now we're doing 226 fisher, and once we get that, we're doing 262 miner. And then that finally will start tomorrow into our Mines of Matubin arc. I think we finally return to the mines, even though we will be slightly today. But tomorrow is when we truly, truly return to the mines. Like, honestly, I think our next goal, obviously, will be broken up. But I think my next goal after today, not counting any new content that comes out within the next, like, month, is 380 mining, so that we can start running the other venture. But 380 mining and getting smithing to be bigger number. Or like our two biggest goals right now. Then to try to keep up stonemason. Now I'm actually going to be dumping a lot of my knowledge on the stonemason while we do the mining grind. Like pretty much all of it. For one, I need to get to 233 before I could even start doing it again. But even then, I do not have enough stone banked because I've been doing the venture so much to even be able to go and do the next stone. So after I get it to 233 and then process everything we have in the bank, I'm then going to have to do it from like 240-ish all the way to whatever the next milestone is. Which I'm pretty sure is pretty deep. Like, it's not close at all. It's actually pretty far. Let me double check. 233, boom, boom, boom. Right there, granite. Yeah, after 233, I would need to get 267 before I could even do stonemason again. And at absolute best, I have like 238 banked or something. Let's say hypothetically it somehow gets me to 240. Even if it somehow got me to 240, which I think is slightly lower than that, but let's say hypothetically it got us to 240. I would still have to go grind 27 more stonemason levels after that. It's likely to be slightly more than that, almost like 30 levels off of just knowledge and AFK activity. But I don't want to do the AFK activity at that level range because it's a bad one. I don't want to make that many of this pop because it just burns money. But at 240 we start just pure profiting from it again when we make acorns. Or stone acorns, whatever you want to call this. A stone structure of an acorn. Is I want to try not doing the passive activity at all from 220 to 240. I just try to knowledge and manual train it just so we don't burn as much money. For smithing it doesn't matter because you always burn money. But for stonemason I'm trying to dodge where you burn money. Because it's actually dodgeable unlike smithing where you always burn money always, so it doesn't matter when you do it. Whereas for stonemason it does matter when you do the passive or not. Because only one of its 3 passives actually give you any profit. Which is almost like 5 different ones with how many different material there is. But about every 3 ends up cycling back to the one that's good. That being doing the structure. It's like right here we have one, then we have it in another 2, then we have it in another 3, then we have it in another 2, then we have it in another 3, so on and so forth, then we have it in another 3, then another 2, then it ends. That's the last one that's good. Whereas smithing is just bad all in a row. And bone right is just good all in a row. There's not a single bad bone right AFK. There's also some that are so good that we basically have to do it for the entire duration. The next one coming up for that is bone mail. This is going to be used for builder AFK. And not just any builder AFK. This is the first post 200 builder AFK. So not only is it builder AFK, but it's actually like good EXP rate builder EXP. Like something we would legitimately be doing. Whereas the pre-200 ones we probably wouldn't be. But this resource is really absurdly good. And when player trading comes out, if this isn't sold at a shop, this thing is worth so much. Like, I'm not sure how much it is to buy it, but let's say it's like 15 or 20 from the AFK activity. unless like a shop doesn't sell it. This thing is worth like 50 each. If the supply to go in AFK is like 15 silver, this thing's like 40, 50 each probably. For when that chapter ends up coming out. Like they're worth their weight in gold. Assuming you can't just outright buy from a shop. I assume you will be able to, but if it is, it's probably pretty pricey from the shop. Kind of like how forensic potions are. Where, yeah, you could buy it from the shop, but they're so expensive that you're pretty much never doing that. And there's a good chance cement will be like that, where maybe your shop will stock it, but it's probably better to get it through the AFK activity than it is to buy it outright from the shop because it's so expensive. We don't currently know yet, though. We won't know until Chapter 5 releases. Are your tools fully enchanted? No. I have not gotten 25 all yet. There's still a few key tools I haven't gotten there. The two most noteworthy ones are the two co-op tools of the net and the two-handed axe for woodcutting. They're both level 10 instead of 25. Other ones include all the passives we eventually need for fishing. You don't ever need to do rod, but you do have to do the other two. Luckily, this one will be maxed by the time we finish out this fishing grind, so we'll have it done at perfect timing. But the lobster one I'll have to do later once we get closer to 331 Fisher. Beyond that, as far as useful tools, Forager, I still need a 25 all. Most notably probably doing Secutors next and Pond Net. But the main reason I haven't been is the thing at 209 does not get boosted at all. So I figured we don't need it for a while, since I'm not really focusing on Forager, so I kind of put that on the back burner. One thing I will need pretty soon is the level 25 sickle. I currently only have level 10. We need that level 248, I think it was, 248 or 246, somewhere around there. We need that for Gatherer in the somewhat near future, for when we go make plus 80 Cryonite pots. That is 2 potions from now as far as when we need it. Technically 3, but when counting potent potions, it's 2 potent potions away from our current alchemy level. So we're going to need that in a somewhat near future. Depends how much we AFK alchemy. As we're currently in a super big AFK zone, which I haven't been doing yet. I haven't even touched it yet. Because we gotta go from like 229 to 238 or whatever it was, or 248, somewhere around there. But anyways, beyond that, what other tools have I not upgraded yet? Wood cutting, I just haven't done the two-hand saw. I also haven't done the AFK activity, but realistically, if I'm doing any of the AFK activity, I'm probably just using the hatchet. So I'm probably going to be skipping any that ever use tree loppers. So there's a good chance, other than just buying a tool, I'm not going to be doing anything at all with tree loppers. It's just not worth going and upgrading a tool where you could just simply do the hatchet ones. Because we can still do boosted wood cutting if we ever needed it. For example, our next one is at 225. I could do 225 and 242 using the hatchet percent of 30% rather than using our loppers, which are currently at 15%. And even if we got them up, they'd be at 25% instead of 30%. So they'd still be 5% worse compared to if we just did the axe AFK. I'm not sure if I would be doing this woodcutting AFK, but if we were to do it, I would only be doing the hatchet-related ones. So 225, 302, 379, and 447 ranges. But beyond that, I don't plan to actually use any that use the loppers. The downside of that is you don't get any free carpentry AFK. The upside of that is you get better XP per hour. Not by much, but your hatch is more likely to be upgraded, and it makes it so you never need to upgrade loppers ever. So we're just kind of skipping them. Beyond that, what else? Mining, we gotten our pickaxe to above the level we needed. I'm just ignoring the gold pan because you just never really need it. And just using pickaxe for everything as it works on nearly every active and passive activity. So yeah, it's really strong. By far the strongest tool in the game. It's the only one I gotten above 25. And then for detective, I think there's like one AFK thing I need to go upgrade. Currently, even though it shows a symbol here, you cannot currently boost wanted posters. Even though it shows a symbol as if you can, you currently cannot. I even checked yesterday after the update, and yeah, it doesn't. So, yeah, I have the two that are relevant. This AFK activity used occasionally. I got to level 10 because I was using it some, but you don't tend to use it too much. There's like 2 or 3 dead zones post 200 where it's like not horrible to use. But, yeah, unfortunately you can't upgrade these. Otherwise it would have ages ago to 25. Even though it shows a symbol as if you can, it can currently not be upgraded. Not sure if they're ever going to change that in the future. But it's one weird thing. It's the only one that shows up in that menu that says it can be upgraded, but actually cannot be upgraded at all. Hopefully it'll change that at some point. Because it looks really misleading. Because currently the only venture in the entire game you could boost are the Oyster venture, which is this one, and the Lobster venture. Which is what we're trying to get right now, and 1.5 more levels of the Oyster venture right now. But they're the only 2 ventures in the game right now that can be boosted. Every other one can't. Because the mining venture does not use your pickaxe. And the wanted poster one looks like it can be upgraded, but it doesn't let you. So even though it visually looks like you can, the game doesn't let you upgrade it. Which makes the only venture that can be boosted being fishing then. And of course, merchant venture can't be upgraded because there's no tools for merchant at all. But yeah, 25 is basically max level. You can look at 25 or 50 basically as max level for a tool. 25 in the current economy of the game is realistic max. However, 50 is basically actual max, but it's in the current state of the game, it's pretty much never worth doing. The only time you would ever do that is if moneymakers get like way better in the future. Or if you do things in a way where you do all the moneymakers first. Like if you start your account by doing 500 merchant and 500 leatherworker and 2,500 combat. But if you're doing anything that isn't that route, it is probably never worth getting 50 tools. Unless you're literally hitting every moneymaker first. But if your target isn't to hit every moneymaker first, you should be pretty much 25 is max. Yeah, technically 100 is max, but you should never, ever, under any circumstance, even if you have like 10 platinum, you should never, ever go for 100. If you do the math on EXP, you are better off chugging a 10% potion literally every 2 minutes than to use any tool above level 50. But yes, it does technically go deeper than 50. It goes to 100. But you should never, ever, under any circumstance, go above 50. There's literally 0 situations you should ever level above 50 once. There's 2 reasons for that. One is the price is astonishingly high, but it's also when it goes from 0.2% to 0.1%. So one of the reasons why 25 is so good is you get 0.4% for every single level up to level 25. Then from 25 to 50, you get 0.2%. But then onwards from that, 50 to 100, you only get 0.1% per level. And it is absurdly not worth the price. Because, of course, the price is still scaling the entire time. Like, every single upgrade, you're paying, like, 6, 7, 8 gold for, like, a 0.01% chance. I mean, a 0.1% extra bonus. But in most circumstances, especially if you have trading enabled, but honestly, even if you don't have trading enabled, it is actually cheaper to go and get the alchemy level for a 10% potion. Buy the supplies at full price from the shop. Make the 10% potion. And then use the 10% potion every 2 minutes, which is something you don't normally do. You normally just use it on knowledge. But it is better to go and buy the supplies from the shop, make the potion, use them every 2 minutes than it is to upgrade a tool above level 50. It still comes out to be cheaper. Even if you paid maximum price for every potion, it is still cheaper than getting a tool to 100. It's something I hope they fix in the future, because they mentioned that they don't have any plans on making tools useful. Like, you know, the level on them. Like, their whole point is just to give you extra XP. And if that's their current stance on, you know, those tools, there is no reason to ever get them above 50. Even if you had infinite cash, or near infinite cash. Like, if you had 100 platinum, I don't even think it's worth it. Compared to what other things you could be putting into. Is Leatherworker still the best money? Yes. In the current state of the game, the only thing that might be competing with it right now is level 2000 combat. I'm not sure what the money per hour from 2000 combat is right now. And currently, Cryo Knights get the best DPS at that combat range because the last enemy currently weak in the game. Though this will change when Stonewall Hill comes out. But currently, the weakest enemy in the game is weak to blue. Like, the highest level enemy currently weak in the entire game. Like, you know, of the highest level enemy that you can kill based on current striping, it is a blue weak enemy. So Cryo Knights get to kill it slightly quicker. But beyond that, yeah, I'm not sure what the profit per hour is. Whatever it is, it's slightly higher for Cryo Knights. Which the one of the two, if not both of them, are a Cryo Knight. So they're in a pretty good position. But I'm not sure. You would have to ask them. I'm not sure what the money per hour is at 2000 combat right now. Killing jellies as a Cryo Knight. Because one of the two that did max is a Cryo Knight. I'm not sure if both of them are, but one of them is. So whatever this person's money per hour is might be higher than leatherworker. There's like one person in the whole game that might have better money per hour than level 500 leatherworker with 500 merchant. And it's this one right here. I'm not sure if both of them were cryonite or not, but I know for sure psychotic is. Because we saw them get 2,000 basically. Or not saw them, but they were at like 199. Or, you know, 1999, you know what I mean. Like, they were one level away at that point when we saw them. But I know for sure they're a cryonite. So whatever their profit per hour is on blue weak jellies is the highest money you can make per hour from combat right now. I just have no clue what that number is. Not even sure if they know, because they were only on jellies probably for like 5 to 10 hours. It's not like they had to farm it for dozens of hours. They might not have even gotten a single 4-star from it. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to try to get some 4 stars or something. Because I'm not sure if they have a level 2000 weapon yet or not. Or 1990 if it doesn't go that high. So above 50 is flex? No, above 50 is basically burning cash for no reason at all. Is basically what a level 50 tool is. Though someone will eventually make a joke out of it and get a level 69 tool. Someone's gonna get like level 69 handcuffs or something. Yeah, level and a fourth to go. We're almost there. No, we won't be running the venture until tomorrow, though. Because tonight I'll go run these normally one more time. And then going into tomorrow, we'll be doing, we'll go set up the Oyster venture then for the first time. Because I want it to be midday, not in the middle of the night, whenever we have to reset it. That way we can get our dopamine hit every day during the stream. Rather than having to wait. The other reason is because I'd eventually have to sleep at a weird time. And I don't want it constantly creeping later and later. Which we'll do regardless, but it'll less so happen if we do it midday. We're almost out of XP pots. We're actually going to run out during this grind, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, maybe not, because the few times that we throw a 10% pot, you probably get to throw 2 more 10%s. Oh no, it's going to be close. The problem is I think I'm going to run out, but I'm going to run out in a way where I only need like a few more. It's going to be such a small amount, I don't think it's worth going and getting them. Like, I'm going to run out in a way where I'm going to be like 5 to 10 short. Like, a number so small, it's probably not even worth the time to go and grab them, even though it's so close by. Unless I'm going to go do some chef bounties. Which we got to do a really hefty run over to Century already. They got like a 21 item pickup there. If I scrap the, well, not scrap, but if we ignore the 9 Tigerfish wing thing. I believe it's like 21 items there we gotta go bring. It's definitely worth it though. Century could tell me to go bring any item and I will bring it there. It is so much value. Like, it's telling me to go bring 10 oyster and I will gladly bring it there. Actually, you know one thing that's really nice about the oyster venture? The venture ones actually pay you out really good when you do them for a cooking contract. Like, these things, if you buy everything from the shop, cost about 7 or 8 silver each. Even when we turn in 10, we're still making a profit on them. Even if you don't do the venture and buy them from the shop, you're still making a profit. As the lemon juice is about 1 silver, slightly under. And the oyster is like a 6.4. So it's basically like a 7.3. And we're profiting like an extra 3 silver each. Like 3 point something silver profit each. And that's if you buy everything from the shop. That's not even counting if you get it from the venture. In which case you make even more money. Which of course we'll eventually be getting once we get to level 226. If we could ever get there. So eventually we'll be getting them for free instead of 6.4. Also, oddly enough, that was one thing they didn't price hike when they ended up changing all the values. They did not end up making lobster or oyster more expensive. Oh, sorry, 6.6. Okay, maybe they did make it more expensive. Never mind. I thought it was 6.4 before. Maybe I'm just remembering the wrong item. Alright, maybe they did price hike them slightly, but it was only like a few hundred copper. It was barely anything. Yeah, maybe they did adjust them, because I could have sworn they were 6.4, but now they're 6.6. So maybe they were slightly price hiked, now that I think about it. Now I'm just remembering the wrong number. If they were price hiked, it was by such a trivial amount, though. Yeah, Leather Worker makes a lot of money at high level range. At the highest possible range, you're making like 8 gold an hour or something. But I'm pretty sure level 2000 combat might make more than that. Especially if you get a 3-star or 4-star in a given hour. As a 3-star at that level range is probably over 1 gold. Just in that one 3-star alone. And a 4-star is probably like almost 3 gold or something. Probably even more than that. And that's not even counting what you could sell it to for a player or two. That's just what you could scrap it for. Meaning the absolute lowest you could ever get for is that number. Like if you're playing Iron Man or if you're, you know, you just want to scrap it outright. Because when trading comes out, and you have trading enabled, you will always be able to potentially, well, maybe not always, but you know, any single item that you sell will bare minimum sell for more than what you can sell for to the shop. Like, I can't think of a single item in the game that's really going to be that much different than that. Especially when it comes to gear and everything. Just because of how quick it is to sell it. There are some exceptions for some pieces of gear, though. Or some pieces of items. But nothing should ever be worse than their sell value to a shop, with a few exceptions. But when it comes to gear, it's literally impossible for it ever to be, because how quickly you can sell 24 at a time. Over and over again. So if something is worth, let's say, 500 silver... Like, the bare minimum you'd sell it for at a player market's like 600 silver. There might be situations where something isn't worth selling, of course, and it's just better to scrap it quickly. But when it comes to gear, nothing will ever sell for worse than whatever its sell value is. Because if it does, then you might as well just sell it to the shop then. There's only going to be a few select things that are actually going to be worth buying, though. Because people who want really min-maxy weapons are going to want, like, really high roll on elemental percent. Or potentially even perfect roll. It's honestly probably the first thing we do once we get 500 smithing. I want to go make, like, a perfect 500 weapon. Or, you know, 2500 weapon, I mean. Will we ever use it anytime soon? I have no clue. Probably not. I want to have it for the sake of having it. Even if we can't use it ourselves anytime soon. That's one really big issue with a really high tier gear in the current state of the game, though. Like, what's the market for it? Like, let's say, hypothetically, that the people who have 2000 combat right now are stockpiling 4 stars at level 1990 or 2000, whatever they're dropping at. But let's say they're like stockpiling all the 4 stars and even some of the 3 stars. Like, what on earth are you using it on, though? Like, who's buying it? Because you're 50% of the people who could currently even use the item. Like, yeah, there'll be more people by then, obviously. But by then, like, let's say chapter... One thing that's kind of interesting is, let's say, hypothetically, chapter 5's in 2 months from now. Like, they're going to release it, like, the end of May. So, like, 2.5 months from now. Like early June, late May, around there. Let's say hypothetically that's when they're doing it. It might be, it might not be. But for this example, let's just say it's coming like late May, early June. 2.5 months, the amount of people who can wield a 2000 weapon is like 10 people. We're talking like 10 people total. In the entire game. Yeah, that's another factor too. There's gonna be so few people who can do the combat rush when the next chapter comes out. Because the amount of people, like let's say someone wants to go rush for 2500 combat when the new update comes out. Or you know, when the new chapter comes out. That's gonna be so hard to do. Because your amount of competition is going to be so low. Like, the amount of people that are going to have that is like 10, maybe 15 at best, who could even try competing for it. Because there's two things you would want to ideally have done before then. Obviously 2000 combat, that's the obvious one. But you would also want to have at least 500 production in whatever your main weapon making skill is. So obviously for a Cryo Knight, that would be smithing. Because right now it's actually impossible to get any gear above 2000 if you don't craft it yourself. I guess the other side to that is wait until trading comes out. In which case that would fix every issue. If you wanted to be like combat only. But of course trading is not out yet. We don't currently know when it's coming out. Based on what they currently said, it looks like it's months away. But now that they're like doubling their dev team, who knows, maybe it's coming out earlier than expected. If it looks like they want to ramp up production. Have an update more than once a month. But now they're getting there. I just realized I've been talking for like 10 to 15 minutes on that one tangent. That's happens sometimes. So I'll ask like one single question and we go over like a half an hour tangent on that question. Hey, we're almost there. A level and a fourth to go. You're more excited for the Easter event? I think the most thing I'm excited for in the next few months is the combat tree. Like what on earth they end up doing for combat tree and special attacks. Like I'm almost looking forward to that more than Stonewall Hill. The main thing with Stonewall Hill that I'm looking forward to is Builder good or not? Like how good or bad Builder is basically defines your chapter. Because the only thing that chapter has otherwise is Delver, which is just, you know, gathering part 3. Or Armor Maker. Which Armor Maker is just going to be basically less rewarding weapon production from chapter 3. Like, yeah, you need armor, but it's not as impactful as your weapon. Especially when that weapon has a special attack on it. So there's a good chance that if Builder is bad, chapter 5 could actually be really underwhelming. As at least from a skill perspective, it's the only skill that would really matter too much. Not that the other two are useless, it's just they're just really similar to what we already have. One just weapons instead of armor, and the other, which is less useful anyways. And then the other is the third version of, you know, picking stuff up from ground. Though in all fairness, of the picking stuff up from ground skills, it is likely poised to be one of the better ones in the game, if not the absolute best. Or Forager is the worst, Gatherer will probably be in the middle. Or even the best, but depending on how Delver is. And Delver is either going to be the best or second best. Like, it's going to be better than Forager, but probably worse than Gatherer, most likely. Just because Gatherer is used for weapons. It is about where it's probably going to be. Better than Forager, but worse than Gatherer. At least from a byproduct perspective of what you get from it. It is likely to be used in Builder. We already know it's going to be used for Armor Maker, which means every single class needs it if you want 4-star armor. Guardians in particular are needing it a lot more. Similar to how Guardians need Gatherer a lot more than other skills. That's basically their mining profession. But now they have 2 mining professions, Gatherer and Delver. Good luck. Though of course you get a bunch of alchemy supplies and stuff too, but gosh, most of the alchemy supplies you do not use for a while. 470 and 490 is kind of crazy. Also, one thing that is going to make the mining grind go a little bit longer. I'm actually not going to be dumping mining XP into mining. when we do mining. It's actually going to be going into stonemason. There's going to be a reoccurring theme whenever we do the entirety of the 500 mining grind. Unlike some other grinds that we've been doing, like gather into gather and fisher into fisher, I will not be dumping mining XP into miner. It's mostly because our pickaxe is upgraded so much, and because I actually need the supplies that we're getting from it at literally every single level range. So, yeah, we're going to be dumping into stonemason most of the time. Like, almost the entire time it'll be into stonemason to keep it up. Eventually, I might even need to put into smithing way down the line. But at least initially, it's mostly just going to be stonemason. To try to catch it up to our smithing level, into our mining level, into our everything level. Because it's very far behind right now. Like, even at my current mining level, I need 233 to even process what we're doing. And then by the mining level we'll probably have by a week from now, we're going to need like 267 or whatever it was. Yeah, 267 on the dot. 2 goals that we are very far away from with our current 219. It's going to be 220. The main reason for doing it as stonemason is, for one, our current AFK activity is about to be dead at 220. It's the one that burns money rather than profits. So we're at a really bad time to do the passive where it's way better to dump knowledge into it. But the other reason is, unless I want to buy stuff from the shop, I quite literally can't train it again until level 233. Unless I want to go buying something at a lower level range, which is super not worth it. It's honestly something you should pretty much never do in the current state of the game, even though some people do. You should pretty much never use pass action to get a lower tiered material. I can't think of a single situation where it's worth doing compared to just buying it from the shop. It's better just to do your highest tier material, and if you truly need more of a lower tier, just buy it from the shop. Or from player trading when it comes out. You should pretty much never be doing anything that's a pass action. Oh, the 500 miner is doing fishing right now. That's interesting. I don't see too many of those. People who did 500 mining who aren't like literally mines and bitumen mains. Some people just really like mining. Like they did 500 mining but then didn't bother doing smithing or stonemason. It could just be that they're gathering pure though. And mining was just one of the gatherings that they did. I wonder if anyone's playing that way. Doing gathering only. Focusing on fisher, forager, gatherer, woodcutting, miner. And I guess technically merchant, if you consider it as one. I'm not sure if anyone's playing that way. Like basically doing no production but only doing gathering skills. The only thing that's bad about doing that in Brighter Shores is tool upgrades. As most gathering skills don't directly make that much money other than merchant. If you count that as one. But most gathering skills don't really generate that much money. Especially if you're saving the material. You know, and not selling it or dropping it. In which case, you don't have enough to afford your tool upgrades. It's actually really efficient to save gathering for last in this game, as weird as it seems. Not like last, you still want it to upkeep your production. But you want to do all the money-making skills first if you really want to be efficient at it. Like merchant, combat, leatherworker, stuff like that, detective. Like all those skills absurdly high or even max before you bother doing all the gathering skills. Just so you get more XP. Because in the long term, it would save hundreds of hours doing that first. If you went for 2,500 combat, 500 merchant, 500 leatherworker, and 500 detective before doing any gathering skill, it'd probably save you at least 100 hours compared to doing it the other way around. Like 100 hours less that you would have to gather stuff. Like just the extra 10, like the extra 2% we gave our pickaxe when we made it go from 30% to 32%. Just that 2% alone, I believe, saves us 8 hours, roughly. And that's just 2%. That's not even counting like 10%, 20%. Or actually, you would never get 20%. That'd be way too expensive, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not even counting any of the other numbers. 15% is basically the highest you can ever get, though. Because that's when you start going into above level 50 category, which we explained quite extensively earlier. It is extremely not worth it. Or realistically, 50% is... sorry, 15% is the highest it ever goes. Realistically. Alright, one more level. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. And we will be dumping all this knowledge into fishing, of course. This is something we should have had done tomorrow, but we're finally going to have done now. And then over to mining. And then we start our Mines of Matuban arc. No, the true Mines of Matuban arc starts tomorrow. We will be poking it today, though. To 262. But the true mining arc starts tomorrow. Where we need to start getting like 30 to 50,000 Flantiums. You know, just a small grind of mining for like a week straight. Not counting any updates that happen between then. As we will have a new quest or two within that time. As well as whatever other small things they pop out. Which of course any days that those come out we will do extensively the day they come out. And then based on their schedule before, it looks like combat, skill tree, and special attacks are the next big thing. After they add a few quests to the game, likely 2. But it's gonna feel weird saying goodbye to fishing for a while. After we've been doing so much of it recently. Between the 200 all grind and then now. Because we were still doing the 200 all grind for it, like, what, a few weeks ago. Because we were doing 2004 Skeep that one day. That was like, what, 3 weeks ago? Like, the only time we really have to revisit it is just to keep up with Chef. Like a few hundred cod, maybe 1,000, about 1,000 Gennards. This one we can kind of almost ignore. Honestly, we really don't need to go back to it till like 305. Is around when we would basically be forced to have to do fishing properly again. As the venture would just fall too far off by that point. We'd also be close enough to the new venture that'd be worth grinding for. Is if we really power grinded it, we can go from 305 to 331 in 3 days. If that was literally all we did for 3 days. Which would definitely be worth it for the better XP rate by that point. We'd have to do that grind for a long while though. We're talking a time frame of like over 4 months or something. I do have to say, the main grind I've been missing, though, is mining smithing. So that we can finally be back into it tomorrow is going to feel nice. Out of any grind we haven't been able to do for ages, is the one I'm looking forward to the most to get back into. Though I was pleasantly surprised when we were doing Merchant that one day. It kind of reminded me, Merchant is the best skill in the game. That hasn't changed. We just have a love-hate relationship with it. But it is still the best skill in the game. Both as far as the usefulness and just how it's laid out. It's definitely my favorite skill. I just hate training it. It's such a good skill, which is why I never do it. Up, 10% time. I think this is our second to last double 10%. And you know what? It looks like we are going to have enough. Look at that. We have like 20 of these potions left. Watch, we're going to be like 1 or 2 short. There's no way we're not just ever so slightly short. I'm not going to bother going just to get 3 potions though or something. It's not worth it to get 2 or 3. If we still need like 10, that'd be a different story. But for a few of them, it's not going to really matter. We'd lose more time going and get them from the shop than it would be to even just use, or you know, not use any at all. Also, worst comes to worst, we could drink the 10% potion. A little overkill if you're not using a knowledge point for it, but hey. It is an option. Now wait till we move a little closer. Alright, there we go. Yeah, one more 200% meter, and that should be level completed. And then we'll go run the venture in 20... What is that math? 22 hours from now. Midday tomorrow. Is we'll wait till these go down, run them one last time. And then tomorrow on stream we'll finally start the 226 venture that we just unlocked in the next hour. And after we go unlock that in the next hour, we're off to mining. Mines and Matubin's grind, engage. I'm really going to have to hate doing these last few andesite levels, though. I've been trying to wait it out with the mining venture, but yeah, it's finally time to manually grind the last few levels. The biggest issue with it is it's no longer worth killing the tentacles because of how striping works, and because the drop that it has now is nerfed into the ground compared to what it had. It now drops, I believe, the 7% mining potion, whereas before it dropped the best fear potion in the game, which is a huge nerf to its drop table. Actually, out of any enemy in the entirety of Mines of Matubin, is the one that received the biggest nerf, I would say. The one that received the biggest buff is the Wraiths, where they went from having nothing in their secondary drop table to the best potion in the game for Mines of Matubin. So they got the biggest buff, and Tentacles got the biggest nerf. Particularly the high-level Tentacles. Particularly even just all of them. So I just realized something funny as well. The 2 enemies that are immune to green in Hope Forest got the best drops for Hope Forest. Because I was comparing it in my brain to what Mines of Matubin has been switched to, which is weak to blue and yellow, which is great for Cryonite. So it was great for Cryonite before, and now it's great for Cryonite now. But I never realized till just now. Hope Forest actually got nerfed into the ground for Guardians. Because the 2 best drops that are there, the 2 35% potion materials, they both drop from something immune to green. One's immune to green and is weak to yellow, which is a damage type Guardian doesn't even have as melee. It doesn't even own a yellow melee weapon. And then the other one is immune to green while being weak to burning, which is fine for them. But the other one is immune, or is weak to something that they don't even have access to, at least for melee. So yeah, Guardians got nerfed pretty hard for Chapter 2, compared to how good they were before. Whereas Cryonites are still amazing for Mines of Matubin. As the things with the 2 best drop tables are things they have good weapons for. Oh, so Hammer Mages are the same way for Chapter 4, by the way. The best 2 enemies to kill there are Spike Ball and, what you call it? Spike Ball and, that one beast that looks like a fox. It's like a spectral creature that's in the swamp. The one all the way to the east. I forget what it's called. But those 2. Spike Ball and big spectral doggy. Because the Spike Ball is weak to yellow and the other thing's weak to green. Which is the exact same situation that Cryonite has for Chapter 3. Where the blob is weak to blue and the other thing is weak to yellow, which they both have access to. But it's the same premise for Hammer Mage for Chapter 4. For the best fear potion. Whereas Cryonites get the 10% potion for Minds of Matubin. I'm not sure what Guardians get. They kind of just get gypped. Poor Guardians. They really just want no one to be Guardian. But yeah, Guardians got heavily gypped there. At least with the most recent alchemy changes. As for Hammer Mages, they benefit the most from Chapter 4 now, which they already did before. Cryonites gain the most benefit for Chapter 3, which they already did before. And like the one area that Guardians were really good in of Chapter 2 just got nerfed into the ground as far as the better alchemy supplies. Not only are they worth less, unlike the other areas, they're now worth more. So not only are the alchemy supplies there worth less compared to how much they were worth, it's like the only one that went down rather than up. But on top of that, they're both immune to green. Which of course is very bad for the class that does green damage. And they don't even have a melee weapon for 1 to 2 that's immune to green, as it's weak to yellow. And they have no yellow melee. At least not until the next combat change, where they can use a Hammer Mage weapon. I'm still really curious how proficiency will end up working once they add it. It's going to need to be a really big percent for it to be worth it. As I believe they mentioned default was going to be 30%. AK, you're never, ever, 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 ever going to use it. But there are some rare circumstances in the current state of the game, if it's 80% or higher, where you would end up using it. Particularly 90% or higher. And it's mostly with the melee weapon that you don't have access to. So for Cryonite, that's a green melee. For Guardian, that's a yellow melee. And for Hammer Mage, that'd be a blue melee. So the only use case for that is, like a Cryonite might end up using the 2-hand green weapon from Guardian. Guardian would end up using the big hammer from Hammer Mage. And Hammer Mage would end up using the big blue 2-hand from Cryonite then. They'd have to bare minimum be 80% proficient though. Ideally 90% or better. Anything lower than that, they're probably not worth it compared to just using range and just normal combat. Well, we'll have to see. I just thought there was another fish there, apparently not. So come on, 2/3 of fishing level, you're almost there. Grind that should have been done tomorrow, I mean yesterday. It's a grind that should have been done yesterday. That's going to be done today that we won't technically start using until tomorrow. Go figure. What a chain of events. Well, we'll finally be there after today. Also, gosh, well, look at that mixed match outfit right there. Hammer mage legs, guard body, guard helm. Oh gosh. Hopefully we'll get some new gear soon. It's one of the reasons why I have most of the gear hidden on my 2 alts right now. Like, it drives me crazy how bad some of the low tier armor looks, especially when it's all mixed match. Luckily at a higher level range you can get a little bit better synergy. Which is why we normally keep it on our main account. But at lower level range you're changing it out way too often. As well as just looking less elaborate in general. Yeah, the last 15 potions. No, we should make it in time. We should be fine. We do want to get one more double though. Like one more time we get to use the 10%. Because I'm going to use the 10% on only 1 level, which I guess we could. It's not awful to do it, I just try not to a lot of times. The other alternative is go do a cooking run real quick. Because we can turn everything except for 1. And you use that 10% to get like a double. Because honestly, I might just do that. That would also give us an opportunity to go get some pots if we wanted to. I don't think I'm going to, but we could. We shouldn't need it though. Hello, Krynak. Welcome, welcome. How and well? How goes the fish impaling? Pretty good. We are half of a level until we never need to stab a fish for a couple months. Not counting what we need for cooking contracts. But beyond that, we get about 3 months without doing any fishing. Other than the venture. And cooking contracts. So I guess we're still technically doing fishing, but you know what I mean. As far as the stabby, we don't need stabby anything for a while. Because even the next fish I need to catch is co-op drift net. It's not actually stabby. And I should only need a few hundred of them for contracts. We don't plan to do that many COD contracts. Mostly because they require a really annoying potato. It's the potato I ended up deciding to get almost none of. Which makes it really awkward to try doing. Because I think even if I bank the cod, it would still cost me like 7 silver each to make. Even if I bank the cod ingredient. It's actually insane how much it costs relative to what you get out of it. Let me double check. What is its sell price? Because whatever it is way too low. I don't think I've ever bothered checking with Chef. I can see real quick. Since we don't need the Fisher page anymore. Though I do want to check one thing on the Fisher page real quick. How much did we get from the venture? Does it show us? What category would it be in? Here it is. Oh, that's a big juicy drop. Oh. And 10% bonus and whatever bonus we have on our thing. There's almost a 1 mil drop each. Oh, that is so good. Keep in mind, it's 24-hour, though, instead of 12-hour. Which is why that number looks so much more compared to our mining one that was like 430k or whatever it was. But yeah, that's still really good, though. And it's not even putting into account any boost that we're going to have, of which we're going to be 20% boosted. Oh, no, even more. Because we're going to be 25% boosted by the time we get to a few more levels. Because we get the Oyster net then. Ooh, okay, that's going to be good. I kind of forgot about that too. After 5 more levels after this level, so 6 more levels I guess from now, 5.5, we get another 5% for it, for 25% total. The base 15% and then the 10% potion. And the 10% potion works on the 15%, so it's almost close to like a 25 point something percent chance. Or percent extra. It's close to like 25.3 or whatever it is. Because the 10% works on the 15%. So technically we're getting an extra... Wait, is that one extra 1.5? That's actually pretty huge. Because it's 10% of 15%, which means we should be getting around 26.5% extra XP then, roughly. As the 10% also applies to the 15%. Because potions apply after everything. There's something that was changed, I think, within the first month of the game. It didn't do that at launch, but they made a lot of tweaks to it. And with the tweaks that are finally in the game at the moment, it effectively allows your potion percent to stack on top of all tool percents. So if you currently have like 30% tool percent and you use a 10% potion, you're basically getting an extra 3% on your 30%, in the sense that the 10% is also applying on top of the 30%. Like, it's not 40% extra. The 10% is also applying to the 30% extra that you have. So it's basically doing an extra 10% on the 30% as well. Not additively, but multiplicitly. So it's still doing the full 10%, but then also the bonus on your bonus. Which is really good. Before it wasn't doing that. It was changed a few weeks into the game. But it's really, really strong for gathering tools. Because you basically get to double stacker percent. With the percent affecting the other percent even more. You might add that to your goals list? Yes. This venture is the most strongest venture in the game. As it's the only venture that can be upgraded. It also has the most accessible 10% potion. But it's by far the most broken venture. It's something I probably should have done months ago, to be honest. But we're finally getting it done today and starting it tomorrow. But 226 Fisher is the strongest, or the start of the strongest venture in the game. Because that's when you have the 4 times multiplier, and it's also when you probably have everything aligned to do it perfectly. Like at least a level 25 net for it. You'll probably have 10% potions by then. And that's also when they get 4 times more effective because they're post 200. Yeah, it's currently the strongest venture in the game. All fishing ventures post 200. With 226 being the starting point of it. This could change in the future, but right now they're the strongest, at least from our XP perspective. As far as a loot perspective, they're okay. But the real value is not necessarily from the loot, but more so from the XP drop. Is they give the most amount of contribution of any venture. It's mostly because all the bonuses that you can stack on top of each other. Also, you get 2 ventures for the price of 1. Because at 226, you get access to 2 of them, not 1 of them. So it's not like other things where you need to get like a double objective, like our 284 detective and our 231 mining to be able to do what we're doing now. For fishing, it's just double 226. You don't need to get 2 skills up, only 1. Oh, you're trying to get 100 all for your crafting equipment? Nice. Yeah, it's really useful. 100 goes to, what, 500 right now? And 200 from before, you know, reaching the max level. Or, you know, when I say max, but you know what I mean. Realistic max. But 200 goes all the way to 1,000. Like, if I only had 200 productions across all 3 of them, I would still have too high a production level. Which is actually kind of crazy before compared to before. Because before, when I was doing watch person, my 270 smithing couldn't even support the highest weapon I could use. Because I think I ended by like 275 watch person. So 270 wasn't high enough. But in the current state of the game, we are way too far ahead. We did the math earlier. We have enough to make 4 stars up to like 1,100 something. I'd basically have to go 500 my combat, essentially, with how much time it would take. Before I would hit a point where my production wouldn't be able to make a 4-star weapon for it. Like the amount of time it would take wise. Because we have to get like 300 something post 200 levels. Which is the equivalent of pretty much maxing any skill here. And that's how long our current crafting lasts us for. It doesn't even account for how far we can go with smithing. That's just how far we can go with 4-star weapon. Smithing goes even deeper than that. But yeah, honestly, that's one of my main goals in the near future. It's kind of always been a goal of ours, though we've taken many tangents along the way. But I want to be able to make all of our weapons for the entirety of the combat grind. Has been one goal we've been wanting to work towards for a while. And we technically get to start it again today, and officially by tomorrow, unless they drop the quest tomorrow, in which case we're hard pivoting to the quest. But assuming we're not getting the quest tomorrow is like the true start of our back to Mines of Matubin all-in grind. We were doing a little bit, then we took a tangent into 200 all. And now we are returning. As soon as we get this fishing level. There's still other grinds we're going to need to do along the way, though. One of the more noteworthy ones in the near future being cooking, oddly enough. As at 208, we start getting more from our ventures, or from our bounties, I mean. And at 217, we can start AFKing it with stews, which is pretty huge. So whenever we want to do AFK Chef or just an AFK activity in general, we'll have access to an infinitely repeatable one. It's pretty good up until about level 250-ish or so. It's still good then, but it starts falling off by about 250. Like around this range is when you would probably start stopping it. And then 100% stop it by omelet, of course. See you in the mines tomorrow? Yeah, we'll see you around. I'm mostly going to be mining, though. I want to save most of my Flantiums for when we go play Xenoblade Chronicles X in a few weeks. As my main AFK activity plan for that is just to go smith a bunch of Flantium ore. Like literal tens of thousands. Which will technically be off-stream, but also on-stream. Like, basically, whenever we do a brighter short stream during that time, I'm just going to be mining for a couple hours or whatever we end up doing, or whatever comes out, patch notes, new quests, whatever comes out during that time. Obviously, we'll mess around with that. But if there's nothing new, I'm just going to do some mining. And then off-stream, and while we're doing Xenoblade Chronicles X, we're just going to be smithing the entire time. Literally nothing but smithing. Or at least that's the goal. It's one of the reasons I want to start the mining grind today. And really start it tomorrow. Is I want to stockpile literal tens of thousands of ore. And some stone, but mostly ore. Lots and lots and lots of ore. Like, ideally, in the next 2 weeks, I'm not sure if we're going to. But I want to get to 294 mining off of just Flantium. I'm really hoping that the potion equipping quest comes out in the next few days. Because I need it so badly. As the plan that I plan to do with it does require us to be able to have a equipable potion if we don't want to juggle forever. And I don't want to juggle forever. So I'm really hoping that comes out in the next week. We don't know for sure if that's going to be the reward, but I really hope it is. Because I need it so badly. We know that they're eventually going to be doing it as a reward from a quest. They mentioned it in the past. We just don't know if this next quest is the quest that ends up doing it. We know that it is a reward from a future quest. We just don't know if this next quest is the quest that actually does it or not. I would assume it is, and I'm definitely banking on it being so. But it might not be, we don't know. But I really hope that quest that they're adding in the next week or so is the one. Because a lot of my grinds in the near future do assume we can equip potions. And are hindered by not being able to do so. In all fairness, almost every activity in the game is hindered by not being able to do so. Some more than others. Mining definitely being one of those. Mining is the activity you definitely want all 24 space for. Assuming you're banking everything. Otherwise, you gotta do a lot of weird juggles. Where'd the other fish go? Wait, where is the other fish? There's supposed to be 6 of you here. I guess the other one's just hiding underneath there. Yeah, he is. But there he is. What's the question? Feel free. Always like answering questions. When I talk about perfect rolls and equipment, what do I mean? Perfect rolls and armor don't really matter much. But there's basically an invisible value in all armor. That's normally not the one I'm referring to when I refer to a perfect roll, though. But they have like a whole system that I'm hoping that they fix before Armor Maker comes out. Generally, what I'm referring to with a perfect roll when it comes to equipment is the percent of the weapon. So there are 20 different percents that any weapon can have. If they are your class weapon, you know, like your main color class weapon, they can be anywhere from 70% to 89%. And when it comes to everything else that isn't your main color weapon for your class, it could be anywhere from 30% to 49%. So a perfect roll is generally referring to a weapon that has 89% if it's your class weapon of your color, or otherwise 49% otherwise. So this weapon, for example, is 3% off from a perfect weapon. So it is still pretty good, like our current range weapon, as it is only 2% lower. Sorry, not 3%, 2% lower than the highest one. So there are basically 3 variants, or 2 variants that are higher than it. It's the third of them, in a sense that 49% is the best, 48% is the second best, and 47% is the third best, and that one is the third one there. So it's only 2% off from max. But that's generally what it's referring to. And when it comes to perfect weapons, it's generally more so referring to class weapons, as those are the ones that matter way more. So we're talking about something like an 89% rapier, or an 89% of that broadsword thing for Crown Knight. Or in the case of Hammer Mage, it's your Great Hammer at 89% for yellow. Or that one-handed hammer for 89% for yellow. That's generally what's being referred to as a perfect roll. What are the ranges? It's 70 to 90, or sorry, it's 70 to 89% for the good class one, and every other weapon is 30 to 45%, or sorry, 30 to 49% I meant. But it's basically a 20% range. And the best 2 rolls are 49% for the lower ones and 89% for your main class weapon ones, the ones that are really good. Yes, armor resistance does roll as well. Except they have a way more complicated system that I assume they will completely overhaul before Armor Maker comes out. But yes, you do get random rolls on armor as well. But perfect rolling on armor is pretty much irrelevant in the current state of the game. Because it's way too rare to get a perfect piece of armor, as well as because you have to roll basically 6 1 in 20s, which is absurdly rare and never going to happen. Or even if it does, you might not even notice because it barely looks any different than anything else. The game is really bad at denoting perfect armor, or even a perfect roll on perfect armor because it's 6 different rolls. But for the most part, you don't really care about what your armor rolls, as I assume they'll be changing that system down the line. The only one that matters is your elemental roll on weapons. Particularly for your main class weapon. Like right here, we have like a mid-range rapier, like pretty much perfectly in the middle. Where it's not horrible, but it's not good. Like it's usable, but it's not like a best in slot one. Like when trading comes out, no one's looking for this rapier. Maybe other classes because they want to go upgrade it. Like, it's not so bad that you wouldn't use it, but it's not so good that you would go out of your way to try to get one. It's in a weird in-between. But luckily, other classes can use it to upgrade their stuff, so even if you get a bad roll on something, let's say I got like a 70% rapier, which you would never ever want to use on a Crown Knight, or any class for that matter, other classes can merge that into their 4-star weapon. So you can still sell it when player trading comes out. You would just have to sell it as upgrade material rather than as a Crown Knight weapon, even though it's a Crown Knight weapon. You'd more so be selling it as a upgrade material. So anything that ever gets a bad roll is kind of fine. Like, something like this is a high enough roll that if you wanted to sell it as an actual weapon to someone, you could. Like, there might be Crown Knights out there that might want it. But, a roll like this would basically just be upgrade material, most likely. You'd never really sell a weapon like that other than to upgrade a, other class's weapon. Because the roll on it just too low. Not low enough that you wouldn't use it, but low enough that you wouldn't go out of your way to get one. Which obviously people are going out of their way to trade. They're generally going to want to get like the top few percent. How much wiggle room someone will have that will depend on how much money they have or how quickly they want something. But generally speaking, I don't think any weapon will sell that's like below this percent. This is 2% off from perfect. I think 3% off from perfect is like the lowest you could go. Before it'd be too low that someone wouldn't want to buy it. If you're going out of your way to buy a percented weapon. It is either the lowest value or 1% off the lowest value that you could ever get away with. And for this rapier, it'd be like an 86% would be the lowest value you could probably sell. Maybe 85. Depends how much wiggle room people have when trading comes out. But anyone full min-maxing would definitely want perfect roll. Like for PvP and for bossing and stuff like that. I don't think you would ever use anything that isn't an 89% weapon on a boss. It's the other benefit that comes from if we can ever use off-class stuff after the next combat rework. Because if you have at least 90% proficiency, there'll be a lot of situations where boosting with that is going to be worth it. Like, let's say something is weak to green. The only weapon I can use as a Crown Knight is his bow. But if we have to melee it, it'd be way better to go use a Guardian 2-hand weapon. Or 1-hand, depending on what other gear I need for the fight. In which case, it'd be better to do that with like a plus 60 Arbore or whatever other potion with a plus 40. Rather than using a different weapon. Like, it would actually be worthwhile to use it because it would have an 89% roll. Compared to a 49% at best. So there will be situations where things are like really, really tanky to everything but what they're weak to, where you would probably use it. And I assume there's going to be a lot of boss mechanics like that if they ever want people trioing it or something. Or something will be really weak to an element but really tanky to physical and everything that isn't that element. In which case you would actually have to use a, you know, high percent weapon for the other class. Because for now, anything weak to green as far as a standard enemy is perfectly fine to use this bow. If this bow had infinite ammo, which it might pretty much after the combat rework. If this bow had infinite ammo, it'd be perfectly fine against current green enemies. The problem is bossing in the future. You probably won't be able to get away with that. Like, we'll actually have to use a Guardian green weapon with 89% roll instead. Assuming weapon proficiency goes high enough for off-class gear. We'll have to wait and see to see what final number they do. I'm hoping it's 95%. Anything less than 90% is probably not going to be used much. We'll have to wait and see. Because even at 90%, you're losing 10% value every hit. Yeah, that's something I actually sent to them when... Remember that long post we sent to the devs? Where I was going over like a bunch of things they need to change with combat? One of the things that was on that very long list was they really need to fix how armor rolls work. Because to my understanding, the way that armor rolls work right now is they can roll 6 different 1 in 20 drops. Which means not only is getting a perfect one near impossible, but the game itself also does not denote what rolls you got. So it's really hard to figure out what you got compared to a weapon where it's really quick to figure out what we got. Because, for example, we can see this says plus 17 and this says plus 10. Like, you can look at it and know within, like, seconds what you got. But you can't look at a piece of armor and just instinctually know, oh, this got 17, this got 12, this got 8. There's no way of knowing currently. Because there's no way to know what the base value is. Whereas it's easy to tell what the base value is for those. For any class gear, it's 70%. And for anything else, it's 30%. So it's very quick to figure out what the difference is. Whereas if I look at this, I have like not the slightest clue what I'm looking at. If I go open this page in a second, as soon as he moves over. Like, I have no clue if this is like plus 8 or plus 2 or plus 0 or plus 17. Because you don't know what the base value is at all. Also, they all roll different numbers. It would make a lot more sense if all armor was uniform. And just make it one number like how weapons are. Or to either use 1 or 0 number rather than 6 different 1 in 20s. But they basically have to fix that before Armor Maker comes out. Otherwise, it's going to be the most confusing thing ever. But yeah, they really got to fix it before Armor Maker. They got to make it so it shows what the number is. But they also just got to make it one uniform number rather than a billion different ones rolling. That way you have a 1 in 20 chance of making a perfect one rather than whatever on Earth 1 in 20 times 6 is. Or, you know, 1 in 20 chance 6 times in a row. Which, what is the odds on that? It's like less than 1 in a million or something. Compared to a weapon that's a 1 in 20. Is what would you need to do for that? Would you just times each one once? Or would you do it to the power of? But just times it. Let's see what happens. 20 times 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I did math correctly, it is a 1 in 64 million chance you get a perfect piece of armor in the current state of the game. But yeah, it's 1 in 64 million. Compared to a weapon that's a 1 in 20. One number is not like the other. One number is just a little bit harder, just slightly, just slightly. Ever so slightly. 1 in 20 for your weapon and 1 in 64 million for your armor. Just a slight difference. Very small. I know, we got the triple stack. The triple puffer. Also, I'm tempted to use a 10% right at the end. Also, hey, we did have enough 5% pots, by the way. Actually, we even have some spares. I'm so tempted to throw it at 10% right now, though. To use on only one. I might do it. I might do it. We'll do it after the next trip. Because I think that gets us to 226. And then begins the mining grind. Which, how long did that take us? A little over 3 hours? Well, mining grind's gonna take us also a little over 3 hours. Honestly, probably even longer. Because I'm not dumping any knowledge into mining. It'd be like 4 or 5 hours. But it must be done. I don't know, maybe we'll cave in and dump it into mining. I really shouldn't though. I really need stonemason XP. Hopefully this doesn't trigger the screen. I think it's going to, though. Alright, we're fine. Even if it does here, we can just walk it. Perfect. Alright, 10% time. Let's go finish out Fisher. A little overkill on the potion here, but it's fine. This should complete out our fishing grind. I'll still go use up the whole potion, though, if it does push us over. Just finish this last little cycle. Yep, there we go. Come on. How much more do we need? Yep, we get it this cycle. As soon as we clear out this room. I'll still use the rest of the 2-minute potion, though. But at is 226 Fisher finally completed, gosh. Honestly, a grind we should have done ages ago, but we are finally there. There it is. Also a grind that should have been done yesterday, but at least it's done now. We'll start running it tomorrow. There it is, our oysters. Wow, they sell for like 4 silver each? No wonder why, gosh. You buy them for like 6.6, they sell for 4? They're honestly not that bad. Though I guess it is a 24-hour venture. I have to keep that in mind as well. The profit from it. Because that's 12 after 24 hours, not 12 after 12 hours. It's not like the merchant ones where you get 20 for 24 hours. So that would explain why they're actually worth so much. Is there a 24-hour duration rather than 20 for 24? There's only 12 for 24. Compared to something like Mining Venture that's 12 for 12. So like 24 for 24 basically. So they seem a little bit more expensive because you're getting half as many of them. Relative to the amount of time. Alright, let's go sell these. Maybe go do one quick cooking venture. And honestly, I might not do the cooking venture. I think we're off. Let's go to mining level. Let me go and sell all these. And yeah, let's go do the 3 mining level grind. That will take like 4 to 5 hours. Well, we need to do it already. It's been put off for a while now. I've been waiting to try to get the ventures to keep pushing us a little closer and a little closer. But it's finally time to go to the last few levels. We just need to go switch over to mining potions then. The only problem is it's going to be really clunky since I'm probably not killing the tentacle. Okay, let's go do one last thing since we just got the oyster thing, so I don't forget to do it later because I'll definitely forget to do it tomorrow before we set up the oyster venture. But since we're doing this, let's let's go finish maxing out the oyster cage that we need for tomorrow. Here we are. Need 3 more levels. There's 1. There's 2. And level 25. Right, this is 25, right? Yep, 25. 10% XP. Boom. Alright, we are ready. How much gold do we have left? We have 2.5 gold left. Not much, but hey, better than nothing. Yeah, thanks for the congrats, everyone. Greatly appreciate it. Alright, let's go and let's go to mess with this then. Or not the thing, but you know, let's go do mining. The only problem is I don't have that many 5% potions for mine to Matubin. That's one of our biggest issues is I was not able to get as many as I wanted. Oh, my Yes is on alchemy now. But yeah, we were only able to get a small number of 12,000. That looks like a lot, but I need like 30,000, so it is technically barely any. But yeah, we only got 12,000, unfortunately. Because I had to scramble in one day to go get all the money we needed. Otherwise, I would have bought in way more. We also got like 1,000 of the AFK pods. Been shipping in them like 6 a day. But anyways, we need these, we need those. That should be everything. Alright, let's go do it. To the mines! We have returned. No, not mine deep. Do the other mine. Mine southwest. Alright, let it begin. Tomorrow's when it truly begins because that's when we get to a good one. Let's see what we're starting at here. I'm kind of curious how many we get across this grind. Because I can't currently process them at the moment. But we currently have the following. We have 2,765. I should be doing anything in this bank. Yeah, well, not counting the, you know, the rest of the stuff, but, you know, the only unprocessed stuff. The main reasoning is 233. This is why we need 233 stonemason. And why we're going to be dumping everything on the stonemason. It'd be a 2,765 is our starting number. Alright, let's get to it. Because whatever I have by 262 is the total amount I'm ever going to have. We're not doing any more beyond that. Because that's our grand total by the end. Alright, let it begin. Click, click, wait. Manual click. Drink, repeat. Ignore tentacles because they're not worth it anymore. That's the only big issue with doing this mining method. Is, I'm not sure what to do with our downtime anymore. There's going to be a part of downtime and I have no solution for. Also, why did I drink potion there? I have no clue why I just did that. That's not where you drink the potion. Yep, this is our life for the next 2 weeks, probably. Not this particular rock. We'll be at better rock soon. Luckily, we only have to do this for 3 levels. I know, Hopeport Hero is not in Hopeport. His name is a lie. Hey, Greybeard's here. I think he's been working on the 500 bone rate or something. Oh, there he is. Welcome, welcome. Hope the grind's been going well. But yeah, we've returned to the mines. It's been a while since we've actually like power grind this place. We are gaining a little bit better EXP compared to per fish. However, the bank is much further away. There's also some amount of downtime that we can't do anything about since you can't kill the tentacle anymore. We tried it earlier the other day. I think about a week ago we were testing it for this exact moment. But it's not worth it. It's better just to camp the andesite and just wait like 10 seconds. Which is not ideal, but there is no better alternative at the moment. The tentacle, it takes way too long to kill relative to how much 0 XP it goes. I think it's like 60k XP or something. The time to kill is just not quick enough. It also doesn't drop the good drop anymore, like it did before. Because before, even if it wasn't good combat XP, it was at least good alchemy XP. But now it's neither. Oh, so I probably should have grabbed less of these potions. Because every single time I'm going to have to drop them here and remember to pick them up, and we will despawn so many potions if I forget them. Really should have brought a little bit less. It shouldn't ever happen, though. But it's a non-zero chance that it does. Oh no, my mining potion, come back! Alright, now we go bank all these. We then go mine 6 of them, and then we pick up our potions before they despawn. And then drink them. And then rinse and repeat until that number says 262. Yeah, it's the only scary part about doing this. I'm pretty sure we have plenty of time. But the fact that we have to keep that many potions on the ground for this long is kind of annoying. Something we wouldn't have to do if we had a equipable potion. On the long list of things that would be improved by having a equipable potion. But then as soon as we finish this cycle, we pick everything up. Keep it in our inventory until the final cycle. Drop them, do the same thing again, and repeat. At least we get to use the downtime somewhat for juggling, I guess. The other strategy would be to move our Adistite as far north as possible and then bank them all at once. Which honestly, I might try. The problem is we'd have to keep a clock to see how much time that would be. Because that's the other strategies. During all these downtimes, we try moving them like 10 tiles north, drop them all. And then before the timer would expire, we go and then bring them all to the bank. Because every time we bank, we would save several tiles every time. The problem with doing that with andesite is, unlike iron ore, you mine them way slower. Because you only get 6 per cycle rather than 10. Which kind of complicates it compared to doing iron ore before. So I feel like every day now we've been getting a compliment on the cape. People love that color synergy. Honestly, this one and the one for Guardian for Chapter 2 look really clean. Like the Chapter 3 cape with Cryonite and the Chapter 2 cape with Guardian. Like it fits like the whole color scheme and everything. As well as the icon. It's not the same blue, but it still matches. Alright, should we start a timer and do some kind of weird method? I'm tempted to. We need to go get a 10-minute timer queued. Where's our 10-minute timer at? We're gonna try it. Technically it should be less than 10. Let's make it 9. Yeah, I'm gonna test something. I want to see what happens when we try moving it within the downtime. Alright, for now, we're going to have to move this one as well. Let me just drop it right there. Okay, we're gonna try a strategy here. It's the same one we did for iron. It saves a bunch of time while banking. Because currently we're not using the downtime to do anything. But what we can be doing is use the downtime to pre-bank. Where we bank on the floor and then we bank off the ground into the bank itself. Because right now we're not utilizing the downtime at all. But now we can. And basically that timer is when we need to go reset the stack. One interesting thing about this, other than iron though, is we can actually do this infinitely. We'd eventually want to bank them so we're not juggling as much. But the method I'm doing right now, we could do for an infinite amount of time. Oh wait, that's not true. The floor only fits 100 items. So I could do it for 4 inventories before we'd have to go do it. So I can do a 5 inventory run, basically. So we'll try setting up a 5 inventory run and see what we have to do for that then. We're gonna have to do a lot of timers to make sure we can keep up with it though. But we're gonna do the same strategy we did for iron and carbonies, and eventually platinum, and eventually all of them, honestly. These are just so much downtime where you're doing nothing. And this helps eliminate a lot of that downtime. Not all of it though. There'll still be some times where we're doing literally nothing, like right here. That helps to minimize it. I just gotta make sure that we always pick up our old stacks before that timer hits 0. We also have to make sure there's no items dropped in any other chapter, otherwise we might accidentally delete them. Most notably our potions. Gotta be very, very, very careful not to delete these potions. As if we accidentally do 5 stacks, we will delete the potions that are on the ground. And that would not be good. If only there was equipable potions in the game. Can't come soon enough. Actually, just because of that, honestly, I should just do only like a 3 stack. I'm so concerned we're gonna accidentally delete one later. Because that prevents me from ever accidentally clicking a button that would delete all my potions. Because eventually we're gonna have a delete all potion from ground button that we could accidentally click. So I might just do a 3 stack then instead of a 4 stack into a 5 stack. AKA do 3 and then just have 1 in our inventory. So 3 on the ground, 1 in the inventory. Because if we do 4 on the ground in one of our inventory, if I accidentally click drop all on the inventory ones, I delete every potion we have on the ground. Which would not be good. Should probably not set up any situation where that can happen. As we'd basically have a delete all potion on ground button that we could accidentally click at any time. Which would inevitably eventually happen. But yeah, I need to go a little bit deeper. I basically need to time it so how far we go ends up making it so by the time we get here, we can start mining immediately. So I could have gone a little bit further than what we did. Probably like 2 tiles further. I'll have to do it based on bats and figure out about how far we can go. We'll do the bats as a measure of tile. But up to a certain bat in that room is how far I need to go before we drop them. Because we basically need like a perfect time where I go as far as possible while still being back to spawn at the exact time that this spawns. So how many do I have on the ground right now? 2 sets? So I can get 1 more set after this set then. But the set that I have should never touch the ground. Other than when we juggle our ground. But I might just juggle the ground on our next drop. Also, 424s are safe, right? Yeah. Because as long as we're only dropping 2 potions, we'd still be able to safely drop 2 more items before it starts deleting anything. So we're just going to do it that way then. It also works pretty good for the timer. It's a little bit clunkier than doing 26 iron. Or 20 times 6. But it does effectively do the same thing. You just have to do it a little bit weirder. It's definitely clunkier than iron and Flantium and everything. Though Flantium's going to be a headache, though, to do. That's one thing we got to go figure out tomorrow. How to do the Flantium juggle. The biggest issue with the Flantium juggle is there's a ladder in the way. That's the biggest issue with Flantium. Is there's a very, very absurdly annoying ladder in between what you need to do. So the whole goal of this trip is to drop what we have and then try to get everything else that we have a little bit deeper. Ideally all in the same tile, just so it's really easy to do afterwards. We'll probably be able to get them a little bit deeper next time around, now that we can kind of gauge how far we can go. So after we go bank all these, we'll go and do it better next time. Alright, so here's where we reset everything. If a Quick Bubble Potion existed, I would go for one more inventory beyond this. But this is fine. Reset. There we go. Alright, there we go. Oh, I should have done that in the next cycle. Oh no, we're wasting the XP. Well, how could we? I just should have waited for the downtime of the next thing before we pick it up. I'm so paranoid these things are going to despawn even though they have like 8 minutes left on them. I should really bring smaller stacks. I'm not sure why I brought 100. I just saw the 100 button and it was like, ooh, shiny 100. Honestly, I'm about to go back and just bring like 110 of these or something. These are way too big of stacks. Gosh, that equivalent potion update cannot come soon enough. Honestly, it'll feel like the best update they've ever done when they release this quest that finally gives a equivalent potion. Who needs queuable action or a combat merge or anything when you have a equivalent potion? Because the amount of headache that these things have caused is so high already. Also, I really hope they add auto-drinking during the same time. Because if we get an update that in the same day does equipable potion and auto-drinking, honestly, that's the best update since launch. Whenever that quest finally comes out. Also, honestly, XP is going a bit quicker than I thought it would. Though I guess a level 32% tool does do that. A level 35 with 32% bonus. That definitely helps. Alright, now we get to see the banking in action. I wonder if we can get them a little bit further than that, though. Ideally, I want to get them far enough that we get it to the next room, so we don't have to go through the loading screen. Where we don't do that initially, but we do it by the shuffle. I think by the time we shuffle, we want to get it there. I was not sure if that would waste too much time or not. Because in an ideal scenario, we would get this stack right here to be in this room. So we'd have to get it, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles closer than it is now. That way we could just grab it without ever having to go into the other loading screen. That'd be the most ideal scenario. Even if we have to waste a little bit of time up front, I think it saves us more time in the long run. Now, of course, we just grab it all from here. And just bank, 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 bank. And the main reason why this is quicker is because we were using the downtime of the stones where we're doing nothing. You could do the same thing with iron. Except it works way better because it's a much better format. It still works for every rock and every stone. These are just more annoying than doing it for iron. easy as that. And then we grab these potions on our way back. And then we reset the timer for when we do the next set. Yeah, I'm going to try going a little bit deeper this time. The most ideal scenario is it's in the iron room by the time we fully reset them. Because there will be a midway point where we do have to reset the first stack. Technically only the first stack though. But similar to iron, we will have to do at least one because they despawn after 10 minutes. So you're always going to have to reset at least with the first stack that you do. Otherwise, it'll despawn. It's not as bad as our potions despawning, but it'd still not be good. Because it's 24 stones that we could have just dropped that we instead juggled. And they still got no value. Also, after we have a equipable potion, and we have like 300 something mining, I do kind of want to cover a mining guide. I won't have 500 mining before we do the mining guide. It's something I wanted to cover in December, but with all the new quality of life and features and everything, it's even better to cover it now, because they've changed at least 5 things since then to have all affected mining. With the last thing that likely will be added being equipable potion. So technically, by the time they add equipable potion, we could technically cover the mining guide. The tile perfect mining guide. Because I don't think anyone's done one yet. I don't think anyone has done one for any skill yet. Like tile perfect movement for a given skill. There's been some pretty comprehensive ones. Like I think Valerie most recently did probably the most comprehensive fishing guide that's out there. And that's technically the one you can't make a tile perfect one for because the fish move. It's actually literally the only skill you can't do it for. As it's the only thing that has stationary things going on. Not in combat, but combat it's a whole different system. Oh wait, where am I going? Okay, you know what? Let's just do this actually. I'm just gonna go all the way there. We're gonna do it. I think that wastes some amount of time though. But I think we are just gonna go all the way through. I just really don't want to do some kind of weird juggle with it. Oh, did I forget to reset the thing? That's fine. This is why we have extra time on it. There we go. You forgot something. Oh gosh, I hate when it does that. Go away. There we go. Alright, it's all fixed. It's all fixed. Everything has been fixed. Gosh, someone just crashed my world when I was doing the thing in Castle Wars for old school RuneScape. And now I'm scrambling to like every free-to-play world trying to find a free one. I guess someone crashed the one I was in. Gosh, every world is occupied. Why is there so many people on right now? Gosh, I'm gotta go to like the British or Australia world or something. Let's see. They've taken like every single one. That's one nice thing about Brighter Shores, you don't ever have to worry about server hopping like a billion times. Yeah, it does look like they spawn a little bit beforehand, but I think it's worth it. There is a little bit of downtime that we're wasting, but I think it's worth the value that we get from it. The other thing is we could technically start walking it every time and just do another weird juggle every time, but that's way too much clicking. I don't think we're gonna bother with that. That's way too overkill. Also, I don't even think that gives positive value either. It's like so much more clicking for like nothing in return. So we're not gonna bother with that then. Also, unfortunately, we will not be dumping our knowledge into mining, by the way. I think I mentioned it earlier. But it is all going to be going into Stonemason. Because we need 233 before we can do Stonemason again. Which means all of our mining XP for, honestly, the next week is probably all being dumped into Stonemason. So we can actually re-unlock the skill again, so we can actually start training it. Otherwise, we're locked out of Stonemason. And the main reason being is this is the lowest tier we have banked, and it's 233 to use it. Which is why we need it. Guess we want to go mine something at like level 195. Go get a bunch of basalt and everything. Or buy it from the shop. Otherwise we gotta use 233 andesite. Which is what we're getting right now. But we can't use it right now, which is the problem. So we gotta keep dumping knowledge until it gets there. Worst comes to worst, I might even do the passive a little bit. It's a little pricey, but it might be worth it just to push it over. Just to get a few levels on so we don't need knowledge at all. If I was to do it, it would be most beneficial to do it tonight. Because the closer we are to 220, the more XP we'd be getting from it. Whereas our knowledge is static. So if there's any one night I should be doing it, it's tonight. Which is probably exactly what we're going to do then. As tonight would be the best value that we'd get from it. As knowledge will always give the same amount, or you know, it keeps scaling. But the passive does not keep scaling. So whatever we have at 220 is the max rate we have all the way till 240. It does not get stronger at like 230 or anything else in between. The power it has at 220 is the same it has throughout every level. I technically only had to do that for the one, but there, we moved them all closer. Not sure if that's worth the time though, but we did it. Really, I only have to reset the first stack. The problem is remembering which one is the first stack. Though, who knows? Maybe I don't have to reset any of them. Because I'm looking at this timer right now. And if we're doing it this way, as long as I remember to bank the first stack first, we might be fine. Because if this number never hits 0, because I think we started a little bit late, but if this number never hits 0, technically the 10-minute timer, but this one's on 9 right now. But if it was to never hit 0, then we definitely have enough time to not need to reset it, like we do for iron. The only reason you have to do it for iron is because you have to do so many sets. You have to do 6 sets, whereas this only needs 3 sets. Technically 4 because we're doing the 4th. We could also just simply run it at the 3rd if we really want to. It still gives us extra value. And just drop 2 of them on the ground, and then by the 3rd we just bank them all. That is the other angle as well. You just put them all on the same tile in that one room. Stack them all there. Then at the end we go through them all. But only do 3 sets instead of 4 like we're doing now. Honestly, we might start doing that then. That way, honestly, we don't even need the timer at all. Because there will never be a situation, unless we like start AFKing or something, where we would ever be at a despawn point. I'm gonna get a full 10 minute just to see where it falls though. Like a 10-minute timer, like exactly when we start. Because then we can kind of gauge if it's like, if it's taking slightly under 2 minutes and 30 seconds or not. Because if it is, then yeah, we can do 4 sets then. Because honestly, based on this timer right now, it looks like we do 4 sets. So I think that's what we're going to time on the next one. Is it possible to do 4 sets before the first set despawns? Because from what I can tell, the answer looks like it's yes. As long as you remember to pick up the first one that you dropped first. If you drop them all on the same tile, I'm pretty sure it picks up from the top down, or you know, like the most dated ones first. And if we really wanted to play safe, we just have to put the first stack on a different tile. And just remember that that's the one we have to go for. But no, we'll try it with a 10-minute timer on the next one. Like an exact 10-minute timer. And as long as we have at least like 45 seconds to spare, we should be fine. If it's like under 30 seconds, we might just do a triple instead of a quad though. Just to not risk it. But if we have over half a minute of downtime, or you know, of leeway for it, that should be fine. As long as we're not AFKing at all during it. Yeah, let's get the 10-minute clock ready. Here goes the alarm. Well, it doesn't make a noise. I disabled the noise. Yeah, let me go make this a 10-minute. I want to test something on our next cycle. Also, I will have to start with a 10% this time. I'm going to have to drink the XP pot at a weird time. This might affect my time a little bit. Oh yeah, there's still no right-click deposit all, is there? Hopefully after they add a equipable potion, they would actually soon add deposit all to that box. Because gosh, does it need it. Yeah, let's see. Is there enough time? Oh yeah, I forgot. We don't actually start the timer until the first one is on the ground. Alright, remember to put this on stonemason. There we go, almost a level. Next one will be a level. It feels bad not to put into mining, but I do actually need the material we're mining right now. Not as much as we need the ore, but we still need it. The venture made us grab really little of it. Normally you'd grab probably over 20,000. By the end of the grind we'll have like 5,000-ish. Like 1/4 the amount. Mostly because the venture covered so much of our XP. Also, I gotta be really careful not to accidentally put on carpentry. Oh yeah, I gotta go put my next 4 points on the passive activity. I forgot about that. If I'm gonna be using that tonight. Oh, that's funny. Oh, goodbye 10% potion. It'll be even less of a need to be on us. Probably won't need you for another hour from now. Honestly, I might just bank it. So we don't have to keep juggling both. It's already bad enough. Yeah, let me go do that right now. This is going to be very slow, but before we start the timer and test this, I want to go put it away. Just got to wait till we use up this 10% first. So after I grab these next 6, I'm going to go bank this real quick. As we don't need it for the next hour, hour and a half. Because we don't need it until we get 6 more knowledge points at this point. And I'm pretty sure what we're doing right now is like 3 point something per hour. So we're good hour and a half before we need it. Which at that point, I might just put all the andesite in there too while I'm there. And then we'll just start the other thing from fresh cycle. Alright, don't worry, 10-minute timer. You will be used in a moment. We just gotta do this a little bit weirder this time. Given current circumstance. Too bad you can't split this stack. Luckily that'll be fixed on its own when equipable potion comes out. But I want to be able to deposit like 400 of these right now. But there's no way to split the stack in any way. You either have to deposit all or nothing. You can't deposit like X number. Alright, now let's go get the setup so we can go test this already. Hey, how's our builder storage going? We don't normally show this too often. But here's all of our cements. This is from when we were doing the first time bonus and everything. These we actually did for pre-200 when we were just kind of going through them for bone rate before we had any 200s. Here's our brick stacks. Here's our tile stacks. Still don't have one of each yet though. You can get them from chests in chapter 4. Alright, so game plan right now. We get a full inventory and then we start the timer. Timer starts when the first stack of andesite hit the ground. Also, we still haven't gained a mining level yet, by the way. We're only at our first half of a mining level. It's a lot more engaging than fishing, though, as far as the gameplay loop with all the juggling. Or at least I feel like it is. Much rather be doing this than the fishing. Also, the material is actually useful in, like, fishing. Like, any 3 of these is a 4-star weapon upgrade in the future. Whereas the fish are, like, at best, like, a little bit of cooking XP. Oops, I forgot to use the 5% earlier. Whoops. Meant to do already have done that in the previous chain. Oh, better late than ever. There's definitely plenty enough downtime for it, that's for sure. Also, with the order that we're doing these in, I do have to manual click this one. If you don't, you go to this tile and waste 2 tiles. Which is not good. Same reason we click here, otherwise we'll manual path over there. So we always have to manual click here so we don't waste 2 tiles again. And doing it the other way around doesn't fix it because you would just be pathed over there, which also wastes 2 tiles. Always have to manual click it. This rock is the exact same way. It's set up in a way where you have to manual click them every time regardless of what order you do them in. Always gotta get the pre-walk in. Alright, timer, you almost get to start timing things. Timer starts the second this hits the ground. No! Hey, why I did that? Oh, we're gonna be seeing that a lot over the next few weeks. Thinking you mined something, it's like, nope, you did not mine it. You just thought that you mined it. Alright, timer begins now. So basically there has to be at least 30 seconds remaining. Is the main thing that we're looking for here. Because if so, that means I never need to juggle these ever. Well, the potion I do. But the andesite themselves I shouldn't ever need to juggle. And if we do need to juggle them, that means we should only do 3 sets instead of 4. But if we don't need to juggle them, as long as we do 4 sets quick enough, we will be fine. It's mostly just to test if there's enough downtime for that to be viable. It's asking, can we go and bank a full inventory and mine 3 inventories within 10 minutes? If the answer is yes, then we can leave the first one on the ground without it despawning, without having to pick it up. Or, you know, not until we bank it. Because that means we gotta get 3 sets of 24 and bank 1 of those sets of 24 before the first stack that we drop despawns, which is what this timer is. And if that's not possible, we simply do 3 instead of 4 sets, and then if it is possible, then we just keep doing 4 sets then. And we don't ever have to reset any stack ever. There has to be at least a half an hour of leeway for it to be worth it, though. Which means we'll actually kind of know by this first set. Because that's like, what? 3 minutes and 30? Which means it should be below, it needs to be above 7... No, it needs to be above 6:30. If it's like 6:40, 6:50, we should be good. If by the time I drop this stack right here, it says 6:30 or 40. Ideally 6:40 or higher. I might honestly still do the triple though, because I feel like this is still going to be kind of tight. Like, it is possible, but it is going to be so tight on timer. More than I'm comfortable with if we ever lose ticks. Because based on how this timer's currently going, we're going to have like 20 seconds of leeway. Or if you make like 15 seconds worth of mistakes, you're already threatening a despawn. Potential. I know, it looks like there's enough time though. That's set number 1, 2 more to go. I'll find out soon. But it does look like we might have a good minute of leeway. In which case that is plenty of time. There's gonna be enough time that we can just delete the timer. We don't even need it anymore. But we'll still let this one play out just to see where it goes. Because if by the time we start banking says like a minute or higher, we are in the clear for sure. There's no way we're gonna waste over a minute of time. Unless I like literally go AFK or something. There's no way we're gonna lose that many ticks. Even if we have to use knowledge, at most would lose like 15 seconds if even that. If we had to like double knowledge with a 10% pot. Even then we still have like a good 40 seconds if there's a minute left. Basically, if we drop these and there's still over 4 minutes left, we should be good. As the last set would come down to, I think, 40 seconds in? Which is not like a huge amount of time, but it's very rare that we're ever going to waste that much. As long as we're actively doing it. If we were doing it like off stream, that'd be a different story though. But we'll see what it comes out to. I see, every time I look at this clock, I wish it was just slightly higher, though. These are still going to be cutting it really, really, really close. Because the final cycle that we do takes a longer amount of time. Because not only do we have to go all the way to the bank, but then we also have to go back to where we dropped the first pile. Yeah, it's not looking good. Especially given that we started this clock a little bit late. That's the other factor, too. We started this clock around, like 3 to 5 seconds late. So we actually have 3 to 5 less seconds than whatever this timer currently says. Yeah, I think our final verdict is we just do triple sets in. We're never gonna have to worry about any kind of time crunch. It leaves us with a spear like almost 4 minutes. 3.5 minutes, somewhere around there. Which is like an absurd amount of leeway. Whereas by the end of this, it looks like our amount of leeway is gonna be like 10 seconds. Which is not ideal. I'm still gonna go through. If we despawn a stack, we despawn a stack. We're going all the way through though. If you were tick perfect the whole time, this would be fine. But at this current trajectory, it looks like we're going to have a 15-second buffer at best. Which is just slightly too little. It's very easy to accidentally waste 15 seconds over the course of 10 minutes. Whereas it'd be really hard to waste like almost 4 minutes over the course of 10 minutes. Or in the case of, I guess, over 7 minutes or whatever it would be then. But yeah, there is enough time to do it if you really want to min-max efficiency though. There is enough time, it's just really, 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 really tight. But there is indeed enough time. We'll know for sure, because if the first andesite stack that we grab does not despawn by the time we grab it, we had enough time. And yeah, we will. Barely, though. This clock is technically 3 less than it should be, or 3 more than it should be. So like -3 from whatever this clock is, so right now we have like 30 seconds pretty much. But that's barely enough! We'll find out. So basically this stack will despawn in like 25 seconds pretty much. This one right here. That one. So if that stack is still there, we made it in time. Oh, this is gonna be so tight. There's no way we make it. It is almost tick perfect. Oh gosh. It despawns in like 5 seconds. Go, 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 go! Alright, yeah, we're not doing it that way. We're just gonna do 3 instead of 4. Oh, wow. So if you want to be ultra min-maxy, it does work. However, you got like 10 seconds of leeway at best. It is nearly tick perfect. It is possible. I do not advise doing though. Okay, anyways, we're doing 3 stacks instead of 4, so we can get rid of the timer. But long story short, yes, you can forge, juggle andesite. There is barely enough time to do so. Anyways, say goodbye to timer. We're just gonna do 3 sets instead of 4. There's just way too little spare time on 4. It's doable, but not realistic. Because if you have to go away for even like 15 seconds, you despawn a whole stack. No, that's good to know for the future, though, for whenever we make a guide on it. I will probably retest it before we ever do a guide, though. Because it only takes about 12 minutes to retest it. The only problem is I'm probably going to have to retest every rock. And retesting every rock will take like 2 hours. That's fine. Is there anything bad about covering an efficiency guide? Ironically, it is very inefficient to cover an efficiency guide. As it's so much XP waste to show it properly. Even though you're doing everything efficiently, you have to retest everything efficiently, and not all of them are the best XP rate that you can be getting at a given level range. So it's really inefficient to cover efficiency guide. Unfortunately. We will do it at some point, though. Alright, so we're only doing a 3 stack now. I'm still gonna do it to the doorway though, because it'll drive me crazy if I don't. We do waste a little bit of time this way, but I think we save more time than we lose. Because it's really awkward to try to grab things through a doorway. It looks like we lose about 2 seconds on every respawn, but I think it's worth it to not have to go through the doorway. The other alternative would be to make it a few away from the doorway. And have it in between where we get back in time. Maybe we'll try that on our next set. AKA the inventory we're doing right now. I'm going to go to the final bat and drop it there. That's far enough from the doorway that we can still pick it up properly, but also be back in time to get to here immediately. Which per every cycle should save about 4 seconds, roughly. Well, however much we lose from the waiting on the spawn. Which actually probably close to 6 seconds then. Though if we ever cover a guide video, I should probably measure everything in ticks rather than seconds. It just makes more sense to do it that way. The problem is counting ticks, there isn't a good way to do it since there's no plugins in this game. So I'm not sure how we're going to count ticks when it comes to any activity. Like, how many ticks did it take us from rock to that rock to this rock? I have not the slightest clue. Plus if they ever change movement speed or something. Like overworld movement speed. Because in that case, it's better to do it based on how many tiles you moved. Because the amount of tiles will be the same regardless of how quickly your character can move through those tiles. It doesn't matter if he moves like 3 tiles a second or 4 tiles a second. If you have to move 10 tiles, it's still 10 tiles a time. Obviously, one's moving through them quicker than the other. But 10 tiles a time is always 10 tiles a time, regardless of how much you're moving through the 10 tiles. It's just obviously if you're moving quicker through those tiles, it takes less time to move through them. But 10 tiles is still 10 tiles. Like, that wouldn't have changed, but the amount of time that you would have moved through them does. Because one thing they were considering is adding movement speed to combat tree. The main thing is we don't know if that affects out of combat movement as well. Or if it only affects in combat. Or, you know, in combat movement speed. Because there are some things that affect overworld. Like that one may or may not. But one of the things they were proposing was adding a immunity to be quicker. And that's something that affects you directly in overworld. Okay, I did it one past the bat. Do we make it back in time? Yes. No. I can go deeper. Ah, but then I gotta go to doorway. Yeah, we just gotta do doorway. It has to be doorway, because if I go any further than that, that's gonna be too close to the door. At which point I should have just done doorway anyways. So yeah, we're gonna have to give up the time in order to not have to do the doorway shenanigan. I don't know, maybe I'll set one up to doorway just to see. We'll try all 3 and see which one looks the best. The problem with doing doorway is you lose your time later rather than initially. Like, we'll save time when we're initially dropping them, but then we lose time when we go and grab them. At which point you should pretty much be time neutral. I don't know, we'll try it to see if we actually lose time or not. You just have to be really quick on the click. Really quick on the click. Because you can't grab things from a different room currently. So if you put something too close to the doorway, it's really hard to grab quickly. It has to be at least about 3 tiles away from a loading screen. Anything closer to that is near impossible to grab immediately. That's why when we do the irons, we're pretty much exactly that distance. So we're 2 tiles away when we do iron, and that actually was fine, so maybe 2 tiles is fine then. Because when we did iron, that was a 2 tile away from doorway situation. It was diagonal, so it kind of seems like 3 tiles, but it's actually 2 tile. Like, it's 2 tiles of movement. The 3rd tile is where it is, but you could grab it diagonally. So even though it's 3 tiles away, it's only 2 tiles away due to that diagonal. Because your character only has to move 2 tiles, even though the object is 3 tile. So maybe we'll try that for it then. Something that's 3 tiles away from a doorway could work, because that's the same that we did for iron, and it worked perfectly fine. 1 or 0 tiles away from a doorway would not work though, as you don't have enough time after the loading screen to grab it immediately. But 3 tile away with 2 tile walking is fine, as there's enough time to click on it within that time. What tile is that? I'm trying to figure out what tile it is. It looks like the tile right at the doorway. Like that one right there. Like before the arch. Which is 2 further than the one we just did. Oh, I forgot. I'm not going to be able to drop it since we're only doing a triple, though. We'll test it on our next cycle, then. Not too big a deal. But yeah, I think that's the solution. Is to do it in between of the 2. Which would be this tile right there. Oh no, it would have to be this tile. Alright, so I gotta make it one tile deeper than it was then, basically. So we're almost there. But yeah, we can go one tile deeper than where I initially placed it. That's fine. Oh yeah, that's another factor too. You don't get the pop-up whenever you have a separate tile. Maybe it is worth putting them on 3 different tiles then. I kind of forgot about that. 2 of them we could place the same distance away. One of them would have to be either one tile further or closer. Like where this one is right now. Yeah, there's enough time. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it that way then. Alright, I got a plan, I got a plan. They're all the exact same tile distance away except for one as well. With that one being the one that we just took. Alright, I got a plan. So the 3 tiles we would drop on then would be this tile, and this tile. Oh wait, there's actually a triple diagonal there. Wait, I can do all 3. I forgot, it has an extra wide. It's not like the other alleyway that's only a 2x2. At that exact moment it stretches to a 3x3. Well, actually even further than that, but we only need 3. Oh, it'll work out perfectly then. Actually, never mind, I keep forgetting, you only have to drop 2. If we're doing a set of 3, duh, never mind. So it doesn't even matter. Even if it was a 2 alleyway, we'd still be fine. Because we're only dropping 2 and then banking the 3rd. So the 3rd never actually touches the ground. So even if it was a 2x2, it'd still be fine. What do we do to save a few seconds while doing mining? The things we do while waiting 10 seconds at a time, trying to figure out how to not waste 10 seconds. You know what's gonna happen though? The day we finally cover our mining guide, they're gonna make rocks spawn quicker so there's no downtime. You know what's gonna happen? Like literally 3 days after we covered the comprehensive mining guide, they will release an update that makes rocks not have the weird 10-second delay where you're just standing here doing nothing. In which case every previous method would be invalid. Because every current mining method assumes you have to wait forever for the respawn. And hey, we almost gained our first mining level. How long have we been mining for? I haven't been keeping track. We're getting there though. One rock at a time. Alright, so what did we establish? I think it was this tile. Is that tile and then any tile adjacent to it? Let's see. No! I can technically go one deeper. That's a problem though. Because it's too close to the doorway. Oh no, let's go try it. I didn't actually try it last time. You have to click very, very, very quickly though to get it. Like the second you load into the room, you already have to like pre-queue the click pretty much. Like it is possible, but it's very unlikely you get it quick enough. Actually, you have to right click the stack and then click take all within like under a second. It's either a 1 tick or 2 tick window, which are both under 1 second of time. Hello, please drink. But there's so much downtime that I almost didn't lose time from that. Still did slightly. But it takes so long that even after misclicking like 3 times, it almost was perfect. Because their spawn time takes forever. I really do hope they adjust it in the future. But that's a huge nerf to everyone who already did the mine and grind. If they ever fix rock respawns from taking a billion years. But after this inventory, we'll go one deeper to test then. The true test of it will be the way back though. Because we already know we're going to get perfect spawn when we come back then from going 1 tile further. What we don't know is, can we click it the other way around without losing any ticks? Because the answer is probably no. But we'll give it a shot and try it. Yeah, that's something I still haven't ever tested in this game. How many tiles per tick do you move? My assumption is it's 1 to 1, but I have never actually timed it. But I'm pretty sure it's 1 to 1. Which comes out to about 1 tile every second. Or sorry, 3 tiles every second, I mean. Not exactly, but roughly. Alright, this should spawn the second I get to this tile. Yep. Alright, so the spawn is fine. That's not the real question, though. The real question is, can we grab it on the other way around without losing a tick? Because I only have 1 tile leeway. And it's very unlikely we click it that quick. Mostly because it's a double menu. If it was a single menu, it wouldn't be that hard. The problem is you have to click twice instead of once. Well, we'll test it this cycle. Come on, we need those Flantiums. I want them so badly. The only weird thing is I don't get to immediately use it. Under the previous combat system, I actually would be able to use it immediately. At our current level range, we basically have to go 500 combat over again in order to be able to use this tier 5 Flantium. We're actually miles away from being able to use it for anything. Alright, moment of truth. The first one we gotta grab is the really quick one. Let's go bank these, and then the first one we have to come back for is the really quick click. I think it's one too close is the problem. So we're probably just gonna do this row instead of the other one. The one that's colored darker. As if they intended you to drop it there. But yeah, I think we do the dark row instead of the light row. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Can we grab it in time? I gotta grab this before we would move on to the tile. If I move on to the tile, we were too slow. We were too slow. Yeah, this is the problem. Yep, right, that's the problem I thought would happen. It's impossible to click that quick. If it was single click, that'd be a different story, but it's double click. Like, we can test it with this. If we do this quick enough, we should be able to grab it before we step on it. Oh, no! Even that one! Oh! Oh, okay. That's interesting. Even that is too slow. Oh, that's some interesting intel. So it takes about 3 ticks before you can grab something from the next room. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. But if you have to double click something, it's about 3 clicks before you would need to do it. Or 3 ticks. 3 tiles. However long 3 tiles take. I'm pretty sure it's 3 tick. Which is about 1 second, roughly. Alright, that's good to know. Long story short, yeah, we don't need to put it as far. As the extra tiles aren't helping unless you bring it all the way to the next room. Now comes the question, is it worth doing it all the way to the next room? Because I think the answer is yes. Especially if we can get diagonal value. I'm not sure if there's anywhere we can get diagonal value, though. But if there's any one weird area where we're going to get a diagonal tile on it, it's probably worth it. Otherwise, simply just putting it in the first tile in the room is probably best. I'll double check when we go back there. I don't think you can get a diagonal, though. We can kind of check on the mini-map. No. How long is that bridge? Is that bridge really only a 1-tile bridge? Because if the answer is yes, there might have to be a diagonal there. No, because your character would move diagonal before you need to take it diagonally. Because let's say you drop it right here. Yeah, it doesn't help any. Because your character would already diagonal before the diagonal value of the loot would be worth it. So yeah, we just simply put it in the room. Because you'd still have to move that 1 tile regardless. It's really, do you want to move it initially or do you want to move it later? Yeah, I do believe we'll move into the room, though. Because as we saw with that one other drop, we're actually wasting tiles. So it's better to waste them up front than to waste them later. Let's try and double check if there is a tile difference between here and here. It's only 1 tile. I'm just trying to see if it saves more the other way around. It shouldn't. Because you're only moving... Wait, is there a 2-tile difference? Let's see, if you have to move there... No, it's only 1 tile. Yeah, it's tile neutral. Because there's no weird diagonal that you can get. So you basically just put it into the room so you don't have to worry about the 3-tick delay when you go into a room. But yeah, we'll have to waste some tiles initially to save more in the long run. And this will make it so this rock is always 100% respawn by the time we get back. Without wasting more time than we need to be. I probably should put one of them on that tile just to see if we do save any tiles from the diagonal, though. But from what I can tell, you do not. I'm just not sure how you path through. If he makes a straight line initially, maybe he does. So I'm going to put one there just to see. But they both should be tile neutral regardless of what way he takes. It just feels more efficient when he grabs it diagonally, but it's not actually any more efficient. At least in this particular situation. There are definitely situations where it is, though. That is not one of them, though. There's something I always forget about in this game that you could grab diagonally. There's a lot of times where doing diagonal is not saving tiles, though. A lot of times where it is, and a lot of times where it isn't. And I'm pretty sure this drop is not saving a tile from having a diagonal. Mostly because you can already move diagonally for free in the overworld. Not in combat, but in the overworld you can move diagonally for free. Because in combat it takes longer to move diagonally, but in the overworld it's the same amount of time. It's only when you would have to double move a tile to move to a diagonal, in which case it would be better to have the diagonal. Where am I going? I don't have a full inventory yet. I just realized, have I been going to the wrong tile this whole time? For the other room? I just now realized we can get the next set going slightly quicker if we do the top rock first. Does that have any effect on anything? I don't think so, though. It does for this room because you have to pass it anyways. Oh no, you have to go through every tile here anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whereas the other one is not 8. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just not sure that really makes any difference because you have to go through every tile regardless of what way you do it. Like, it doesn't matter if you go clockwise or counterclockwise, you're going through the same tile number. The only difference is you get the one thing spawned 2 tiles quicker. But because you're on a gigantic wait time, I don't think that actually does anything. Pretty sure it doesn't. I don't know, we could try it this cycle and see. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, though. The only reason why it matters taking this one first in this room is because you're already passing it. But that's not what's happening in this room. Also, you can't manual click this, otherwise you get stuck in the hole. Like that. So we still have to manual click it regardless of what way you go. Same applies to this room too with that rock. Doesn't matter what order you do them in, you always have to manual click it. So it's always best to take this one first because you're always closer to it. But to my understanding, I believe that side room, even though that one is 2 tile closer, due to the fact that you have to go through every tile anyways, doesn't actually make it any closer. Yeah. Oh, wait, I don't know. Did that help? Maybe it did help. Huh, maybe it is actually better, actually. Oh, let's keep doing it that way. Worst comes to worst is tile neutral. Best case scenario, it's like 2 tiles better. So yeah, we'll keep doing it that way, guys. Because at worst case scenario, it's the exact same benefit as before. Best case scenario, it's slightly helping us. The main tell would be how quick does it respawn this time around. If it does do it the second we get to it, actually is better then. Let's see. If it respawns the second we get here. I'm mash clicking it, I'm mash clicking it. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, do top first. Top is definitely first. Oh gosh, I've been doing that wrong every time now. Luckily, we've only done a couple thousand of them. But in the couple thousand we've done, I've always been doing it the other way around. But no, going top to bottom, or going counterclockwise is better than clockwise for the second andesite room. Just because you get to the first one 2 tiles quicker, which means the respawn is 2 tile quicker. Is this one weird quirk that happened when they end up doing the queuable action update? Is they change how respawns work in every room. So now every timer is based on the first resource in a room. So generally speaking, when it comes to collecting anything in the game ever, you want to be taking the node that is closest to where you spawn into the room. This is very important to grab a node as quickly as possible when you first enter. It doesn't matter necessarily the pace that you grab everything else. It mostly matters how quickly you grab the first node, as everything's timer is now based on the first node, rather than each one being independent. Alright, let me test something. If I take all here. Yeah, this feels more efficient because he's doing a diagonal. But I'm pretty sure that's still the same amount of tile. Let me check. I am like 90% certain it's still the same amount of tiles. Yeah, because we went here before. So yeah, it's only 1 tile further. Yeah, it's the same amount of tile. It just feels more efficient. But no, doing a diagonal there and doing a non-diagonal there are the same amount of time. It just feels cooler grabbing it diagonally. But they're both just 1 tile away. Because he automatically diagonals here. So he's already going to do the diagonal without you needing to do that diagonal. If pathing was bad in this game, you would have to do it the other way around. There are some weird scenarios where the character does path weirdly. That is not one of them, though. He does diagonal at the right time. Granite and andesite are the main ones where we're going to have to do that a little bit differently. Unless they fixed it since then, there's some really weird pathing that happens on that road. Where if you let the game auto-path you, you actually walk through an alleyway 1 tile less efficiently. For reasons I don't understand. It happens pretty much nowhere else in the rest of the game. Except for there. And I don't understand why. I think it has to do with a weird way that it processes rocks as a collidable object. Or it could be based on where you end up clicking to go further. But sometimes it will clip the corner in a way that wastes you a tile. Where if you manually click it, you never waste a tile. It's really weird. I can't think of a single other location in the game where you lose a tile from auto-pathing. Not clicking a resource. There's a lot of resources that you can click where you lose a tile. But it's the only place where you're just walking through an alleyway with no collectible resources. Or, just, walking through an area where you lose a tile just from the auto-pathing. It's really weird. I think it has to do where you end up setting your end location, though. And it kind of freaks it out occasionally if you click the wrong tile. Because whenever it hugs the wall, it does an extra tile that you wouldn't need. But whenever it goes wide on the wall, it does correct pathing. But that is a tomorrow issue. As that's the next rock we gotta go do. It doesn't affect today. Unless we do some andesite near the end of stream. I might do like 1 set. I'm not going to do like the whole setup though. Tomorrow we'll figure out the setup for it. I'll do 1 inventory just for the sake of getting a couple. Get the first time bonus, all that good stuff. Yeah, it is quicker. It didn't respawn in time. The first rock. Yeah, going up here is better. It mostly has to do with the new respawn timers. Now that they're all based on first one instead of last one. So 2 more knowledge points, and we can finally do the passive activity tonight. Which, of course, will be Stonemason. I'm still going to keep dumping Stonemason XP into it, though. Unless we want to dump it into mining. No. We're definitely putting it into Stonemason. Honestly, ideally, I don't want to put anything... Unless we're, like, right on the precipice of getting to a rock we really want to go get. Oh, sorry, I did it in wrong order again. But, it's just such a habit at this point. But, unless we're, like, so desperately close to a rock we've been trying for a while, it's only, like, 1 or 2 levels away, maybe. Like our exact scenario now, no. But, generally speaking, I want to go the rest of the 500 mining grind without ever dumping any knowledge into mining. But the only exception being the venture. Well, we'll use, you know, the venture occasionally. We'll obviously pot up for that. Which is almost like multiple knowledge points at once. But aside from the venture, I want to try doing, the rest of our 240 mining levels whenever we get around to them. Not all at once, obviously. But whenever we do get around to them, I want to do it without ever dumping knowledge into mining. Only dumping them into stonemason or smithing as we need. I did it again. I keep doing this. Such a habit to go bottom first. I think it has to do with camera angle that makes me want to go the bottom first. It feels weird going to this one first, because the camera angle doesn't really make it look like that one should be the first one. Now that we kept doing it this cycle, we got to keep doing it that way, though. I'll fix it next time. That's the only problem if we ever do make the mistake in that room. We got to embrace the mistake into our next inventory. Also, I will still keep, I will drop this onto a different pile. Even though we're going to put them at the same tile away, I am going to put this onto a different tile so we don't get the weird pop-up. The weird pop-up you have to cancel out of, and it wastes 1 tick or so. Potentially more, depending on how long it takes to get out of it. So it's always going to be best to put these on 2 different piles if we can. And this one is tile neutral to the other one. And he gets to grab it diagonally. So we still get that diagonal grab in. I just gotta remember to go top here. And not forget for the billionth time. I can't wait till we get the golden pickaxe. I actually kind of want it. Oh, no, 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 what are you doing? Grab the thing? Even though this one matches our metal so well, something about the gold aesthetic for the pickaxe just seems right. Too bad there's no gold we can mine with it, though. Gold pickaxe while mining gold. I feel like that would eventually break the pickaxe, though. That's one rather ironic things about materials. Like, if you were realistically mining something with the same material... Oh, I should use this 5% pot. But if you were actually mining something with the same material of what you were mining out of, like using a gold pickaxe to mine something made of gold, I'm pretty sure your tool would break really easily eventually. If you're using the same resource to mine the same resource. There's one thing that RuneScape that kind of makes no sense. Because a lot of the tools are based on the elements. Like when you're mining. So you'll be using like an iron pickaxe to mine iron, a steel on steel, or actually there's no steel ore, but you know what I mean. There's like mithril on mithril, so on and so forth. Adamant on adamant, rune on rune. But I'm pretty sure realistically, if you were to use something of the same exact material to mine something, that would break so quickly. If your mining device was of the same material of what you were mining. I think Minecraft has that same issue. Like, if you used a diamond pickaxe to mine diamonds, that thing should break pretty quickly. If you're using the same material to mine the same material. I see do something weird to fortify it. But realistically, it would break pretty quick. Hey, red bean. First time I've seen him today. Ooh, is he going for that bone right XP or bone right AFK? He's going to the bone right section. I do have to say though, the temptation to dump knowledge on the mining is very high right now. Mostly because we really care very little about the material we're getting right now. Whereas we care a huge amount about the next material. Alright, both of these should be tile neutral, but we'll still double check. It should bring us to this tile and we should immediately get it both times. Yep, we're fine. Okay, those two should both be tile neutral both ways. Should not waste or gain a tile. The main thing we're looking for is just make sure it doesn't waste a tile. Yep, tile neutral. Same tile we grabbed the other one from. And we don't get any pop-up because they're not in the same stack. Oh, red bean again. Wait, wasn't he just ahead of us? Where'd he go? He somehow spawned ahead of us, but then behind us. Oh, he's banking carbonies. I see. He's doing what we're doing, but for carbonies. Look at him being efficient. But I think he's doing what we're doing, but for carbonies. Because that definitely looked like a double bank. Let's see if he was doing something weird with bone right or something. I did it again. Honestly, I'm just gonna keep doing it this way. There's no way I'm gonna start forcing myself to take the top one first. Every single time I take the bottom one. Whenever we get to tier 6, I need to like reroute my brain so we always take top or something. I just don't think it's gonna change today for this grind. Every single time I keep going bottom. How much XP do we need for this level? We need 2.5 mil. And how much does the wiki say it is per hour? Because I'm pretty sure it says like 1.1 mil an hour or something. Like something absurdly low. Like something like scary low. Though, there are a lot of caveats to that. There should be like a triple asterisk on it. Because it assumes you're banking 24 at a time. Which we're not. We're doing drop method 24. Which is ever so slightly quicker. But the biggest thing is it doesn't put into account your tool upgrade. Which we're at 32%. Because whatever wiki number says is assuming 0%. Just so that you can calculate it out from whatever you have. So whatever this number is, let me see, andesite banking. Whatever this number is over 32% better. Probably close to 35 or 40%, probably 35% better. So 1.37 mil. Which means, what does that come out to? It's probably closer to what, 1.7? So I can put it in the calculator and figure out for sure. The problem is it's hard to calculate how many extra tiles we're getting from the thing though. Every time we do it, we save, we only do it for 2 out of 3 inventories, but every time we do it, we save about 6 tiles compared to if you bank them independently of each other. And 6 tiles is about 2 seconds or so. Which means per... How many times do you do that per inventory? Or yeah, you do 2 per cycle then. Because we're only going over here twice. So it only saves about 4 seconds every, what, 7-ish minutes? Which means per hour it's only saving... not much. Like, we're talking, like, literal seconds. He times that by, what, about 7-ish? Maybe 8-ish? It doesn't even save a full minute. what we're doing. But it does save time. It saves roughly like 30-40 seconds per hour. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it starts to add up over time if you're doing this for a very, very, very long time. For how short we have to do it for today, it saves us like, what, 3 minute stops? But, you know, if we were doing this for tens of hours on tier 6, is when it really matters. Every other grind is relatively trivial, though. Tier 5, if you did this the whole time, and tier 6 would be the only two that would matter. Tier 1 to 4 wouldn't really matter that much, because you're on it for so short, relatively. Compared to 247 and whatever the one is after 247. Yeah, let me see if I can figure it out real quick. We'll go to the rock. Get our click in there. Alright, calculator, go. Calculator, where are you? Calc. 1372601. Got it. Alright, go back to game. Why won't you go? Game, open. Hey, game, let me in! Why don't it let me click it? There we go. Let me in! Alright, now I take that number and times it by 32%. So I'm just gonna completely not count the extra time that we're getting from dropping. Even though we know it's still being applied. It's just, it's such a small number to really calc for. Makes it like 1% better. So let me just calculate out based on our tool. And we can just count our method as any downtime where we're just waiting around doing nothing. Or, you know, not literally, but in the sense of if we make any mistakes. That's the mistake fixer. So times that by 0.32 times, or plus that into the number we had originally. Which is... Why is it not showing it to me? There it is. 137... Up. 1372601 equals... Alright, we're getting 1.8 million EXP per hour. Oh yeah, that doesn't also account my 5% pot. Yeah, it doesn't count for 5% potion. It also does not account for the little bit extra time we save from the whole drop juggle thing. Yeah, it's about 1.8 million, slightly higher. Almost 1.9 million if you count for the other two things. Which means we're 2.5 hours away then. 2.5 to 3 hours then. Which means this hour we won't even gain a level. Good old mining XP, gosh. Yeah, mining is one of the slower ones. Compared to like fishing, woodcutting, other stuff. Just because of all the synergy they have. The biggest thing that does it for mining though is there's almost no multi-ore synergy. There are a few, like when we do Flantium granite later down the line. But there are very minimal mining synergies, like mining into mining. But the second thing that does it is the fact that you have to wait 1 billion years for every respawn. That's the biggest thing that does it. The fact that we're just standing here gaining absolutely nothing. And the tentacle takes too long to kill and is not worth enough XP anymore. This is what does it. Is what makes mining basically the worst gathering skill currently right now. The gigantic wait time that you have to do between everything. That's the whole reason why we even have to do that weird drop method we were just doing. Oh no, I clicked too early. We wasted 2 tiles. It's the whole reason why we're even doing that weird whole drop thing up there. Is we're trying to get value from the time that we're just standing there doing nothing. It's why we also drink the potion midway. So at least one of the times we can, you know, get a free potion in. Since we're waiting here anyways. Honestly, I think we are going to do that then. We're going to cave in since we're at the deadest area of this one rock. once I have the AFK for smithing or stonemason for tonight, I will go get a 7% pot and double dip it into mining. We still got a ways to go though. We got to get like 3 more meters or something. But yeah, we'll cave in and do it. Why not? I think it takes like 20 minutes of mining today. If this was an ore, I probably wouldn't do that. But given that this is just a stone, I don't mind doing as much. As the ores, we definitely have to maximize getting as many as we possibly can. Whereas stone, we don't care about it as much. Like, it still matters, it just matters way less. So it looks like we used 28 of them so far because we brought 500 for some reason. Still not sure why I brought so many. I brought enough as if we were doing this like literally every single second of today. Like 500 is what? That's like 15 hours worth. It's like if literally the only thing we did all day was mining. With no bricks at all. Because every 30 is about an hour. Technically even less than that, like every 25 is about an hour. Because you're not potted up the entire time. If they ever have auto repot, it would be. But in the current state of the game, at least with this method that we're doing right now, it's like 25 potions an hour. Oh yeah, I guess we can kind of figure out how long we've been doing this for then. Based on how many potions I've drank. Which means we've been doing this for a little over an hour now then. And we still got about 2 hours left. Actually, almost closer to 3. Because every 25 should be about an hour. I mean, yeah, about an hour. We've drank 28 so far. Oh, I remembered. We took the top one. No, well, I remember to do it every other set this time around. Also, one thing that's really funny, the XP per hour for mining is actually worse on our next rock, by the way. I forgot to do it again. No! I'm not sure if I showed this earlier. But, oh, but then again, I don't know. Oh, we need to test our own number. Because I forgot, the wiki doesn't actually calculate it correctly. I keep forgetting that. Because I'm 100% certain the wiki does it based on 24. And you should never be mining a rock that you do 10 at a time, 24 at a time. So never mind, we'll have to retest it. I forgot about that. I assume their andesite one is pretty correct, though. We are saving a little bit of time on it, but it's pretty trivial how much time we're saving. Whereas the amount of time we're going to be saving on Flantium is over 10%. So we'll recalculate it out when we do it later. Because our andesite XP rate right now is probably within 5% range. But, you know, after we add all the bonuses and everything. Of what number they mentioned there. But our Flantium could be as high as like 15 or 20% quicker than whatever is listed there after all the percents are in and everything. It's a big issue we had with Carbonese too. That made Carbonese seem like it was way worse than it actually was. In all fairness, Carbonese is pretty bad though. But the wiki number makes it seem even worse than it is. It is bad though. It is really bad. For smithing XP, it's good though. If we're looking at just the mining XP rate, oh gosh. It's like the worst one in the game. Assuming you're banking. So one thing I wish I could do today, though we definitely can't, because we don't have the stonemason level for it. I kind of want to go process every single one of these stones. That is impossible for the main reason being that we need 233 smithing, stonemason, and we have 220. There's no way that is getting up that quick. That is not possible, unfortunately. Oh, so I should probably start waiting to drink that potion a little bit later. I keep drinking it like a good 5 to 8 seconds too early. And it somewhat matters because I can get an extra rock or two if we wait. Which isn't too much extra, but you know, that's like 2 rocks that you get 5% on. That adds up. That's almost like 250 twice. So like 500 to 600 or so. Because we're getting like slightly over 250 each. So it's almost up to like 600 more XP that we'd be getting if we just waited a few seconds to drink it. I keep drinking it like almost immediately because I don't want to like waste time. But in doing so, I'm actually wasting the XP rather than gaining XP. Because we're sacrificing up to almost 600 XP for not waiting. It's also the other reason why you would want to run this room from that rock north first. As it'd be more likely to do these 2 rocks before the XP pot expires on the final set compared to the other 2. Because you get to them slightly quicker. Which is the other reason why we need to be doing it the other way around as well. Because otherwise the bonus expires by the time we get there. Which we're about to see right now. Because if we combine waiting on the potion slightly, combined with doing top to bottom, like counterclockwise, the potion should last for all of them. Or at least all but the final one. Whereas right now it's probably going to expire before I even touch the first one here. Yep. Whereas if we do it the other way around, we can get up to 2 rocks while still having that 5%. We'll try it next cycle. It's not that much extra XP, but it's more than nothing. We just gotta delay the drink of the 5% and do top to bottom and do counterclockwise rather than clockwise. Alright, remember, go top, go top, go top. Too bad you can't put a sign up in the world. I just put one here that says, go top! Don't take the bottom one. Have like a gigantic red X on this one or something. Honestly, if this was RuneLight, I would definitely do that. I would put like a gigantic red square on the tile of the other andesite. And I put a gigantic green one on the other one. Do not take the other one. I'd have a bunch of tiles over here with like a gigantic arrow pointing to the left. Do not go down. Also, the only problem with doing this the way we're doing it right now, though, I actually can't see my rocks on the ground. So if I lose track, I actually have no clue how many I have on the ground right now. Like, I do know we have 2 stacks on the ground, but I have no way of checking that I have 2 stacks on the ground. So if you ever lose track, whoops. There's no way to tell at the moment. There's the only problem with doing it 1 room deeper, because you can only load 1 room adjacent. Alright, we're able to get 1 extra rock in, doing it the way we did it. Was that worth it? I guess. It's like 250 extra mining XP for doing nothing extra than pathing and waiting to use the potion wall. It's not that big a deal. Like, it's not a lot, but you know, if you do it, hey, 250 XP. It's more than nothing. It's just very, very small benefit. Like 1 extra rock. Even if we waited slightly longer, I'm not sure we would have been able to get the second one in. And we restart the cycle to keep it going. Wait, is that a 500 smithing cape? Ooh, shiny. I was gonna say, that looks a little bit longer than normal. I wonder if he dropped everything. Oh, no, don't go down, don't go down. I will eventually remember. But yeah, it's the 500 smithing cape. Shiny. Actually, how many people even have 500 smithing? It must be one of the only few. The number can't possibly be that high. Like, I know it's more than 1, but it's not that many. Yeah, it's like 5 people. And he was... Oh, he was the first! Ooh. He was the first 500 smither. I wonder what his overall rank is. I feel like he would have dropped everything while doing mining or something, other than the smithing supplies. Yeah, he's doing post 500 mining. He dropped all the stone. Ah, that's how he did it. You can see it right there. He did 500 mining, dropping all the stone and banking all the ore. And now he has to go back at 500 mining and go grab the stone. Actually, I think he's doing the same grind we are based on his level. Is he at a stonemason level where he didn't need this exact rock? That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's exactly what he did then. He did 500 mining, dropping all the stone and banking all the ore. But now he has to come back and go remine the stone. And right now he's mining the same stone for the same stonemason level that we're doing. As you can start doing it to 233 and you need to keep doing it to like 267. Or 277, whatever it was. So that means he's actually using pass action to do the same ore we are right now, even though he has 500. But he's mining tier 5 andesite. I did it again. No! I hate that so much. I will eventually remember to go top first. At some point it will happen. Also interesting, he wastes a tile in the one. Does he waste tile in this one as well? Let's see, does he manual click it? No, interesting. He did the entire 500 mining grind incorrectly. We must cover the guide. But yeah, rank 1 miner is still mining incorrectly. Interesting. Luckily, he does do top first, though. It could just be that he's doing it for HP's sake. I feel like a lot of people do that at some point. It's like, it's only a few tiles, I'm gonna just do it the more AFK way. Because I ended up giving in on that when it came to Woodcutting Gatherer. When we were doing the 208 woodcutting grind, I eventually started losing one tile in order to make it more AFK. Because you just queue up the whole room at once. It's one tile less efficiently than doing it manually. But it was such a minuscule amount of tile that I was like, you know what? It's worth it to be able to AFK for like 40 seconds. To waste one single tile. Though if you were to not manual click any of this and just let the auto queue go, you do waste 4 tiles though. You lose 2 there and 2 here. You can actually probably see it too. Oh no, because we have to bank. I almost want to drop it just to show that we're going to pass him. Oh, he's also doing it more AFK, you can tell, because he's not even clicking yet, yeah. I think he's just doing it for AFK-ness. Definitely seems to be the case. I was gonna start drinking that potion way later. I keep drinking that way too early. Because I keep forgetting, I don't have to drop it this cycle. I can just drop it next cycle. Like, we're gonna have a billion times to go drop it later. I don't have to drop it the same cycle that I drank it. Oh, so I think this is the final one we need to put into Stonemason. AFK. Oh no, we already got it. Nice. Oh, should we go get the 7% potion? Tempting. Should we put it into mining? We'd be able to do at least a double dump, if not a triple jump into it. We might. We'll see. It saves about half an hour today. At the cost of just a little bit stonemason XP that we just get later. The one thing that's kind of ironic though is the next rock that we're going to be doing is supposedly worse according to the wiki. But we'll be testing the rates tomorrow because I'm pretty sure it's not as bad as it seems. That's because we'll be banking it way differently. And unlike the banking that we're doing for andesite that barely saves any time, the one that we should be doing tomorrow for Flantium should save a lot of time. Whereas what we're doing now saves less than a minute an hour. What we'll be doing tomorrow will probably save like 5 minutes an hour. If not even more. Not sure why I keep moving the camera every time. Something about it, it's like, I gotta move it over. Hey, I found almond milk. Oh, the milks are back. That must have been it. All the milks have been in chapter 3. That's why I haven't seen the milks lately. Every milk is a chapter 3 pure. Or at least not whatever we've been doing recently. I haven't seen any for a while, and there's one of them. There's at least like 5 to 6 different milks that play pretty regularly. Assumably all different people. That would be funny if it was the same person. Yeah, level and a half to go. But yeah, we're finally at the point where we need to go get the 7% and start juggling that. Boo. Actually, after this set, we'll probably need to grab it. After we go bank everything that's on our ground. Oh, I did it again. No, I went bottom instead of top. I will never get used to doing top first there. Something about it just feels wrong. Oh, come on. It expired right as we were getting it. No! My 250 XP. Come back. Hey, what am I going to do about the potion on the ground? I kind of have to come back for it. That or grab one less rock. Oh, wait. I don't have anything on the ground right now? If that's the case, I'm just gonna go put all this away, grab 6, and go get the potion. Then go get rid of our stack, because we're not gonna need as many as we have. Even 100 is overkill. Yeah, we'll grab every rock while we're here, though. These will bother me to no end. But after that, we'll go teleport over. Alright, 10 should be overkill for the other one, and 100 should be overkill for this one. Should be all we need. And now when we want a 7% boost, then go put that into mining, I guess. I really should be putting into stonemason, but I want my new rock. We've been stuck on this rock for like 3 months now. I think it's finally time. Obviously we haven't been mining it for 3 months, but we've been stuck on it for 3 months. Oh, no, not 6%. Give me the other one. Give me some of my other stack. Alright, there we go. Technically it doesn't matter where they are in our inventory because they're both just gonna get dropped anyways. I almost had it synced with the other guy. I thought they might have deleted the chest that was over here. They actually put it over here if you ever want to check this chest. I believe it's actually 1 tile more efficient to take it, though. I almost never take it, though. But if you wanted to, it is 1 tile better to take it now compared to before. If you ever want to sneak a little low-tier chest in there. So we've gotten a lot better at never messing up Tentacle Road. The only time I ever mess it up is on Steam Deck, because clicking is a lot more annoying. Honestly, I should probably try stopping corner skipping when doing it on Steam Deck, because I still try to get every perfect corner skip. It is not worth doing on Steam Deck. Click accuracy is way worse. Also, the more I see this outfit, especially with how the chest plate is, it keeps reminding me, like, oh, we don't have amulets yet. Okay, that's like a perfect spot for an amulet to be, like, right there. Laying all the way down. Then, nope, nothing there. Someday. By, like, chapter 7 or something. Honestly, I do feel like that's when it would happen. Chapter 5 is 100% not getting it. Chapter 6, based on what is likely to be on it, likely would not have it. Which, I mean, Chapter 7 is like the first, like, really likely one. Assuming they don't come in through bosses. Like, assuming it's actually like a jewelry making skill. 7 is like the likely the earliest. It could technically be 6. Obviously, we know for sure it's not in 5. So it could still be in 6, but with everything they have to do during 6 is very unlikely to be one of them. 7, however, that it could be. Unless they just don't make a skill for it and make it like a boss reward and other things like that. Instead of getting a jewelry making skill, we just simply get it as an item from various things. It would probably be one of the initial big chase items for a lot of content, if they were to make it like that. I hope they do more than just combat amulets, though. I would love to see skilling amulets as well. And if you are going to do combat amulets, at least make them, like, really special effects. Not just, like, how armor is right now, where it's like, oh, you're slightly tankier. It is something they're definitely going to need to address in the future, though. The viability of 4-star armor. Because when Armor Maker comes out, it's almost going to be a joke of a skill. At least in the sense of how irrelevant 4-star armor is compared to 4-star weapons by that point. Yeah, that's not something else I didn't check today. Now that we're actually doing Mines of Batubin, did we move up a rank? Honestly, without even trying, we probably will, well, technically we are trying. But, yeah, we did move back. We claimed our 28th. They actually passed us earlier. They're technically the same level, but somehow they were ahead. I guess they had more XP or something. But yeah, where's top 20 right now? Top 20 is, 1014. By the time we get there, we can say 1100. That's decently doable. But how much we're going to be mining. And then smithing. Very doable. Alright, do we 5% or 7% here? Just definitely a 5% angle. There's no way we get enough knowledge otherwise. But yeah, I think I am giving in. I'm gonna dump into mining. We normally won't be, but today will be a weird exception. Just because we've been stuck on this rock for 3 months. Technically. So I think it's finally the day we get it done. Hey, Conqueror's here. I wonder if he knows we're back to the mining grind, because he's been doing quite a bit recently. Like he's going all in on mining smithing. Looks like he just got done doing the mining AFK. Technically there's a combat AFK in there, but I highly doubt he was doing that. But how the striping works, it's very unlikely for that to be the case. Because there is a very, very, very small window where you'd ever need to be in that room. But I guess it's the same window of opportunity as before. technically. Oh no, are they closer together? I don't know, I wasn't really paying that much attention to the combat AFKs before. I feel like they're closer together than they were before, are they not? They sure look like they're slightly closer together. Like every single one's only like 6 levels away from each other. Like 6, 7, 8. That sure looks closer to me. Oh, it's really weird because over here it's like 6, 7, 8. Over here it's like more than 10, like 13, 14. Like here's 10, 11, 10. Didn't click the rock. 10 again, 11, 10, 11 again. I don't know, it's kind of all over the place. But then over here it's only 7. Because I could have sworn the intervals post 200 before were like 20 something levels. Now they're way more crunched together, seemingly. Even if you take into account like the average ones like 12 away from each other. There were some that were like 20 something away from each other before, I'm pretty sure. So 12 is like nothing compared to that. Yeah, we definitely got to drink a 7% next. We don't need to do it immediately though, luckily. We will double dump it into mining. Let's see, how's our mining XP looking? Not quite a level. I'm not sure how much we're going to be getting per thing. Should be slightly under 200k. Which means, oh no! It's going to be like, what is that, 30 less Edestate? Like 36, 37? Every time we put XP into it, that's fine though. That's we'll worry about that later on stonemason level. No, I did bottom again! Now we're stuck doing bottom. Rip. I refuse, we're going for top. Might just be a weird respawn initially. Alright, mining time. How much XP do we get? Oh, it is over 200. And with the extra XP, 215,000. Nice. It's like 40 less andesite we have to do. That's almost 2 whole inventories per point we use. Not bad. Right, there we go. Nice, nice. Too bad we can't see how many we need for our next level. But it looks like it's a little over an hour it would probably take. It really just comes down to, do we keep dumping knowledge into it or not? I'm leaning towards yes. Only for today, though. Just because I finally want to be at ore again so we can actually be motivated to go do mining. I do enjoy this, though. But I'd enjoy it a lot more if we were doing ore rather than ore of stone. Which we'll finally get access to tomorrow. Technically today. We'll do like one inventory. I'm not going to do the proper setup for it today, though. Mostly because I can't really be bothered to. Because it requires a really, really weird juggle method. That I've actually never bothered doing before. At least not for that rock. The main thing, actually, we did test it before. You cannot grab through a ladder, is what we figured out last time we were testing it. You cannot grab objects through a ladder. That is really relevant for what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Because unfortunately, that means the furthest you can ever go is the ladder. There's actually a hard cap to how much extra value you can get from dropping on the ground. Unlike everything else. Because the ladder is actually relatively close, and there's not enough time to go up the ladder. So you're hard capped by the ladder. It's actually the only ore or stone in the entire game that's like that. Well, I guess technically Deathstone is a lot different too, but not counting Deathstone. It's the only one that's like that, where you can't, where basically a ladder dictates how far you can go. To some degree, Addithro is like that, but Addithro is in a way where I think the ladder's far enough that it doesn't technically stop you at all. Whereas the Flantium's ladder is close enough that it actually does hinder how far you can go. As there's enough time to get to the ladder with sometimes a spear, but there's not enough time to get to the ladder to be able to go up the ladder and then back down without losing value. But what if we do? Maybe that's the solution. Maybe we do go all the way up the ladder. Oh no, we'll see when we do it. We do lose some value for doing so. Kind of like how we lose a little bit of value for going all the way to that doorway, but it saves time overall. And that might be the case for Flatniums as well. Where in the short term it loses time, but when you count for the full cycle, it saves you time. And I think the Flatnium's ladder is the same situation. Or up front you lose time from it, but in the long run you'll gain time from using the ladder each time. Because otherwise you'd just be waiting for the respawn anyways. I'm pretty sure next inventory gets us our level. Sure looks like it. Unfortunately, we still need one more level after it. But we're getting there. Oh yeah, it definitely does. It's like 24 times 5. Likely slightly higher, and that's already enough. Oh wait, no it's not. Wait, I did math wrong. It's gonna be slightly short. It's one thing I don't normally bother calculating for either. The 5% potion. There are 9 rocks that do not get applied with it though. The first 6 and either the final 3 or the final 2. Depending on when we drink the potion. So if we ever were to calculate out for it, we'd have to assume minus 9 rocks. As normally the potion would only apply to whatever the rest is. What is that? That would be 15. We can normally only get it on 15 rocks. Because the first 6 will never have it. And the final 2 will never have it. The only one that's up in the air is the third to last one. Or depending on when you do the 5% potion, you might be able to get it in time. If you delay this potion enough. But not so much that the rock already respawns. Like now we should be able to get it on the final rock, so we'll get an extra one there. So it'll only be 8 that don't get it instead of 9. I just can't be bothered to calculate that. A 5% bonus only on 18 rocks. Or sorry, not even 18. On 16 rocks. Out of 24. Well, actually, that's a nice clean number, though. That's 2/3 of them getting applied. Wait. That is a little bit cleaner to do compared to 15. This is exactly a 2/3. Still annoying, but slightly easier to calculate in head. This is a much cleaner number than 15 out of 24. Which would be like a 5 out of 8. It's definitely way easier doing a 2/3 compared to a 5 out of 8. But originally, it would have taken about an hour and a half more, but I believe... Oh, I did it wrong way. Luckily, his final cycle, so it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, we still got the rock in there. Oh, I didn't ultimately end up mattering. That's good. But yeah, I believe the 4 knowledge points that we'll be dumping across this should be saving us half an hour then. Still got to do it for about an hour more, though. Till we can finally get to our real rock, finally. 3 months later. Honestly, I wonder what the exact date was that we started doing the adventure. Like the last day that we did Carbonice on stream. Because it's been a good 2+ months. Based on how much dynamite I have, it looks like it's been about like 70-ish days. Like 65 to 70 days since we last did mining. Honestly, I miss it. It's probably not as interesting to watch, though, compared to some other things. Is the only problem with it. But I enjoyed it a lot. So the whole reason we went Crown Knight as well. Several reasons. But one of them is just we would always like mining smithing. And since this is the mining smithing class, technically Hammer Mage would have been the mining stonemason class, so it's somewhat similar. Alright, show me the new XP bar. I want to see how much we have to do. Oh, 2 more rocks. 1 more rock. Alright, show us the number. Ouch. That is 2 hours. Now counting knowledge, not counting knowledge. Oh, let's get to it. Alright, maybe it is an hour and a half. He's accounting for knowledge. Yeah, that's an hour and a half. Yeah, let's get to it. And that's if we use knowledge. If we don't, that's 2 hours. Oh, in all fairness, that's about the rate that we were calculating out for before. For every mining level took about 2 hours to get. Yeah, that's about right. Assuming you're dumping no knowledge into it. That's still kind of crazy compared to a lot of those skills, though. It feels slow. It's definitely not the slowest skill to train in the game. But it's mostly the respawn time that makes it really awkward. Like the downtime of doing nothing here. Which is why we keep doing the weird juggle. Gotta get some value out of it. We were originally killing Tentacle too, but after the new system, it's not worth doing. It could be if you were at a point where you can kill Tentacle, but the new combat system, you're almost never at a point where you can kill Tentacle. Though in all fairness, it is coming up in our striping, but it's too far to bother grinding for. To take out Tentacle comfortably, we'd want to be at least level 980. And that means we'd have to get 101 combat levels. Which I assure you is not something that would be quick, nor anything we are doing anytime soon. But to be able to do what we're doing properly while doing a tentacle, yeah, we'd need 100 more combat levels, basically. Even then, we'd still have to do, like, 2 heal pots per fight, if not 3. Which means I'd probably have to have an inventory space for heal pot as well. Because we'd run out after, like, 7 battles. If we weren't already juggling enough things on the ground. Gosh, this 10-second respawn timer is going to drive me crazy. I'm actually really surprised they haven't changed after like 4 months. I think they're scared too to not unbalance mine EXP rates or something. It's a thing uniquely annoying with mining though. Particularly the stones. The ores don't have as big of an issue with it. Hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Yep, we're finally back to mining. The true pivot's going to be starting tomorrow once we get 262 mining. We're at our final mining level right now. But the true return to mining will start tomorrow. Even though we're technically doing some right now. But tomorrow is when we can start doing a real ore again and start doing smithing XP with it and everything else. But today we're trying to get to that point. We got our 226 Fisher, and we'll do the first venture tomorrow. And we're about to get our 262 miner, just need one more level. And I have keeped in, I am putting mining XP into, or knowledge into mining. Just for today, I'm going to start doing it into stonemason starting tomorrow. But today we will be dumping it into mining. But after today, we will be putting it exclusively into stonemason until we have 233. Then run all of our stone, and then probably still have to keep dumping into it. Because then we need like 267. Yeah, we're finally back to the mining grind. Can't wait till we're back to an ore, though. We have been doing a weird drop method to make it a little bit quicker, though. It's not as good as the iron one, but it has been helping. Save some of the downtime. You regret banking bone rate material? Why? I definitely banked too much of it, of the lower material stuff. But why do you regret banking it? Because now you need planks. Hey, that's a bunch of shield upgrades for later. But here's the rest of our andesite underground. Yeah, pre-200, it's definitely worth going really heavy on knowledge on it. Like, just dunking your bones and going knowledge heavy. There's a lot of the lower level carpentry supplies isn't as worth banking. Unless you're using it to actually get gear out of it. But for the sake of EXP, it's not as worth it. So I'm curious how much stone we have in our bank now by the end of this. It should be a bit over 4,000. Potentially slightly above 5,000. We started with about 2,600 or so. I got the exact number at some point earlier to stream. I forget what it is off the top of my head though. Also, I still have no clue how many Flantiums we're going to get. I never did the math on it yet. Because we're going to be doing Flantium pretty much all the way to like 294. Because at 262 we start doing Flantium, which is our next level. But then at 278 I just do Flantium Granite. Initially we're going to have to do a bunch of juggling. But by the time we get to 278 we're going to do no juggling and just combine the two. What about Old School RuneScape? What about it? As far as the current progress with it? We are currently at Castle Wars. Let's see, can I bring it up here? Yeah, they're just chilling at Castle Wars. We're at, how many tickets are we at? I'm currently wielding 1,000 tickets, which are the legs and the boots. We get about 6 per hour. I have 1,435, basically, between this and what we have on. And I need like 2,600, so we're slightly past halfway there. We're at like 1,435, and we need 2,600 at a rate of roughly 6 per hour. So we're still, what is that, like 200 hours away? We're getting there, though. Luckily, it's really AFK. It's 20 minutes AFK at a time. Really nice. And at this point, based on how much XP we need, I think we're about an hour and a half off. Because we're getting roughly 1.6, 1.7 mil an hour. But it's not counting any knowledge. Also, thank you, Yusef, for the 5 gifted memberships. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you so, so much. Helps out a lot. And Ron ended up getting it too. I think he was here earlier as well. Not here anymore, though. I think a lot of people left from the mining grind. That'll make sense. People don't want to see us mine for 4 hours straight. Well, get ready for tomorrow. It's gonna be longer than 4 hours, probably. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna break it up. A lot of it will definitely be off-stream for sure. I do have to say, mining is probably one of the more tedious gathering skills in the game. I do enjoy it, though. Mostly because it feels the most rewarding as far as what the byproduct is from it. Particularly if you're any class that isn't Guardian. As you would eventually be getting some kind of material for it that makes all your best in slots. It's still true for Guardians as well, but slightly less so. You only get 4-star equipment from it. Whereas Hammer Mage and Crown Knight gets eventual best in slot 3 stars as well. Not just 4-star equipment. Yep, catch you later, Yusef. Oh, so I probably won't be back by the time we get back, by the way. The second we get 262, we're definitely calling it for the about an hour and a half or so. I'll still be grinding some off-stream, but, you know, as far as on-stream grind. So you know what I kind of want to go do off-stream? Start getting Chef up. Kind of want to get to, like, 208 so we can get to the next threshold for ventures. Or for whatever you call them, bounty contracts. The problem is with our current level, I think it's like a 6-hour grind. If I did the pies the entire time. It's like a little bit better than a million XP per hour. The problem is I already have a partial bar, and that's already like an hour and a half just for that level. Not counting cooking bounties. Oh, so that's something this game doesn't have. That definitely needs. I just realized there's not like a timer thing that tells you when the next spawn is. It has a loading bar for when you're going to gather something, but not the same for when it's about to respawn. Alright, do we need to use a 5% this time? I think so. This isn't going to be the 7% one yet. It's the next load that will be. Which means after 2 more doubles, we should be good then. For 262 mining. We'll get a double here, a double on the other side, and boom, we're good to go. Yeah, let's go get it. That should actually be less than an hour then. We were calculating a little bit higher than that, but I don't know, I guess we're saving a lot of extra time somewheres. With the bank and everything. But, yeah, should only be less than an hour then. Because we only need a double meter. Or double meter. Oh no, I drank it too late. No! No, and it didn't even do the thing. Oh, I hate when that happens. But we're doing pretty good about not doing that. But it finally happened. Yeah, it's better to drink it too early than to drink it too late. That is not ideal. Ooh, look at that combat keep. He's got some gold on it. Some gold on the top. Alright, now is the time we use the 7% potion. The only problem with the combat keeps is I completely forget what level ranges the in-between ones unlock at. Like the 500, 1000, 1500, 2000 ones, those are obvious. Like the full keep designs. I'd always keep forgetting like every in-between number. Because there's 3 of them and I have no clue what a single one of the 3 are. So anytime I see a keep like that, it's like, ooh, that's slightly above 1000. But I forget what level that is though. Should probably double check it at some point. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem like particularly intuitive, the numbers they end up choosing for it. The solid 500 ones make sense though, of course. Right, in the mining you go. Dump that in, boom, boom, boom. Come on, let me in, let me in, let me in. There we go, okay. Yep, perfect. Alright, one more double should end up doing it then. It is about 450k. And in that time... Oh, actually, no, we'd still be a little bit short because we get about 1 million at a time. It's probably gonna be the same situation with fishing from earlier. We're gonna get a double bar and still need like one more after just to push it over, but that's fine. I just realized we got the 111. 4444 would look so cleaner though. 4-4s. Those are like the last two really clean numbers we get. Oh no, I did it again. I was doing so good about not doing this. I did it. Oh no. I did clockwise instead of counterclockwise. Mistakes have been made. But anyways, what was I saying? I was saying something about something. I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah. The two next cleanest numbers that we're definitely going to get are 44444. And then, of course, 5,000 way down the line. Gotta waste for that, though. 4 4s into 5,000. So that makes sense why it does, but I never noticed how much this cape actually matches this area. Because I never actually wore this cape until we got 200 scout. 200 mine fighter. We didn't get 200 mine fighter until all the way at the end of 200 all. We had a new mines of a tubing symbol and everything else on it. That looks so clean. It even matches the water. Love that so much. But yeah, we're probably not upgrading it until a what do you even call it? The 200 all cape if they ever end up adding that. And then eventually 500. Also, I completely forgot how much we have on the ground right now. That's the only problem with doing it with this room distance. Is until we get into this room, we have no clue how many we actually have on the ground. The answer is none. Oh no! Why did you click? This could be awkward. It's like the third time this happened today. Did I misclick that hard? I don't feel like I've ever had that happen to me while mining before, but today's happened like 3 times now. In only like 2 hours. I think what's happening is I'm just so used to tree hitboxes after doing 200 woodcutting, where in every direction from the tree there's a hitbox that goes like a mile wide, compared to this stone where if you're even like slightly off of it, it's like, no, no stone for you. Like right here is off of it, like right there. If this was a tree, hitting up here would still be its hitbox. Even if the tree isn't even there. Trees have it too good. But also too bad, because whenever you're doing gather, they get way in the way. Because their hitbox is so gigantic. He's wearing the bubble cape. Anytime I see that 51, it just looks so off compared to some of the other ones. Because you don't get to see the vial that's coming from until, I think, level 200. So it just looks like a bunch of bubbles on a cape. Rather than a vial with a bunch of bubbles coming up from it. That's one thing that's pretty good about the combat capes, is the design starts the other way around. Whereas that cape's design starts from, like, the bottom up. So you don't even see, like, the main design of it till 200. But luckily all the combat capes are the exact inverse, so you always get to see it. Because they start from the top and go down rather than start from the bottom and go up. Which of course makes more sense to go from top to bottom. If you have a keep that's getting built up from top to bottom. It's kind of weird that they actually did that for that. It makes sense though. Because what would the alternative be? An upside down vial spilling over? Actually, that would still work though. Like a vial all the way at the top spilling down the cape. just haven't been touching in this iron because of how we've been cycling it. We're kind of at the level range for it, but still good material. I got a lot of it banked though. Even after like the tens of thousands we've used, I think we still have 7,000 banked. The only problem is I can't use it for a while because the new level ranges make it not possible. Before we were able to use that at like 197. So when we were doing like some of the 200 grinds, we could make some material out of it. But now if I wanted to make anything out of it, gosh, we can't even touch it. Like I think the lowest level, actually I can show what the lowest level is, let me see. Lowest level we can make out of it is 961. We're at 879. It's almost 100 levels away. The smallest thing we can make out of it. Whereas before we were using that as like a common weapon. Now we gotta get 100 levels before we even get like the weakest version of it. Level range wise. Not smithing levels, but combat levels. Though tier 4 material just got so much more valuable than it already was though. Because 800 is where the combat slowdown is. And that's where all the 4-star stuff is. Or not 4-star, all the tier 4 stuff is. If we go look at the level range of, I don't know, tier 4, I don't know, anything. How about rapier? Like tier 4 rapier, boom, the exact level range. If we go for a longsword. Let's see, where is it? Longsword, boom. Oh, it's okay. It dips a little bit into 800 though. Yeah, the level ranges are really weird now. Compared to before. Like before this would have been used entirely pre-200. Like at most it would dip like a little bit into 200. But yeah, it is very different now. Like it's pretty much all post max now with the level range that it does, or you know, post 800. That's really weird. I guess when Snowball Hill comes out, that kind of evens out a little bit more though. But it's very weird for the current state of the game. As tier 4 greatly becomes like the best material in the game compared to before. Not that it was bad before. There's a lot of use cases for it, but now it has like infinite use cases. Because that's where a lot of people are going to be. Like right at the 800-ish threshold, either slightly below or slightly above. Because that's where the big slowdown happens for combat. There's just still going to be people way lower and way higher. But on average, people will be like within a like 200-ish range of that. Like 500 to 1,000-ish, give or take a little. Which is where that tier 4 material mostly starts. Starts as low as like 700-ish, goes to quite a while actually. Whereas before tier 5 used to do that, but now it's tier 4. Now tier 5 goes really deep compared to the other one. And of course tier 6 still goes all the way to the end. Oh wait, oops, I didn't mean to bank right now. Well, I guess we're banking. We'll bank the normal way. Lose our few tiles. It's fine though. I meant to do the whole drop thingy. I think that's the first time we made that mistake. It doesn't waste that much time though. Every time you do that, you waste about like 3 seconds? 2 seconds? Somewhere around there. If we did that every time, it wouldn't even barely matter. Trying to get a little bit extra value in there. So we gotta wait for the downtime of it anyways. Alright, so earlier we said about 1 knowledge point after this double is about where we'd be. Yeah, honestly, that looks about right. Because that double gets us like 450,000. One more beyond that, yeah, like 600 something thousand. Almost 700. And then the rest just comes from the actual things we mine. Sounds like a game plan then. 180% more knowledge. And that should be 262 finally reached. And of course, we gotta go at least do one inventory of it. We'll figure out the actual method for tomorrow, though. There's a really weird staircase that we have to work around. Based on what we said earlier, we're probably gonna go all the way up the staircase and then drop it. Otherwise, we could barely get any value from it, but I don't know, we'll check then. Also, hopefully this new quest finally comes out so we get a cool potion already, too. Because, gosh, if I learned anything today, it is reminding me how much I hate juggling potions on the ground. This is one activity that's kind of forced to have to do it, though, until we get equipable ones. Watch, this quest is going to finally come out and it's like, sorry, the quest reward isn't equipable potions after all. I really hope it is, though. So we don't have to ever do this juggle ever again. Today might be the last day you ever have to see the juggle. We still have to juggle the stone and the ore and everything. But the juggling of the pots should hopefully end in the next few weeks. If one of the two quests has that reward. Which it should, but it hasn't been confirmed outright. They mentioned both things separately, but never both things together. That when we get a cool potion, it's going to be a quest reward. And that they were mentioning that they were working on a quest that's in Chapter 1. And that the quest that we're getting that is soon is already done. And has the best reward of any quest supposedly in the entire game so far. So it has to be something pretty big. So, you know, equipable potion, pretty big. I think they might be overhyping it as the best reward ever, though. If it's that and a few other things. For it to be the absolute best, it would have to be that, plus auto-potting, plus a new venture slot, plus like something else. Because I am hoping they add auto-potting at the same time they add equipable potion. That has not been confirmed in any way, though. But they ended up doing that when they added cubable action. They ended up changing how things spawn while also changing, you know, cubable action, or adding it. So it makes sense if they ever add a equipable potion that they would probably add auto-potting at the same time if they are going to add it. There's a chance they don't, but would be pretty likely. Adding both systems at the same time because they coincide with each other. Like how they changed the respawns to work with cubable action because they coincide with each other. Even though, oddly enough, honestly, of those two updates that happen at the same time, cubable action plus the respawn changes, it's actually the respawn changes that help things out. Cubable action mostly just makes things more AFK. There's not a single situation where if you're playing actively where cubable action increases your XP rate. However, the new spawn system does increase your XP rate. There are a lot of situations where you get more XP from it than you would have before. Anywhere from like 1% to about 20% depending on what you're doing. Which I guess depending on what you're doing, could be as high as like 66% extra XP. That sounds like a bit of an outlier though, just because of the situations where you would end up using it. Where you're already gaining barely any, so gaining slightly more than that, it's like, oh yeah, that actually is a big difference. But realistically, it's only a few percent in any situation where you're really actively using it. Also, just some situations where you get a double spawn where you normally wouldn't. There are also a lot of situations where things will spawn slightly quicker since they're based on the first room spawn rather than when you actually grab the resource. So you can stagger a room or come back to a room after banking and it will be respawned, the whole room. And a few other things like that. Alright, next inventory, 5%. After that, boost potion. Oh, so one funny thing that we could actually do if we really want to. How much XP is the venture? I think it's 431k. We could actually stop exactly short of the venture since I need to go take it anyways. Tempting, tempting, tempting. Because honestly, I'm starting to get a little hungry. Alright, let me double check. I might actually do that. I was thinking that even earlier as well. But I haven't mentioned it yet. But we get 431k from the venture that we're 100% have to do tonight anyways because it's already queued up. So we 100% have to go do it in 5 hours and 55 minutes. And last I recall, with a 7% pot, it's 431k XP. Which means we already have 431k XP ready to go. Obviously not ready, but... that means as soon as we use this double knowledge point, we would actually have enough then. I might just do that then. And then bring this guy to the alchemy AFK. I will be doing the stonemason AFK tonight, but for grabbing dinner, it's going to be really short, so I just want to go do the other one real quick. Because we're not going to be away that long. Still not sure what I'm doing for dinner tonight, though. Because I'm out of salmon now. I did the other night. Had leftovers. But honestly, I need to go food shopping again. Probably do that this Monday. Starting to run low on food again. Luckily, multiple people in the house kind of rotate doing food shopping, so normally it's not too bad. Someone might actually go by then. If I ever do it, I always do it on Mondays, though. Normally. But I think this is what we're going to do then, because we already have it queued up anyways. I am still going to be saving Oyster for tomorrow's stream, though. Just so we can see the nice first Oyster coming in. Oh yeah, I forgot, though. We actually don't get to see the XP drop, though. It's not like it happens immediately. We'll just be able to set it up. Which means we technically don't get our first Oyster until Saturday. Because it's a 24-hour timer, which is kind of insane. It's not like a 12-hour that I can set up tonight and then have it ready for tomorrow, like we normally would for Venture. It's a big 24-hour one, so if I set it up midday tomorrow, it wouldn't be done until midday Saturday. Which is probably how I'm doing it, because I don't want it to be at the middle of the night. That'd be too annoying for a 24-hour one. It has to be in the middle of the day. Otherwise, it would eventually just get moved to the middle of the day anyways. These eventually would get moved to like 2 a.m., then 3 a.m., then 4 a.m., you know. These will keep moving forward slightly. And eventually that time would be way too high to bother staying up for. Whereas if we started at around like, you know, 1:30 p.m. and it's like, then it moves to 2, then it moves to 2:30, you know, that's a more reasonable time compared to in the complete dead of night. So we'd still run one more set of 12-hour ventures after this set. But that would truly be the final set then. Too bad I don't have a good merchant one to go do in that time. But then again, merchants are a longer period of time anyways. I don't have an alternative 12-hour one since we don't have lobster right now. Well, we do, but it's way too low of a level 1. But who knows? Maybe 1 to 2 new quests adds more ventures. The most noteworthy ones that we're aware of are all the ventures for brick and tiles in Chapter 4. The problem with that, though, is if they're anything like the other buy-in venture for merchants, they're a 24-hour period of time. Not a 12-hour, unless they do them differently for brick and tile. Ideally, they're a 12-hour where you get 12. I would love to see that for them, so they have a little bit of a difference between them and the other ventures. But so far, every merchant venture is 24-hour for 20. But it doesn't mean the next set of them would be like that. Alright, our next 200% meter gets it to us. All we're gonna have to do is use a 5%, do that, drop them. Use a 7%, do all that, use all of our knowledge, boom, boom, boom. We have reached our goal. At least once we get the venture in. And then tomorrow we start the Flantium grind. Or the new quest, hopefully new quest. I have fingers crossed. I feel like every single day this week has been like, oh yeah, tomorrow will be the day. And yesterday I was like, yeah, today will be the day. Or, you know, for tomorrow, for today. And then today it's like, yeah, tomorrow will be the day. Oh no, they said they had it done. Like, they could literally get it out at whenever. I think the only thing holding them up at this point is they got a new office and they're hiring more people. Like almost doubling the team. Which, of course, is taking up time that otherwise would be launching the new quest. But the set was done, so other than like a few bug fixes to it, there's not really much they would have to do to it. Other than fix every bug that would be present that people would find within the first day or two. I just realized on the very last one, I'm actually going to have to do it a little bit weird and not grab the final 2 stone. Just so we don't have to go all the way back for the potion. That's fine, because that's how long the 7% lasts anyways, or 5% or any one that we use. Because they all got the same 2-minute timer. And the final 2 rocks we can never grab regardless. So it actually works out perfectly. Also means we won't have to drop them, though there's plenty of time to go re-drop them, so that's not too big a deal. Yep, next set should be the final one then. Next 22. We don't even need a full inventory. Yeah, even if you delay it, doesn't look like you can get the 5% in time for that rock. You can get it for the first one, but not for the last 2. It'll just be the 2 that we skip this cycle anyways. Yeah, let's go get them. The final trip. And then we never need to do Andesite again until we have tier 6. Alright, time to bring out the big potion. Wait a moment. But then again, we don't have to wait too long because I need to use it on mining anyways. Boom, 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 boom. Put it on mining. 216, nice, such a nice drop. And am I overshooting here? Oh, I kind of am. I can put the other one on the stone mason then. I don't even need to put the other one on mining. How much are going to overshoot if I do it on mining? Alright, perfect then. Because we're going to let the venture tick it over then. Yeah, we can actually put this in the stone mason then. Perfectly fine. In you go. Because we need to get to 233 to be able to use it again, unfortunately. It's kind of in an awkward spot right now. And then the venture tips us over later. And then tomorrow starts the real Mines of Bitumen grind. And gosh, we're gonna need a lot of it. Like 40,000 Flantiums or something. I do kind of want to check, though, how many stones we had by the end of this. Oh, we could actually teleport there first. No, it couldn't. I don't know. It'd be kind of awkward regardless how we do this. Yeah, I'll do it at the end just so we know what our final count is. I was going to teleport from the other room, but no, I'm going to walk over to the other one. Bank everything. And then we can double check. And then we'll go to our AFK activity. All right, do we make it in time? Come on, you got this, you got this. Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no, we didn't get it. Oh, we didn't get the 7% bonus on the final rock. Should've waited like 1 tick more to drink it earlier. Unfortunate, it's not that much though. We missed like 350 XP or something. Can easily get that just by touching anything. Alright, let me go dump all this in here, including the XP pots. Just so I have enough room to grab all this. And then we can teleport over to where I was going to go teleport to. Because I want to check how many we got today. We started around 2,700. I think it was like 2,695 or whatever it was, but let's just say 2,700. So whatever the difference is how many we got today. This is also the total I have to get stonemason up with anything that isn't knowledge or AFK activity. And ideally we need this to go from 233 to 240. Will it do that? Probably not. But in total we ended up getting... Okay, that's not too bad. So what was it? We said around 2,400, so that is around 1,400. 1,400, 1,500, somewhere around there is how many we got today. So we nearly doubled our stack. That's not too bad. All in one day, compared to how many we did total up to this point. And I do plan to keep on most of these. I might craft a few of them, I'm not sure. But I do want to keep them mostly for combat upgrades down the line. I don't know, maybe we'll do it, because we can always just convert them later. I just don't want to have like a bunch of junk sitting in my storage bin. Even though the storage bin works a little bit better for that now. But anyways, guys, any other questions? Any other anythings? Otherwise, I think we will be calling it here for now. Let's go bring him to his little AFK activity. We'll go get the mining AFK for tonight, but for now, I do want him to go do the alchemy AFK since I'm not going to be gone for that long. But whenever I sleep, we're definitely going to be running the other thing with XP pots. Give him like 6, 7, 8 hours worth or something. Probably close to 8. I just don't want to overshoot it. But, yeah, we'll do that later. But for now, I will just bring him to the alchemy AFK, which is also something we got to keep poking at. I think we got to do it all the way to like 240 something. Yeah, 248. That's actually really deep. But it'll be nice because whenever we're in the area, we can just click on this and be like, boom, click this, get good value, just click log out. It's actually pretty convenient. Like if we ever want to go build a few potions or something, just go boom, boom, boom. Maybe grab our cooking bounties. Actually, this is a really good spot for cooking bounty. You just go log out here, go check your cooking bounty, come back. And you're ready to go. But anyways, guys, we'll be calling it here for now. Tomorrow we'll start the true Minds of a Two-Bin pivot. With the main exception being, hopefully, fingers crossed, multiple times over, new quest tomorrow, maybe, question mark, question mark. But whenever we finally get that new quest, we will immediately do it, go do all the rewards from it, grind whatever comes from it, and yeah, see what it is. Hopefully it's a cool potion, but who knows, maybe it has some kind of grindable content in it, maybe something we don't even know of. Could be some kind of new gear, could be some kind of new anything. But should be pretty soon, whatever it is, and supposedly, quote-unquote, has the best reward of any quest, so currently in the game. So we'll have to wait and see. But anyways, guys, have a wonderful week, have a wonderful upcoming weekend, and yeah, we'll catch you guys soon. Goodbye, everyone. But thanks for watching.